If I ain't got no snow on the ground, it doesn't. Dude, it's not Christmas, man.
Christmas. What
Nope.
the hell are these stupid lights? They don't match the fucking green, red dirt. Idiots. It's supposed to be white. There's no snow here.
It's like 110 degrees and you got rattlesnakes and shit, and it's like, oh my god, this is Christmas?
Merry Christmas. The
No
spirit
way.
of Christmas abounds. It's fucking hot, man. What are you talking about? You're such a downer, Bonk. Gosh, man, you're such a
This
Scrooge.
rattlesnake, don't step on it. It's like, bro, I thought where this is Christmas time in the winter. What snakes?
Yeah, watching TV, watching all these, Christmassy things with snow and shit, and you're like, in Australia and Samoa, like, I wonder what it's like to celebrate Christmas in winter snow.
Celebrate the snow. That's what they realize.
Like, what is Christmas? Oh, it's this thing they do over there. Over where? Over there, where the TV comes from.
America.
Where it's coming from? It's like, oh yeah, over there. Okay. Do you want to go get these coconuts? We gotta go and grab the coconuts, dude. It's like, okay. My brother.
I honestly think NASA, we're like brothers of people from Hollywood, right? Obviously, they have the similar family last names, right? So, anyways, I think they were like, hey man, let's just try to pull off this moon landing shit. And they weren't really trying to make a big deal out of it, right? But, I mean, they just couldn't stop the lie anymore. And they never really expected the lie would get this big. That's what I think. But, I think they were just kind of course, trying to deceive mankind, which is fucked up in the first place, but they weren't really going for all this. They would have never thought it would be this big because it's fucked up now. It's like, damn, man, what a machine. What a lying machine you got here.
But the
Wow.
Cold War was more like a smoke screen. Like, you're not supposed to believe that we actually landed on the moon, but you are supposed to believe that space really exists and the Earth really is a ball, all right? But the moon landing was more like of a Cold War thing, than
Well,
an
I
actual.
don't know what Cold War means. Like, how can you have a war while it's cold without bullets? It's like, it's not a war then. It's
Technology.
Cold War.
Yeah, the Cold War. It was about reaching space
It was
first.
cold, yeah.
It was about saying that being in space, it can protect us from our enemies because we can put a satellite with a death laser on it. Fire the laser and shoot down that nuclear missile. Star Wars, the actual Project Star Wars. I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the Project Star Wars. Ronald Reagan. Like, oh, you're not talking about the movie? Like, no, dude. Yes, Project Star Wars. Oh, and by the way, when I was the drill team commander, the rifle drill team, fancy drill team commander, I named one of our moves Star Wars because we had to throw our fucking rifles in the air. They all had to not hit each other, and we have to catch them. Cool shit, eh? Like,
Oh,
Star
nice.
Wars, move.
You guys have to do
Oh
that?
my god, this.
That's badass.
Yeah, high school days. It's a legendary. I mean, yeah, we're legendary for that down there, but you know, like when they came back from the moon, they landed in the South Pacific, and it was American Samoa that they had to come to, and it was like, oh wow, we're so special. That's why America wanted us. This big ass harbor in the middle of the Pacific, and so they can land their stupid whatever. What's that? Lunar Islander. How about them coco? How about that coconut breeze, eh?
Dude, how about that coconut breeze, man? That's a good strain, man. I need to come up with that.
Yeah, sounds
I would,
delicious.
I would definitely send you some beans right away, man. It's like here's some coconut breeze for you, man. that after like 10 years, it would adapt, right? It would evolve to the Samoan lands, and it would take some the genetics from epigenetics, I guess, and it would take on a different look, right? Just from being planted somewhere else.
like a taller look. So it would be a
Yeah,
more
more
sativa
sativa. Yeah, I think it would take on more sativa for sure.
stems. Yeah.
Because you got what 12-12? Are you close to the equator?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, close enough. But what about papaya
Oh, I love papaya, man.
or guava?
Ah, I love guava too, man. I'm very tropical. I told you.
I love. Yeah, we got
Pineapples.
guava
Oh
down
man,
here.
I love pineapple.
Yeah, and pineapple. Yeah, I grew up with pineapple on the islands. Yeah, pineapple, guava, pineapples, everything. I miss the soil. I miss how easy it is to grow things there. That's what
You
I
just
miss. Just
chop
put it
top off a pineapple, you stick it in the ground, and life is good.
and
Yeah.
it grows. Yeah, you just chop off any stick
You just
and put it in
you
the
keep
ground.
on
It
watering
grows.
it until it
Yeah,
develops
it's
roots.
a rainforest.
Okay. Oh, rainforest, nice.
Yeah, I miss. That's what I miss. Just grow anything you want, and it'll grow. You know, over here, I got a freaking sample the stupid soil. Oh, the pH. Oh, it's blah, 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 oh, the nematodes. Like, hey, dude, just put shit down. If it grows, it's good. If it not, then it's not.
Yeah.
You can't go buy all that shit for me. Yeah, but it would be good to do those tests in those islands because you know the soil being so rich, you can like pick exactly whatever you want to grow. That's gonna. Well, the thing if you want to go to Samoa and make a lot of money and find a wife, okay, when you go down there, okay, invest in making oils, yeah, oils and spices. Yeah,
Well, yeah.
spices and oils, because that's so.
Get your
A doctor
smoke
came
shit.
down, a botanist came down in the early 1900s and did this research. I gotta look him up. I forgot his name in his book, but he researched everything and he came up with the exact like the best thing you can grow here. You know, is these kinds of things because of the land. Blah blah blah. Blah. So he did all the research, and that was the conclusion. Oils and spices. You know, the Samoans down there, they don't read that book. They don't know the book exists. They probably don't care to read it if they did know it exists, you know. But you can you could
Yeah.
do a lot, like a lot, if you know what's there. So I try to
All
encourage
potential.
investors to go down there and invest in spices. There's farms. People will farm for you. You know, you just need them to just pay them, and they give you the product, and the product is always high quality because of where it grows. And if you help them cultivate it properly, it'll be
Guys are so
the
far away
best.
though, man. You know.
Yeah, you could do everything there. And if you marry a woman there, well, you're in. You get to own some of the land. And if you're a businessman, shit, you might even get a chief, a name, some political power. Yeah, that's what you want.
Oh,
Fucking
that's
using.
right. That's right, Bong. I like power.
Yeah. The Chinese come down there, they marry into our families, you know. But, you know, if you go down there and do your best, find a nice woman, you're in. Because just by you doing in charity and stuff you do, people are going to, recognize that you're a integral, invaluable part of the community and economy and all that shit.
They just want your dough. That's what that means. Right.
Yeah, be a chief, man. Yeah, I would try to change the laws though, the drug laws. We got the strictest drug laws. Well, specifically marijuana.
Yeah,
Marijuana.
I can't do that.
Decriminalize marijuana, and you're free. It opens up tourism. Try to tell them that they don't want to listen to. Oh,
I know it would open up a lot of shit. People would move there.
yeah, man. And you know, they're blue pilled, mostly normies. You know.
You guys gotta at least like free up the weed where the snakes live. You know, that way, hey, if you want to get fucked up with snakes, you can go smoke over there. Yeah, whatever.
No, no snakes there. So no worries. Well, there are human snakes, I guess, but they're
All
everywhere.
those are terrible. Yeah.
They're everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, it's very corrupt. So the government is very corrupt, and when you see how corrupt it is, you're gonna be like,
I'll be right back.
me. No, I'm just kidding. It's corrupt. Yeah. Warning. I don't know how high the corruption goes, but I think it might go pretty high. Nancy Pelosi fucking owns the Starkist there. So there you go. Starkist, it's causing all this pollution and destroying stuff. It's not helping any of the people. The people it employs are immigrants from Western Samoa. The money leaves the island before it can do anything for us. So there you go, Nancy Pelosi. You know who she is? Chairman? Congress? I mean, Speaker?
Where is Samoa from Hawaii, Bong?
American Samoa is south of Hawaii. It's the only unincorporated territory of the United States.
How far away is it? Did you say?
It's about the same distance from LA to Hawaii, but going southwest towards Tonga. It's around Tonga, those islands.
Oh, it's near Tonga.
Yeah, it's near Tonga.
Oh, so I got an ex-brother-in-law from Tonga.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Yep.
Where's that?
Yeah, my sister's ex-husband was Tongan, and he was a boxer, and he actually fought George Foreman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't win, needless to say, but he did box him.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't do very well in boxing. I don't know why. I mean, it's all right. It's just, David Tua, right?
Yeah.
Mark Hunt.
Mark Hunt. Oh yeah, Mark Hunt though is yeah.
Mark Hunt is a beast. I like Mark Hunt, man.
Yeah, I would have messed
He
with
was.
He's extra Samoan.
Well, didn't he do MMA stuff too, Martin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's like a legend.
K1 MMA.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember him. He was a beast.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to fight him.
No.
If I had to, I will. Shit, I'll knock his ass
Knocks
out.
everybody out.
He's not going to give me brain damage.
Nah, not at all. He's super fucking cool too. He's super chill.
Of course. Yeah, but he hasn't had a fair go too. I mean, a lot of people they put him up against were like juicers and shit. Like,
oh yeah, I agree, man. In the UFC, yeah,
yeah,
a better one.
I was like, man, get out, dude. Go just start a gym or something, man.
Go do some curls.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't like martial arts.
I don't like the sport.
You don't
like MMA?
I will never bash another person for someone's entertainment. It's like, no.
gladiator shit, man.
Yeah, I was like, nah.
Are you entertained?
Yeah, I do warrior shit, man. Not shit. Warrior.
Warrior style.
The real stuff, huh? The possible death.
Yeah. Like,
well, I guess there's possible death in MMA, but I guess it has happened. I guess a couple times, but I guess it's happened in boxing and all different.
You can't do that. You can't do that. That's against the rules.
What? You can't kill someone?
Yeah. Everything goes, right? It's like, kicking your ass with everything here. Ready? Catch.
Yeah, honestly, like knowing what I know now about like the brain damage and shit, like, well, thank you. I'm not gonna get hit in my head. I shall pass.
Yeah,
Even if you're gonna pay me 10
yeah,
grand, I will still pass.
right. That's
Yeah.
not near enough money. I don't know that $1 million is enough money, because once you get your brain concussed and you get damaged, then there's basically no road back from that.
Yeah.
How are you going to spend the money as a vegetable? I mean, if you can't
Right.
even.
All they can do is eat. All they can do is eat you at that point. If you're just a vegetable, they should just eat you.
Fighting for money.
Yeah, you're misery. I'm just kidding, of course, but yeah. I watch MMA all the time. I don't know. I guess I'm some sort of a degenerate.
I like MMA. I do like the UFC.
Yeah, I watch all the. I know most of the fighters. Anyway, let's put it that way. I don't know them all, but I know a pretty good handful of them. All the ones that are, ranked and are on all the pay-per-views and all that kind of stuff. I watch a lot of the pay-per-views whenever I can. I don't know. I just find it entertaining. Find it a fun time to sit around with a couple of buddies and
It is.
watch the fights and
Watch a bunch of guys bash each other. Right?
Gladiators, yep, kill each other. I know.
yeah.
I'll probably watch that too if it was back in the Roman days. I'll grab the biggest, thing of popcorn. I'll watch.
Is you don't talk about folklore. Now, I noticed a lot of new faces around here.
I've noticed a lot of new black eyes. I like that new fighter. Well, he's not all that new, but he's that young kid called Sean O'Malley. He's got that real ass bright hair and funky.
O'Malley, yeah, tattoo.
Yeah, I like Sean. I don't know why. He's got a podcast I watch all the time.
Okay.
But yeah, he's an interesting fellow.
Got good jiu-jitsu, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, he's only a brown belt right now, but his coach, Tim Welch, has his own jiu-jitsu gym that he trains. He's been a black belt for over 12 years, and that's O'Malley's basically his personal coach, and so he's been teaching Sean jiu-jitsu for, I think he said 5 or 6 years, and so he's a brown belt right now. And he said, there was on their podcast the other day, they said it takes, generally speaking, if you're an active person doing jiu-jitsu trying to get your black belt, it takes an average of about 6 years to go from brown to black.
Wow.
And that's training, at least 2 times a week, and tournaments and all that kind of stuff to get your, earn your belt. I'm not quite sure exactly what the criteria is, other than they said it takes an average of about 6 years to go from brown to black. So Sean O'Malley's probably 3 years out from his black belt still. But he's got one of the best coaches for jiu-jitsu, and it's his personal MMA coach is Tim Welch. So and he's the black belt that runs the jiu-jitsu gym. So he's got a good teacher. So I hope he gets to be a black belt soon, because they bash him a lot about that, him not fighting any grapplers or this and that. So they put him in with last 2 or 3 fights. They put him in with people that are supposed to be grapplers, and he knocks them out in the first round. And so it's like, or the first or second round, he knocks him out. And so it's like, well, why would he need to go to the ground when he's putting everybody to sleep on his feet? He's got a really strange style, but he keeps his hands down to his side. He doesn't come in like a standard boxer. O'Malley, he'll stand back and his arms will be down to his side. He'll just be kind of moving back and forth, and then he'll just sting him with a good right or left hand from way out because he's very tall and skinny and long for his weight class, and he just stings him with a right hand from so far out they can't reach him, and he hits him with his hands down by his waist. That's where his punches come from for the most part. It's from down low. It's really an interesting style he has. He's got a fight here, I think, March 5th.
Who's he fighting?
I can't remember his name. They said it yesterday on the podcast.
I'll have to
I
look
can't
it up.
remember. Yeah.
How's Francis doing?
Ngannou?
Yeah.
He kicked Cyril Gane's ass. Took him down to the ground. Cyril Gane couldn't do anything about it.
Okay.
Couldn't.
Wow.
He
His
just
wrestling-
dominated him. Just wrestled him to the ground and beat him up. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, man. If that guy can wrestle, he's gonna be one scary motherfucker, man.
Yeah, there's no shit. He was amazing wrestling. He was picking Cyril Gane up, throwing him around like a rag doll, dude.
Nice. Yeah, strong as fuck, man.
Ngannou's a big dude, you know. He's huge, and he's very, very strong.
African fucking sauce right there. Cameroon sauce, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You know who Cyril Gane is, right? He's that fucking like 2 or 3 time world champion kickboxer, and he was undefeated in the UFC until Ngannou beat the shit out of him about a month ago.
Okay. Didn't know that.
Yeah. In the UFC anyway, he was undefeated. Yeah. I don't know about his kickboxing career, but I know he was a world champion a couple times. At least, I think. Good hands and good kicks. Cyril Gane. He knocking everybody out and beating everybody up till he got to Ngannou. And Ngannou just grabbed him and threw him to the ground and said, "You ain't doing shit to me, boy." Because Ngannou's really not known for that. He was knocking everybody out in like the first round, just going off on him because he's so big and powerful.
It's kind of like all right, the way they react when people get hit, they kind of fly, man. Like it doesn't look like he's hitting them that hard. You know what I mean? But wow, they just go flying. It's like, okay, he's hitting them really hard. Like, okay.
Yeah, he's a beast. People were, a lot of fighters were just like scared of him. They refused to fight him. He had a hard time getting fights. He's always had a hard time getting fights because everybody just says, "No, thanks."
Who else is next then for him?
Yeah,
John Jones, man. John Jones, heavyweight.
Yeah, he's if he decides to come back, he still hasn't. I don't know. He's bulked up. You know, he weighs about 260 now. 250 something, like 260 somewhere in there.
He should fight at that weight.
Yeah, he put on a lot of muscle mass. He's been training, lifting and building muscle.
Lots of juice.
There's no way he can go back down to 205. There's no, not unless he lost a bunch of muscle mass that he just spent 3 years putting on.
Yeah, I honestly think he's a cheater. So, even though I like him a lot, but he's a cheater.
That may be
blood work.
I think they all are. There's just the ones that get caught, you know.
Yeah. You never know.
Have you seen how big McGregor is?
No, I have not.
190.
Okay.
All muscle. He's obviously been on a steroid diet. Let me tell you. You see that? He looks like a fucking beast.
Beefcake.
Can't hardly even imagine him fighting at featherweight when you see the pictures of him and the current picture of him now. He's got his upper body is just fucking humongous.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Cyrus.
What's up, man? I see that you sent me a DM, but I'm laid back right now. I don't feel like reaching for the mouse and actually reading it. So I'm sorry, man.
I feel you. I feel you. I've been in that position before, bro.
Is there something important in there?
No, man, just live back, bro.
All right. But I'm eating blueberries, just listening and talking. So if there's some urgent, if you need a mod, find someone else, man. I'm eating my berries, man.
Berries are the honesty berries.
Antioxidants, bro.
Fuck, isn't that the truth? That's the only reason why I eat berries, to be honest.
Antioxidants.
Yeah, but if they're fresh picked, like how we were talking before, that changes everything.
Oh yeah, that's where it's at. With the fresh bird shit right on it, it's good stuff. Extra nitrogen, extra flavor. Oh, you sent me another one. Oh my god.
It's not important, bro.
It's not? Okay, alright.
I didn't mean to change the subject, guys, from whatever was talking about to MMA. So I'll keep my mouth shut if you want to go back to your flat Earth discussions or whatever you guys were doing. I apologize for that.
Yeah,
I know some people really frown on it. They don't like people getting that far off topic. So
yeah, sports, I get it. You know, we're flat earthers. We're not supposed to watch sports. But I like the gladiator sports, like you got.
You're not supposed to watch sports. What?
I'm fucking with you.
Who the fuck are you? What?
He's like, what?
You ain't gonna punch me that way, bro. You can take that and shove that, bro. I'm gonna watch sports. I'm gonna watch entertainment. Period. At least it's not fucking Star Wars.
Because I don't. Well, it's not fair because I do watch MMA, so I don't call it a sport, I guess, but it is 100%. It is a sport. It's more like gladiator, like shit, you know.
Call it what you want. I'm watching it.
The Christians watch sports. You mean Christians?
They do. Christians do watch sports, right?
Oh, not the Christian.
You know what? Mormons, all they play is basketball.
Really?
Yeah, maybe horseshoes and volleyball, I guess. I don't know.
That's literally, it's like part of the religion to play basketball.
No way. Get out of here.
I'm not fucking with you, man.
Basketball and church, huh?
Yeah, and the boys get really competitive in it.
Yeah, the Mormons play basketball. They got basketball courts in every one of their churches. They have young men and women's basketball tournaments and stuff.
They go crazy for basketball, bro. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing for kids to play sports. Keep them healthy.
It is.
It's a bunch of angst,
It's Caesar. Keep them busy. Keep them healthy. You're right. Keep them healthy. That way, when they're workers, they're healthy to work in the work field, and so for me to collect taxes. You're absolutely right.
You feed them right, so they work faster and harder.
Yeah, there's no doubt it's a programming. Probably part of the programming for the governments to keep everybody under their thumb. I can't argue with any of that, but
Bro, honestly, it's the one thing. Like from high school when I took strength and conditioning, it's the one thing I still do since high school is weightlift. So no, I mean, yeah, I do, and I've played all the sports in high school and shit. So I like the sports part of it, which is cool. I would keep that if I was king. I would keep that.
It's not the same as sport, right? I mean, sports has exercise.
Nothing wrong with it. It's just
I would add martial arts to it in high school. Like you can have your taekwondo or karate and whatever. Nothing too brain damaging, point system, but you can take some serious blows to the body and in class.
I mean, yeah, for training, if you need your warriors to stay in
They
peak
don't mind.
shape and condition,
Especially for men. For
right?
boys.
For men, yeah. I
For
mean,
boys.
you
Boys need
have them.
this
Okay,
is
so Bong, I got a question for you. When you say warriors, are you talking like biblical wars? They're okay, but the wars that we're into nowadays are totally corrupt and like not
Yeah.
right at all. I mean, but did we need biblical time warriors? Is that a? I mean, I understand that there was a time when
Yeah,
when the giants had to be eradicated off the earth, but
yeah, yeah.
um,
The idea of sport, of
How
sparring
did
or
the Giants
taking
die? I
position,
believe that too.
usually to sharpen skills and get better.
Yeah, where's the Giants fossils
with
at?
you on that. One of the reasons I work out too is to always be fit for war until I die, sort of thing. Why not? You never know when shit might hit the fan, man.
well, I think you better keep your eyes peeled.
I know. I mean, but however, it's not like I prep and shit like that. Nah, I just live my daily life. But where if I'm physically in shape versus if I'm obese, oh come on, like if shit hits the fan, yeah, and I would rather be in shape. Yes, for sure.
Oh, well, of course, absolutely.
I'd rather be in shape, 100%. I would rather have zero back injuries like right now I do and shit like that. So it's not cool. So there's a lot.
But I think
tricks.
the real future threat, though, in my opinion, is probably going to come from, like, if shit ever really does hit the fan and it goes completely screwy haywire. I think the real threat for most people is going to be the vigilante groups that band together.
I agree.
They show up. You show up. 50 of them show up all armed and dangerous, and there's not going to be much you can do about it. You just best not be around for them to find you.
Well, before you would scout the area before you drive, and shit like that.
Well, yeah, but still, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're fine. If shit hits the fan like Mad Max, it's a done deal, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a long time to reset.
Yep.
Long time. So no one wants to go to Mad Max. I don't.
No, I don't think anybody does. But the government, man, I'm telling you, I think they do.
I want to buy cat food and cat litter from the grocery store, man. Come on.
And water from Walmart.
No, I just reverse osmosis my own.
I know. I get mine from the dollar store, but it is reverse osmosis. Water.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's also RO at Walmart. You're right. I just don't know how much it is. I don't have one of those jugs, but I have my own filter. So
I need to get me one of those fucking things.
it's about time.
How much is it? How much for a good one? I heard $500-$600. Is that true?
No, my God, no way. Listen, so even the cheapest, and I had this regret. Like I regretted buying this. I wish I would have spent $50 more. I bought mine. It's a 7-stage RO reverse osmosis on eBay. The reverse osmosis membrane is American, so that's all that matters. Everything else is, the plastic's Chinese. It's fine, and everything for $100. And when I bought it, the only thing I didn't like about it is the valve, the pressure valve. So whatever. So I was like, man, next time spend $150 because there were other systems like also 7-stage for like $100. I was like, just spend the extra bucks, more quality components such as the because it has a complex valve where it's so simple. You just put it together. There's nothing to it. Everything's labeled.
How much water can it process in
50
an hour
gallons?
time?
50 gallons a day. Depends on the membrane. You can buy membrane. Yeah, it depends on the pressure that's coming in. So
can you clean the membranes and use them again or no?
Dude, I haven't swapped mine out in 7 years, and I'm still doing good on it. But it's about time.
Oh, I see. So it's not that big of an issue.
No, man, you don't have to. If you use it for cooking and water and all that, your just daily consumption. Well, that $100. I mean, for 6 or 7 years now. About 6 years to be more accurate. 6 years.
That's hard. That's a killer deal.
That's
there.
Gangster, yeah. And I'm just gonna buy one just because I'm gonna. It's about time to service the new membrane, and it came for $100. So it's a 7-stage. So there's like a sediment and 2 carbon filters, and then after the carbon, it goes into I think the reverse osmosis. That would be 4. That's the membrane. So it's a 7-stage. Then a post carbon, then something else, and then something else. It's like it's a 7-stage system, which is cool. And then there's like an 8 or 9 stage where it has UV at the end. If you want to disinfect it, it's totally unnecessary. But if you want to splurge, you can buy one with ultraviolet all the way at the end. Like the 8th stage or something. Which is
does the reverse osmosis system, does it take all of the minerals out of it? Or?
Takes about 95 to like 98% of what you start with. So my water starts pretty good. I think it's about 80 ppm or something. I would have to check it. I do have a ppm meter. So my RO reads 0 on my gauge. So yeah, for me, 95% of something that's less than 100, it's less than 1 ppm, less than 1 part per million of any dissolved salts. So yeah, mine is as good as distilled or better.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I do have a meter to actually see it, So I was like, I wonder, let me actually check. So there's a ppm meter, eBay or Amazon, like $7 or $10. It's a good thing to have. See how many.
Does this machine, how does it build the pressure to push it through the membrane?
City water, city pressure. If you don't,
that's all it takes. That's all it takes.
That's all it takes. Yep. If you have low pressure, you can buy a booster pump for it. You can buy ones with a booster pump on it. But if you have city pressure, if you have city water, that's 50 psi or so. That's more than plenty. It takes like 30 to run.
Do they make one that's like a hand pump?
They do. They do.
So if you're out in the wilderness and you got to suck the water out of a lake or a river,
they do, bro.
Yep, they do.
Cool.
So the thing about RO is it creates waste. So the membrane self-flushes the system. You're right. It pushes the water through. It forces the water through the membrane. So the salts remain behind. So they need to get flushed. So it's self-flushing. So there's a waste. There's always a drain. There's a waste line that has concentrated salt solution. Whatever it's removing from your water, this is where it gets dumped. And so it's self-flushing. That's the cool thing about it. Like literally maintenance free. All you have to do is you change your sediment and your 2 carbon filters in the beginning every whenever they change colors, or every 6 months or so. And for the $100 I spent.
Yeah, how much are the carbon filters if you stocked up on them?
Bro, they came with 3 different changes of filters. So it came with 9 different filters to change, or even more. So it came, and I just for one guy, so I changed mine every year or so.
Right. Okay.
And now I need to buy them because it's I've been lazy, and I know my sediment filter is dark now, or it's orange and shit. That's all rust and stuff like that. It's in the pipes.
Right.
It's just sediment, then 2 carbons, and yeah.
Really, that kind of gives you a real good idea what you've been putting in your body before you got one, eh?
100%. Yeah, I never drink tap water, no matter what. I never cook with it. If anything, I just buy distilled from the store, the gallon jugs for $1. Yeah, right. For now until I go back home, I just buy a gallon distilled drink for that.
What's this horseshit story about drinking nothing but distilled water, and when it gets into your system, that it absorbs important minerals and stuff that you might need in your system? Is that not true?
No, because the minute it touches your stomach acid, it mixes with your stomach acid. So it's I don't get how it come. The people that are pushing that forward is wow, where did this come from? Now,
right. I thought it was bullshit. That's why I'm asking.
There is a good fucking basis to it. So reverse osmosis or distilled, and this is so fucking true. This is no lie. It has no it has no charge. It's neutral. It wants to pull the particulates into it from whatever container you put it in. So, and it will. So you put it in plastic, it starts fucking leaching because it's actually reactive when it's neutral. It's kind of funny. But if you put a little salt in it, so this is one method. If you can store it in a gallon jug, it's fine, or distilled. just put a pinch of pink Himalayan. That's it. That's enough to give it charge, so it doesn't want anything from the plastic. But if it has no charge, it will start pulling shit from the plastic or copper or whatever. So that's the only thing. So store it in a vessel of stainless. Stainless is great.
You know what alchemy, like, I was, man, alchemy and, like, water, really clear water, like some cool alchemy. And, you know, in some scriptures and books, it says, like, you do that to your water and you can ascend to God.
Reckon, no, it's not going to pull it from your body because you have hydrochloric acid in your stomach. So the minute your uncharged water touches your charged acid, it's done. It's like it dilutes your acid and like and so it's not gonna pull anything out of your bones. How is it gonna pull it out of your bones when it's in your stomach?
Yeah, it's like if you're 60 or 70% water, right? Like they tell you, how can you think that drinking water can be harmful?
You how about why don't you cite the source for this? Well, that's the doctors say it leaches out of your bones. That's the common theory. That's why doctors tell you don't drink. However, like you're talking about distilled water leaching and pulling, particulates out of the container. No, that's proven. I never went against that. Anyways, go ahead, piss drinker.
No, I said if you're drinking water, right, and you're over half water, you'd have to be delusional to think that it can be harmful.
We're talking about distilled and reverse osmosis because
but the point is H2O is water. The filtration process obviously matters, but at the end of the day, you have to be delusional to think that drinking water can harm you. So like when you see those videos online where people are like, oh, if you drink water, it's going to harm you. Like literally, those people are literally delusional.
Yeah.
Well, I would agree with that definitely once it reaches your stomach, because there's a lot of stuff for the water to absorb in your stomach. I mean, not only food is going to have minerals and it's going to have derivatives as the plant. If you eat plant, material for food, or you eat meat, it's all going to have minerals and taken from the earth. It's all going to be in that food. Period. You can't get rid of it. And so as soon as you dump that into your stomach, that's a huge swimming pool of nothing but minerals and acid and
check
the things
out, bro.
Will definitely take care of what that water wants.
Check this dumb shit out too. Okay, on the other hand, they tell you to drink tap water. Okay, so my tap water has 80 parts per million of what? I promise you, 70 of them will be calcium. And a calcium in a form that only forms what? Kidney stones. So it's not absorbable by the body. It just, it's like, what the fuck then? Why, just because it has no charge, just because it has charge, so it doesn't bleach minerals out of my body, so I should get kidney stones? Like, really? It has what minerals are in there? It's like, but only one or two or three, 4 or 5 minerals in tap water. Chlorine, fluorine or fluoride. What else? It's like shit you don't want. It's like, fuck. Calcium that in a form that your body cannot absorb. So it's like it has shit in it, man. It's like you actually want to get rid of that shit. It's not good spring water at all. If it's coming out of the spring, man, it's good. It has no sulfur or whatnot. So yeah, of course I'll drink it. Of course, it tastes good. Calcification in your body with baking soda or vinegar? No, it doesn't work this way. Because it happens inside your kidney. So the vinegar, unless you can shoot the vinegar in the kidney.
I've had kidney stone before, and holy fuck. I'd have one of them blasted out of my kidney because it was too big, it wouldn't pass.
Damn.
My mom had to have one removed from her kidney by surgery. and then I passed one. I had one blasted with lithotripsy, they call it, where they break it up and you piss it out. And yeah, that's. I mean, that was years ago before I started drinking nothing but distilled and reverse osmosis water. So hopefully, I'm not giving my body things that it can make kidney stones out of anymore. Because if I do, my body makes them fuckers.
Did you?
Oh fuck
Did you? Hey, Reckoner is saying vinegar can help with the calcification. Did it help you any? He said vinegar and
me?
soda.
I haven't tried that. I don't know.
I don't know. He's thinking chemically, but yeah,
I'm not drinking that
the
fucking
vinegar.
water.
The vinegar isn't acid. Like
Yeah,
when
it is.
it doesn't reach your kidney, you know what I mean? It's acid when it reaches your stomach. So is your stomach acid.
Yeah, your stomach is hydrochloric acid.
Yeah.
Vinegar is acetic acid.
Acetic acid, yeah.
Yeah. And so I doubt very seriously that the acetic acid is going to leach into your bloodstream and go to your kidneys because
I know.
as soon as it touches any skin or any soft membrane, it's going to burn it. It's going to fuck it off. Acid, you put acid on your skin, acetic acid, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, tartaric acid, citric acid, any of those, you get them on your skin and it eats it like candy. No. If it's not going into your kidney and going to eat those fucking kidney stones,
Oh, we got a new guy here.
It's going to ruin your kidney is what it's going to do. No.
Fee or what up, man?
No, it's going to burn the fuck out of anything it touches. Except the stomach lining. The stomach lining is designed for it. So.
Oh, your mic is terrible. SKFI.
I should tell you, Ambassador. The chantry.
Ambassador. Hello. What was that? Let's try your bud. XIDRJ, whatever. Hello. XI Dersh 206. Are you there? XI Dersh? No. Okay, back to our acetic acid. You guys are dangerous. Talk to you. See ya, Reckoner. Whatever, man. You're dangerous, bro. With your drinking vinegar and baking soda and creating CO2 in your stomach. Stop it.
Yeah, that's in fact. There's people that have died from drinking baking soda, trying to get past urine tests and whatever. It reacts with your stomach acid, just like it reacts with your battery acid. When you clean your battery terminals with baking soda, it will create toxic gases in your stomach, and it can be fatal. That is a very stupid thing to do.
I could just call. I should ban you for calling me an ass while you're just talking and not proving things. Why is this guy here, Reckoner? All right, let's take a vote. All right. All in favor, say aye. Okay, I'm about to ban him. Who's in favor? Reckoner. He never gets on voice, man. You just type shit in text.
Yo, let me turn my camera on.
You can't.
Why?
Because not in this chat room.
Can I turn it on in a different chat?
No, I'll put him in this just for why the fuck not? He's gonna go to. I mean, he's gonna bitch some other mod anyways.
Can I stream in like chill chat or something?
Mention. Let's see. How many minutes? Or what's the standard for how long? How about 1 day? Let's do about 2 days. 2 days in the cooler.
Up to you, man.
2 days. 2 days in the cooler is pretty chill. Just because. Why not?
Is there people yelling at you because you're not listening to him?
What's up?
Is he yelling at you because you're not listening to him?
Just read the fucking text, man. It's oh my god. He's just going crazy over like our health discussion.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I'm showing my stuff. What do you say?
He's talking about What is
Please,
it?
calcium.
Anybody that suggests
Prevent
somebody
your-
put baking soda in their stomach is causing personal physical harm to someone. That's wrong.
Yo, man.
There's been people die from that shit, eating baking soda. But it's dangerous. Creates gases that form from reacting with the acid. And those gases are toxic.
Yeah, eating more
Yo,
than
Cyrus.
teaspoons of baking soda a day is really dangerous.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hello.
What about in chill chat?
What's good?
Can I stream in chill chat?
Why do you want to stream?
Because I want to read the secrets of the universe. And
You can read it. We just don't
audio.
allow streaming in this in the live stream. But in other channels you can.
I can't stream in other channels.
Yes, you
Them
can.
Pervs.
You know. What you got? Let me see what kind of pervs you got. Oh yeah. What are okay, are you you globe or you flat or you what are you?
Flatter.
Oh, then you're gonna have to prove yourself. Okay, you should have went with globe. Prove yourself.
What's the radius of the Earth model 4x?
God damn, man. I hate tests.
Any flatter knows that one. Come on, dude.
Bro, I'm gonna
Are you a
bomb
troll?
this. I'm gonna bomb this one.
So what's the first rule of the welcome section? Don't lie. The correct answer is 3959.
I would have never ever
What are your three best proofs that Earth is flat?
I mean, like, the video evidence from space is severely lacking. Like,
Well, severely lacking evidence is not proof.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of stupid to not have it.
I'm with you on the space part, but that's you know what I mean. Like, what proved to you that Earth is flat?
Yeah, saying something as one thing is not correct doesn't mean the other thing is correct.
Why don't they have a picture of, like, a telescope looking through the telescope at the space station?
By your logic, you can also believe the Earth is made of Lego. Say, why do you think it's flat?
Man, gotta fail logic.
I don't know what's going on. Legos or so. Yeah, like I said, man. Maybe I'll. Not sure if I give you on the fence, or if that will give you perms to stream.
I'm gonna.
Until you prove yourself flat, or you know how to prove to yourself, you know.
Nah, I mean, dude, it doesn't make sense that they don't have proper, like, pictures and
Okay,
photographs
let's say that
for the
you don't.
station. That alone kind of makes me skeptical, right?
Okay, let's say the Earth isn't a globe. Why do you think it's flat?
It's not a globe.
No. I'm asking him.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Give him
Because-
globe skeptic.
yeah, he doesn't have. Like, saying one thing is not correct doesn't mean the other thing is.
Is
I don't
he
really
complaining
follow-
about not having pictures of the space station from a telescope?
I think so.
That's Glober shit. There is no space station. We know. Everyone knows that.
That's what I'm
So,
fucking saying.
What the fuck? He's not no flat earther.
That's what I'm saying, brother. There's no picture of that. So why would I believe it exists? And, like, it's a pretty popular thing amongst the mainstream. That's what I'm saying.
Well, some people would say flat Earth is popular. Are you just trying to be popular?
I'm not siding with that. What do you mean? Why are you guys yelling at me? I'm literally agreeing that it's a question mark why there's no picture, right? And now you're asking me if I'm trying to be popular.
But we do have pictures. What are you talking about?
Which, I don't know. I haven't seen any.
Got the ISS live, bro, on YouTube.
It's great, man. But you can't see it like through Earth, and you can't
It
see
says
it.
live right on it, man.
It's kind of, I don't know, man. It's like it looks like Fagoozy. There's nothing realistic there.
um,
Like,
I'm trolling you, man. But you don't
but
sound very convincing either.
also, also, if you read like the portals and the Enoch, like they kind of say some shit about the portals that doesn't make sense on a round model. So
So biblical Bible.
there's one. There's also like
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Down with what?
If your proof to flat Earth is religious, I'm okay with that.
Oh no, the Bible is totally against the idea of a flat
look,
Earth.
and then
No,
look
it's
at
not.
So,
the
No,
secret.
it's not.
yes, it is.
It
It's
is
not.
not. Get out of here.
There are many things. For
There are
example,
many verses that claim the Earth is not moving
There's also like
and
different
flat.
okay, here
alterations of the
let
Bible,
me tell
so
you one
sometimes
verse
it
that
can
tells
be
otherwise.
blasphemous.
No.
If you read the secret teachings of the ages by Manly
All
K.
ages.
Hall,
I know. I
that one is
I read
that
it.
one convinces me.
I like that book a lot.
Yes, I love that fucking book. That's what I want to stream before.
I know.
That
Long
book's
Chao, are you there?
Hey, what's up?
This dude claiming Bible says ball. Please prove him otherwise.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay,
Not
so
you.
can I
Not
say
you,
it?
Taurus. The other guy.
Yeah, where?
He's got a verse from you right now. Help me. Go ahead, man.
Circle of the Earth?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's that one. What else has he got?
Yeah, what else you got?
Maybe he's got some. I'm not too familiar with the Bible. Well, how do you say your name, man? I'm just gonna call you 206. 206.
Okay.
There's a lot of different versions of the Bible, so some of them will
Well, what verse you
contradict
got?
each other.
206.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Do you want me to say it?
Yeah.
Verse?
Go for it,
Yeah.
go for it.
Read it.
Okay. So and look. So the verse is, people will come from east and west and north and south, and will take their places from the feast in the kingdom of God. In the flat model, in the flat idea of the Earth, east and west aren't really identifiable. You
Nice
can't
straw
really
man.
say.
What are you talking about?
Like the straw men of straw men, bro. That is straw men. That's like plural straw, because an XY grid is what you're explaining. Okay, east to west, that's x-axis.
That's
Okay,
fallacies.
north south, y-axis. Bro, it's Cartesian coordinates. It's describing a flat Cartesian coordinate plane where the sun rises from the east, sets in the west, and the other two is the north and south. How hard is that? They're all 90 degrees to each other, right? On your ball, they're not 90
So so your idea is, now I get your idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
Okay.
it's a Bible verse. Like, just listen to the verse, what it's telling you. It's telling for like, how'd you assume there's a ball in there, bro? Like, it told you nothing
Yeah.
about the ball.
So
Oh,
what I
yes.
always ask, was it 206? Is
Yeah,
where did the Earth orbit around in the first 3 days?
What?
Where did the Earth orbit around in the first 3 days of creation?
Oh, I don't believe in God.
Right. So then you come here and you try and use a verse to think it's a ball. I don't get it. So you say, I don't believe in God, but you use the Bible to prove the
The
baller.
ball. What? That's crazy, right?
No, one person said that it's
I'm glad you
and
witnessed that shit,
supports the
Rob.
idea of a flat
That's
Earth.
crazy, man.
I just wanted to show that it doesn't.
Yeah, but you're wrong, right? So you made a straw man and tried to fit that into what you made up in your mind. That is what you did. So when we really look at Genesis 1 and ask ourselves, where did the Earth orbit around in the first 3 days? How is that possible in the heliocentric model? Fun.
Good one.
Yeah, it's not, but also
Okay,
it's just
then why use the Bible then? Why?
I don't know, because he
Okay,
said that it supports
awesome
the
stuff.
idea of a flat Earth.
Yeah,
I
sure.
just want
So let's get off religion, right? Because we are not a religious bunch here, right? This server is made.
But also, wait a minute,
Nonetheless, he doesn't
but
believe
also
in
only in the
God.
fourth day. Also in your model, only in the fourth
I don't have
day.
a model, so don't come
In
here.
the idea of a flat Earth, how in a flat Earth would you count days if there is also no sun?
Talk about
Sorry.
sorry, talk about the Bible.
There is a sun, bro.
I think you still talk about the Bible.
There's what you
Yeah.
think is the sun.
No, he was talking about the Bible, and by the Bible, only in the fourth day the sun was created.
Right.
And how in the flat Earth idea, or how can
They
you
don't
count
have.
days?
There's no tie between the two, between the Bible and the flat earth. There is no tie. And I don't know why you're still trying to use the Bible to if you don't believe in it, why are you using it? You're trying to use it as a hostile witness, but you have to study that first. But
no, I'm just showing you that the Bible doesn't
it does
specifically support the flat Earth model or.
So what
idea.
does fixed and unmovable
Yes,
mean?
it does.
What does fixed
If you
and
read the
unmovable?
Bible,
You
Yes, I
literally
have.
just said, "Oh, that's what it means," because it didn't make any sense.
so where in the Bible does say that God created a ball?
Where does it say it created a flat surface?
Motherfucker.
So why are you using the Bible then?
No, I didn't use the Bible. If someone said the Bible
you
supports
did
the idea of a
twice.
flat Earth,
Times you
no,
used it.
someone said the Bible supports the idea of a flat Earth. I just showed it.
Yes, it does. It does.
And you showed
The
nothing.
Bible does contain many verses where it describes the face of the earth.
And I have a question, okay?
Okay.
Okay, what about your question? You gonna
What's
ask
that
it?
question?
Wait a second, I forgot. Let me remember it again.
Oh,
You know, when it says a face, it didn't say it's convex or concave. And flat.
I didn't read it in English, so I don't know what it says in English.
When you talk about faces of an object, yeah, if you don't mention curvature, convexity, or concavity, then you're talking about flat surface.
No, also when
Yes,
in
in geometry, this is a default. If you don't describe the surface, yeah, by default we take everything flat, straight. When you say the word line, yeah,
tell me why.
that means straight. It can be horizontal or vertical.
Can you tell?
If you say the arc curvature line, yeah, that's also a line, but it's curved. And that's why you say arc.
Okay, so let's just not talk about the idea of Bible in this thing, because it's not a good idea. because
You don't know anything about the Bible and you're trying to argue the Bible. You bring up a verse about east and west, trying to prove a ball. What does that have to do with a ball, man?
Come on,
I didn't
man.
try to prove a ball. I just
Cardinal
didn't understand.
directions.
I just didn't understand your model or idea.
Well, it has nothing to do with the Bible, man. You know,
We don't have a model. Do
Yeah,
you
we
know
don't
what
have
the
a
model
model,
is?
dude.
who put that in your head? That flat Earth. Hold on, I'm sorry. My cat.
Do you know how it puts like days and nights? How? Just
Of course. Yeah, I'll tell you exactly how. It works the same exact way that it's been working.
That's
exactly how.
You listen. You are asking us how days and night work, but do you know the physics of light? Because when you talk about something that you see, you are actually talking about the physics of light propagation and all the laws the light obeys to. Do you know any of them? Uh, do you know anything about quantum locking?
How about what's going
Womp, womp,
liquid
womp,
hydrogen? Oh, I just had to have that
womp.
listen.
Yeah.
Liquid
So
helium. Anyways, man, we're
yeah,
not.
quantum mechanics is something that we study intensively in laboratories, in quantum computing, in a lot of fields.
This
It's
is the
very
science,
important.
man.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know this. So keep religion out of it, as in like,
yeah,
if you're gonna bust out Bible verses, we have a Bible room below, bro.
yeah. You are asking us how the sun and the moon work.
Especially if the verses have nothing to do with
We
poetry.
have no clue. None of us have been there, but we can show you, yeah, that we can play with cold and magnets here in a laboratory or even at your home place,
Hello?
and we show
Now I
you
can
how
hear you.
magnets
Now I can
levitate
hear you.
and
Sorry.
they can
You
spin.
muted yourself. You
If you
definitely.
make a track of magnets, yeah, a circular
What? I
track
couldn't hear you.
of
What are you
magnets,
saying? I couldn't
you
hear
can
you.
achieve orbit, yeah, around the center point.
I didn't hear you. I was defend. I need to fix something with my mic. What did
Okay,
you say?
yeah. I asked you, you are asking us how the day and night work, function on
Yeah, and like
a
flat
flat
Earth.
Earth, yeah?
Yes.
I ask you, what do you know about quantum locking?
Yeah.
Have you
How?
heard of it?
What does it have to do with days and night?
Yeah, it does have. We are talking about objects, yeah, which
Yes.
orbit around a center point.
Yeah, but no, but
They are in a locked position. They are in a locked position. They have a track they are following. Yeah, the world has. There is no rebuttal against this. The world has a magnetic field, a giant magnetic field, and in this
yes.
field, you can achieve quantum locking.
Yeah, but the magnetic
Yeah,
field doesn't
well,
reach the sun.
now if you're such a good expert in this quantum locking, then just go ahead, explain it to us. How is it working? Yeah.
Okay, so imagine the electromagnetic waves, not orbiting, like let's say there's something, let's say ball. So imagine electromagnetic waves all around it, where it can't move because because there's stuff around it. So it's kind of trapped around in the magnetic field.
Do you know what an electromagnetic wave is?
Yes.
Yeah, I was giving you an example of quantum locking, and that doesn't have anything to do
Yeah,
with electromagnetic
I
waves.
accidentally said magnetic wave. The magnetic field, I meant. I accidentally
Yeah, a
said.
field and a wave are two totally different things.
I accidentally said waves. Sorry.
Well, but
So it's trapped
even
in the
this is
magnetic field
this is a,
from all the
listen,
sides.
listen, listen. This is a worldly speculation. We observe something that is happening here on Earth, yeah, which we can
Yes.
deal with, and then we speculate that these things, which see them spinning, orbiting above us, yeah, they
Yes.
can work in that manner. But
Why can't
to
they
prove
work?
that, listen, no, to prove that they function like this, you have to just go up there and prove it. Nobody has been there to prove it.
They're where?
There where the sun and the moon is.
Oh, they're two different places. It's
Yeah,
not just one place.
that's a place you have no access to.
People have access to going to the moon, not
No,
to the
no.
sun.
What you see on TV, yeah, people have access to Hollywood studios also.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes, but
people have
here,
access to Adobe Illustrator. You can make video effects, all sorts of
yeah, those countries can
animations.
make
Yeah,
video to that level.
those are not reality.
Sure, can okay. So
Okay?
how?
Yeah.
Let's say the sand, and when they went on the moon, the sand on the moon. I don't know if it's actually sand. I'm not a geologist, but the sand thingy, it was moving like it would move in a vacuum, like it would move in a vacuum, and at
Oh,
those times they
yeah.
couldn't
You
make
you
such
you
a
saw you saw a Mr. Sensible
What
video, didn't
sound?
you? You
who is
saw him
Mr.
in
Sensible?
what?
So,
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was the guy that claims that the moon buggy was there because of. So, can you speed up or slow down video?
yes,
Okay, so there you go.
yeah, but it moves
Okay,
like
mate.
it
No,
would in a
there you
vacuum.
go.
Yeah.
It
Right
moves
there
like
you go.
it would in a vacuum.
So you
It
can
can't move
speed
like
up.
that. Yeah.
You can speed up and
Yes.
slow down video.
Yes.
There you go.
That's
Okay,
not an
And
answer.
that is
listen,
the
Didn't
answer.
you
listen,
didn't explain why it
listen,
moved in
listen.
such a
They
Wait,
way
never
wait,
went to the
wait.
that
moon.
it couldn't in
You
a vacuum.
mentioned a big word. You used a very big word. You used the word vacuum. Do you know what that is?
A place with nothing.
No, it's not a place. It's something that doesn't fucking exist.
No, it's a
It
place
doesn't
with
exist.
nothing
It
in it.
doesn't exist.
What
Do
do you
you
mean it
get
doesn't
that?
exist?
It's impossible to achieve it. It doesn't exist. It's imaginary. Vacuum doesn't exist.
You can get pretty close to vacuum
No,
here on Earth.
no, you can't get close to it.
Yes, you can.
No, you can achieve low pressure, yeah, low gas pressure, very low, but you do not achieve vacuum. There is no such fucking thing.
Very low pressure of the gas inside. If that's the only thing there is in, it's means close
Dude,
to vacuum.
dude, show me a physical something which the atom of helium does not propagate through.
But a place that has okay, so all
No, show me a perfect barrier which does not allow helium to go through it. Show me that.
gravity what keeps the
There is no such fucking thing like gravity.
that's what
Gravity
no
cannot hold helium.
yes it can.
No, it can't.
Yes it can and it does.
You never saw a helium balloon then. You are a lunatic. You have no clue what you're talking about.
It just floats above the air because it's lighter than
It
the air.
doesn't float above the air. You
It's
have
like
no clue why the
it's like
helium is rising up. You have no clue about why the helium is rising up. You haven't studied it.
yes I did. It's like when you put
No, you
oil.
didn't. Just because you
Why aren't you
listen
letting me
to the
talking?
clown stories, that doesn't mean you have actually studied it.
Why aren't you letting me talking?
Saying
Okay.
it's
Because when
Okay,
you're
preach.
talking
okay,
bullshit, I can't
okay,
allow you that.
okay, let me speak. When you throw something less dense than water on water, is it going to float above or below?
Okay, let me give you an
You're not
example, yeah?
answering my question. It's going to float above,
Something
right?
less dense. So
It's going
when
to
I
float above.
throw, okay, yeah,
Exactly
I
the same
drop.
with,
Listen, listen. I drop a drop of dichloromethane on water.
Okay.
Dichloromethane is much denser than the water, so it has to sink in the water. But it doesn't. It fucking floats on the water.
Okay, that's because probably the surface tension of
That's
the water
because
is
you have
keeping it
no
up.
clue what's going on and how to explain it. And
Yes, I do.
I can also give you a
It's like,
piece
let's
of
say you're going to have
graphene
a
aerogel. Yeah, a graphene
yeah.
aerogel is 7 times lighter than the air. When you drop it from your hand, it's gonna fall right down to the ground. It's not gonna float above the air,
It's not
despite the
lighter
fact
than
it's
air.
seven. Yes, it is. It is 7 times lighter than the air.
Wait, really? No, that doesn't make
Yeah,
any sense.
duh. It does make sense because it's a solid. It doesn't fucking belong above the gas matter, gaseous matter.
Why?
Yeah,
If something is a
solid,
very dense, no,
solid,
that it
solid
can
and
work.
liquid matter belong to the ground. Yeah,
Not, not always.
and the last
Planes,
you have the
planes,
gaseous and plasma.
planes.
Listen, plasma is the last state of matter at very, very high altitudes.
Very, very high temperatures.
You don't breathe that shit.
Very, very high temperatures. Not very, very high altitudes.
No, plasma doesn't
Lightning,
mean it's necessarily.
okay. Lightning,
Plasma doesn't mean necessarily it's hot.
most plasmas, no, all plasmas are hot, but it depends which material it's made from.
Yeah, my break is over.
Yeah,
If
but let's say
you
lightning.
come back
Is
later, we can
plasma, and
continue
it's
this discussion, but I have to go now.
okay. Plasma is
Enjoy
All
a
right,
your
buddy.
time.
See ya.
lightning is a plasma,
See ya.
and
Bye,
it's
brother.
down. It's not floating up. How can you explain this? He said that plasma has to go up. Lightning is plasma, and it goes down, and it can hit people. It can hit anything on the ground. Hello? I have an answer to his question. Why does graphene aerogel sink below 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 the air? It's because it can absorb around 800 times its weight because all the the little spots that has nothing in them, and the density of air divided by 7 times 800 is more than the density of air. That's the reason it floats. It doesn't float. That's the reason it doesn't float. Does anyone want to talk?
What do you want to talk about, buddy?
I don't know.
Oh, you're in a flat Earth server, right?
Do you want to talk about flat Earth?
Well, I know the truth about Earth, yes.
What do you want to talk about?
I'm laying in bed, man, kind of just listening. So you guys,
Cyrus.
what's up? What up?
Right, I have made an exceptional explanation why a graphene aerogel sinks below the air. The air.
Well, hold on to until Beget comes back because that was his point. That wasn't mine. Remember?
Yeah, but what do you think about my point?
What's your point? What was it?
He said, why doesn't graphene aerogel float above air, even though it's 7 times lighter? But it can absorb so much as 800 times its weight.
Absorb so much what? Absorb
Yes.
what?
Absorb air and condense air and anything, any gases and stuff like that. It can absorb it and condense it inside of it.
Okay, is that so? It's heavier than air, not lighter.
It alone is lighter than air, but if you put it close to air, it's going to suck up all the air and be heavier.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, that's plausible. Sure, I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I don't know anything about them, right? Like, I'm not too like I know something, but not enough. Like, I just know what they are, but I don't know too much. So I'll have to do some reading and get back to you on that idea for sure, man.
I want sometime that they're somehow going to replicate how somehow a force like gravity or
It's not a force.
Hold
on.
But yeah, I just
gravity.
said it.
Gravity is not a force.
I just said it. I said a force like gravity. I didn't say gravity was a force.
So then it's not a force, right?
Yeah, gravity isn't a force.
Okay.
It's been proven it's not a force.
It's not been proven.
We have detected gravitational waves.
No, you have not.
Sweet.
Chief S. Thorne has won his Nobel for it.
Wait.
Yeah. You want to read this?
Yes.
Yeah, the what?
You want to read that? Go ahead.
Read what?
So can you take me through the scientific method in this experiment?
Okay,
How did they...
so they've seen... Okay, so they've had lasers with mirrors that something that can detect the laser, and it's and because light acts like waves, you can measure how as a wave its wavelength will be, and and they've seen a gravitational wave from probably two black holes. No, they didn't see it, but two black holes. Yeah, two black holes probably collided, and it made a gravitation. Yeah, that's our explanation. So
so it's a story then, right?
No, let me just speak. Why aren't you letting me speak?
You're telling me a story. Probably, maybe, perhaps.
No, it can be more than two. Maybe it can be something else.
So you don't know what it was then?
So a thing, yeah, because we didn't see it.
So it's not an experiment then?
Okay, let me speak, okay?
Yeah, so it's not an experiment then?
It is. Let me speak. You're not letting me speak.
So what is the? So tell me the hypothesis, independent variable and dependent variable.
Okay, can you let me speak now? Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. I want the hypothesis.
Okay.
Not a story. I don't want you. I don't listen. I don't want you to talk about the 5 minutes. So 3 points: hypothesis, independent variable, dependent variable.
Okay. So the hypothesis is that they are going to see a change in the light wave. The independent variable is the quality of the measurement. The dependent variable is what they're measuring.
Okay. So how did you manipulate that?
It doesn't have to be manipulated.
Oh, so then it's not an experiment. So then it's not an experiment.
That's not how science works.
Oh, so that is how pseudoscience works. Yes.
No.
Great stuff.
It's like saying astronomy is a pseudoscience.
So
Astronomy
give me the definition of pseudoscience now.
is a science that is not just that is not real. That's
No,
not really science.
no, no. Google it. Pseudoscience.
What do you say?
Yeah, Google it. Pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs, blah blah blah, regarded to be based on a scientific method.
Oh,
Mistakenly regarded as based on a scientific method. Okay.
so you conceded.
Something that's
No, but
not
so
scientific.
listen. So you conceded that it has nothing has been manipulated. So it's not science then. It's pseudoscience.
No, because let's say
Yes.
we can see. Let's say astronomy. People can see. Okay, let me speak.
Astronomy is
No,
pseudoscience.
you've just conceded and you're now backtracking.
Oh, I hate how you people just don't let me talk and
Because you are obfuscating and using.
yeah. Let me make my point. You don't know what
your point is invalid. It is illogical.
You don't know what my point is.
Your point was that you conceded that it is pseudoscience.
No, that wasn't my point.
So what is manipulated then?
I want to answer another question, and then I'm going to.
What was manipulated then? What was
Something
manipulated?
Something that have to be manipulated to be science.
Oh, then it's pseudoscience.
Oh, you're stupid, huh? Just not listening to what I'm saying.
So what was the definition of pseudoscience again?
Something that's mistakenly regarded as using the scientific method.
Okay. So how do we use the scientific method? What was it?
We make an hypothesis, make an experiment, isolate a variable, and, you don't have to isolate it if it's already isolated, and get to a conclusion.
No, you conveniently skipped manipulating the variable.
No, you don't have to manipulate.
Then it's pseudoscience.
No, that's not how it works.
Okay, then you're a science denier.
No.
Yes, you are.
That's just not how the scientific method works, and you're saying it does. It doesn't work like this.
So let me pull up something.
Yeah.
1 second, because I have the
of something, and how are you going to do that if you don't manipulate variable?
Something can be isolated without manipulating it.
So you have to change the independent variable to see that this is the cause.
Here, observe, question, research, hypothesis, experiment, test experiment, drug conclusion. All of them. Observe, question, hypothesis, experiments, conclusion, result.
So now define experiment. What is an experiment?
Experiment can be a lot of things.
Okay, so I've posted one thing.
Okay, so but experiment is it's when you how do you say it in English? Let's say when you show results to something I don't know how to say it in English. I don't really know how to say it in English. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know how to say it in English.
Okay.
Describe it.
I don't know how to say it in English.
So an experiment.
I can say it in another language if you want me to.
If you're not manipulating the independent variable, you're not doing an experiment. I don't know what you're doing.
Where does it say anywhere? Here, let's search what is an experiment. Experiment definition.
Are you serious? Are you serious? The idea of experimentation is natural to all humans. You put your hand over a fire when you're a child. What do you learn there, right? It burns. What is the
How
independent?
do you know?
What is the
Yeah,
independent?
how do you know? How do you know that it was the fire that
Can
burnt
you
you and
can you
not?
point out which is the independent variable? Putting your hand over the
How do you
fire.
know that it was the fire that burnt you?
Okay, wait, no, no, no,
And
no, no.
when you put
Hold
your
on,
hand
man.
There you
over
can't
Hold
the
on.
know
fire,
if the fire
burn you.
burnt you, so
You can
that's
just
not a
explain
real
it.
experiment.
Just explain
Fire.
the independent variable to him so that we can get
Right.
through
So
this.
there you go. You need to learn what an
Walk him
experiment
through it.
is.
Yeah. How
Yeah.
does the fire
The
burn you?
definition
Because
of
it
an
does burn you.
experiment is a
No,
is
we'll
a
teach you how fire
procedure
burns you. There's an independent
taken
variable
to
there.
make a discovery and test an
That's
hypothesis.
a
A
discovery.
hypothesis.
Wait, it's not to make a discovery. Why are we doing experiments?
Why don't we just explain to him
To
how a
test
fire burns his
hypothesis.
hand so that
To
he'll
test
understand what an
hypothesis.
experiment is and
No,
can
To
he
see
test
can
that
do
it's
this.
not a
hypothesis.
He can do
proper
this.
experiment?
To
He can do
test
this.
hypothesis.
Why do we look at something that we don't understand and say, let's do an experiment? What are we
We
trying to
don't do
figure out?
experiments on things we don't understand.
What?
We don't do experiments on things we don't understand because we can't do a good
Right.
experiment
So
if we don't
what is
understand
it
it.
that what is it that we don't understand that we are trying to establish with the experiment?
It depends which experiment you're talking about.
Cause. We're trying to figure
What?
out what is causing such a thing to happen and
Which
how it
thing?
happened. Well, our hand. Why is my hand burnt? Why does my hand hurt?
So
So
here you don't really have
Hand?
a reason why does your hand hurt. You can say maybe there is a correlation between fire and burning, but you
No,
can't
no, no,
say it
no,
for
no.
sure.
I'm trying to no, no. That's just a basic example of what an experiment is. That every day we learn through experimentation. This is how a child learns. And this thing we call the experiment, the scientific experiment, is just fleshing out the details of what we've been doing our whole freaking lives since we were little. Experiment. So, what is it that we're trying to establish?
Define an experiment. Let's see if you can
It's the cause. We're trying to figure out what the cause of this is. Okay. So, if we want
make,
to
but
really want to
but
know that,
we're
we have to be
arguing
able to
about something
manipulate
that you're wrong about.
the
Is
variable.
that for something to be scientific, you need to not isolate. You need to what did you say? You need to
manipulate.
manipulate
Manipulate the
manipulate
independent.
the
Yeah.
variables.
So if I turn this up, that happens. If I turn this down, this happens. Now we know it's
You're not
this. It's this
you're
thing
not
that's causing.
you are manipulating one thing, but not all of the things you can manipulate, and you don't have to manipulate anything to make a good experiment or an experiment at all.
And what are you
So,
doing? Then it's not a
so then
scientific.
it's pseudoscience. Then it's pseudoscience.
No,
Yes. So what
uh,
was the definition again of pseudoscience?
something that uses. We know that's the
Yes.
definition.
So why are you then saying that it is not
Because you don't know
pseudoscience?
what is the definition of science.
Yeah, but
So
we know
the
what
definition of
pseudoscience is.
science, everything that went through the scientific method,
And what is the
right? It
scientific
is not a
method?
it is not a group, it is not a body,
And what
science.
is the
It is a
scientific method?
method.
What is the scientific method? That's what we disagree about.
Answer
And
what
there isn't
pseudoscience
wrong or
is.
right. There is right. It's not subjective. It's objective. And I'm
Okay,
right and you're
then
wrong.
I've just posted a couple of citations for you
There.
in the live
Right.
stream voice text.
Okay.
Distinguishes science from other forms of the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. And an experiment requires you to form an hypothesis, to get the IV, the DV, and then test your hypothesis. The
Richard Feynman is a smart person, but at this specific
scientist, yeah.
Feynman
So,
is a smart person, but in this
bro,
specific video, he said you need to guess. So that's I'm not going to actually
oh,
say.
so you're
I'm not.
gonna throw him under the bus now, right? So it's not only Feynman that says this, okay?
It's not guess. It's
Experiment, experiment needs to have an hypothesis,
Yeah,
right?
it's different
Okay,
than a guess.
okay. Hypothesis,
Hypotheses
right?
and guesses are different.
So you guess what is causing the effect, right? That is
No,
what
you
you are testing.
hypothesize. You hypothesize.
Okay. Is that forming an idea then? Guessing?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Yeah,
Oh, no.
but
Okay.
guessing
Okay.
is
So it's a
forming an
guessing
idea.
then.
Upon the muse of
Guessing is
spirit
forming an
science
idea.
to distinguish
Oh,
the
Oh, so
oh, guessing is forming an
it's an
idea
educated
based on
guess.
no scientific evidence.
What is scientific evidence? Is a
Something
flat
that
surface
uses
scientific
the
evidence?
evidence that uses
Is water
scientific.
scientific evidence of a ball? Is it?
What do you say?
Is,
I didn't hear you.
is the ocean scientific evidence of a ball? Is it? Is a
Yes.
flat horizon scientific evidence of a ball? Is it?
The ocean, not the ocean, but the Earth is pretty close to a perfect sphere. Not that pretty close, no.
Well, it's actually about as far from a sphere as anything you could imagine.
No, it's pretty
you're
close to
100%
it being
wrong.
a sphere.
Oh, you found curving water? Let's see it.
Water can be curved, and everyone knows that.
That's a cool story. Now you're gonna have to show us.
The water drops.
Scientific evidence? Because the Earth is so big. Is that
Water
scientific
drops.
evidence?
That's a really cool story. Cool
If
assertion. Now
if
show us.
water always found its level by your definition of level,
It's not by our definition. It's by the world's definition. It's by all professionals
if you
and people
drop
that do
water,
work.
it would go all around the Earth to be perfectly leveled all around the Earth.
I don't understand what you're saying. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What are you saying? Are you saying that
Describe
water is
level.
curving?
What is
Are you saying
level? What is
level?
level?
Level means curved?
Level, at least on Earth, level means that something is the same. Let's say one thing is here and one thing is there.
Yeah, but is that a straight line or is that a curving around the ball line?
They can both be leveled.
So straight lines and curved lines can both be the same thing, right? Level. That's what you're saying.
One of the things
Balls
they
and
can both
tables,
do.
right?
Yeah.
Balls and tables are both level, right? Is that what you're saying?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. What?
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I mean, you're saying that curved lines and straight lines are the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing, but they have some same things in them.
Like what?
I don't
Like
think
straight
you're
lines?
careful when
Like
you speak.
they are both lines.
You're just
okay.
full of contradictions, buddy. You just keep contradicting
Why
yourself.
am I full of contradictions?
Because you're saying things like level is curved. They're the opposite. You're saying
The
things
level
like it's
can be
not a
curved,
perfect
yeah.
sphere when it's
Level
not
on
any
an
shape.
Earth
Oh, you're
level.
psycho. Something's wrong with you.
Level on an Earth level.
What, you lose
I
your
meant
mind
level
coming in here?
on
Is that
We
what
can't
happened?
help you. We can't help
Oh,
you.
why aren't anyone in the server letting me talk ever?
Because listen to yourself.
What's next?
You drop drugs or something.
So
Go ahead.
level in a curved surface like the Earth means
It's
that
not a
both
curved
places
surface.
are roughly okay. Let me speak.
No, be
roughly
quiet. I'm not
the
going to let you
same
finish
this-
because your
the
curved
center
surface has
of
been debunked.
this
Have you seen the
ball
black
or
swan?
globe.
Have you seen the black swan?
Who tells you the Earth is curved? Who told you that? Did you see it curved? Did you
Black
see the
swan.
curve?
Where's the black swan?
Yeah,
Who
your
told
Earth
you the
radius
Earth
is
is curved?
debunked. The surface isn't curved. Somebody post the black swan for this
What
guy.
is black swan? Is it a book or a journal
No,
or
the
a
black swan is
paper?
an observation, right? That tells you, according to the radius of the Earth, okay, that horizon should be all the way up here. 1 foot off of sea level, it should be 1.22 miles. That's where the horizon and the edge of the ball Earth should be. But it's not.
What's
It's all the way back
122.1?
there, fucking 10, 20, 30 miles. That's what the black swan is. It's an observation you can make every day. Here, I'll post it. But you can make this
What?
observation every day.
Show me.
Well, what this image has are 2 oil rigs that tell you how far you're looking. Yeah, there you go. You see it?
No. Okay, so what am I saying? What am I saying there? What am I saying here?
You're looking. This is 1 foot off of sea level, and you're looking at a horizon that's way too far back. Because according to the
Okay.
Can you send it to me too? Can you send it
radius,
to me?
be only 1.2 miles in front of you.
No, you can't only see 1.2 miles in
Well,
front of
according to the
you.
radius of this ball, the radius. Think about it. According to the size and radius. Are you listening?
Okay.
Okay, that's what we're saying. It is the size that's been determined by the people that tell you the earth is a ball. It's wrong.
You can see about
Oh,
3.1 miles away, not 2.
No, you're hallucinating, buddy. It's not at 3.1. It's past 10. Take a closer look.
there's a horizon.
No, I'm saying that's what you can see, like the maximum you can see.
No,
Okay,
that's
so
what you
here,
that
that's
should
1
be.
foot.
No. That's the point. That's not the maximum you could see. That would be the maximum you could see if the ball you believed in existed, but it doesn't. So that's
Let me
not the
see. Send
maximum.
it to me. Send it to me.
The maximum is much further than that. Your ball's debunked, buddy. So
That's the maximum if you
no,
are.
it's not. Be quiet. Look at
let
the
me
black
speak.
swan. That's not the
The maximum
Send
if
it
you
to
are
me.
exactly down at the,
No, you're
at
chanting.
the earth.
It's not the maximum. Look at the picture. We're seeing way further than that. The horizon is out at 10 miles. It's over.
How it's called how high is the camera?
1 foot.
1
30
foot.
centimeters. 30 centimeters.
Okay, let's check 1 foot 2 centimeters. 1
30. 30. 30.
It's 30.48. You were wrong. Okay, so yeah, I can't
30
really.
centimeters, bro. 30.
30.48.
It's over.
Not 30.
I have to explain why such a small ball that we should be able to see the edge of, right? You have to explain why it looks like an infinitely big ball on flat surface. That needs to be
Here,
explained.
now there it says that the max distance you can see is 1.22 miles, which is wrong. It's 1 foot. You can see around 3, maybe 3.5 miles. No,
No,
Okay,
not
you're
three,
wrong.
four and a
okay,
half
hold
miles.
up, hold up.
You're
Even that.
wrong.
Okay,
Four
we'll
and a half miles.
get to that. So why is it at 3 foot? Why is it
Or
all the
four
way
and a half miles you can see.
3 miles? Why is it all the way back there, way past those oil rigs? See, even with your calculation, it's still off. It's still too small. The point is,
4.5. I don't know if it's actually 9 miles away.
how can the horizon be at eye level if it is a ball with that radius? Because the only way anything can be at eye level, horizon can be at your eye level if it's a flat surface. You know this because you have a table
No.
probably eat on. You look at this table and you extend it indefinitely, it will give you a flat surface. It will give you a horizon at eye level. Only a flat surface can do that. Not balls. Balls will never do that. Balls will always be
Yeah, but
below
they
you.
will be pretty close to it.
But for such a small radius,
And then
you have to explain.
small compared to what?
Compared to the horizon, that's all the way out there being flat. Okay, now scale the ball up and down. You see how the horizon moves to you as you scale it down, and if you make it a bigger ball, it moves away, but never.
Wait a second. So that thing there, platform hill house. How tall is it?
The what? The rigs, the oil rigs.
Yeah.
What
How
does
tall
that
is
mean?
it?
We're talking about the ground. We're talking about the edge, the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but if something is tall enough, you'll be able
So
to
I'm
see it.
1 second. 206. I just posted the link for you. It's a
That's
GitHub
how
link.
much. That's how further.
206.
How far away is
Hello.
there? How much?
206. Listen.
I know, it's
I just
ridiculous.
I just posted you a link. Can you look at it?
Let me check if it's a
Just be
virus first,
quiet for a minute.
or if it's not safe. I'm going to check if it's safe.
It is safe.
Okay.
It's GitHub.
Security
You know what
vendors
GitHub is?
flag this URL. Okay.
You know what GitHub is?
Okay. Yeah. Let me check. Yeah. What? Okay. What is this?
Okay, so go on to the link, type
Yeah.
in 1 foot, and then 10 miles.
10 miles. Okay. Calculate. Forget to the night. What?
What is the distance to the horizon?
It says that at 1 foot it's 1.2, which is wrong. But let's say it is right.
There isn't wrong.
Okay, let's say it is right.
It is not wrong.
What is target hidden height?
So listen. Go
What
on
is
to
target
Google.
hidden height?
Depends on your distance to the ground.
Listen.
No,
So
what is
go on to
target hidden
Google.
height? You're not answering my question. What is
The
target
target
hidden
hidden
height?
height would be. So the target hidden height would be the amount of
Curvature blockage.
Yes, curvature blockage. So 206.
So a thing needs to be at
Listen,
least.
no,
So a
one
thing
second.
needs to be at least 51.354
206.
or 4
Listen.
miles, feet
206.
tall, so you'll be able to
So
see
if
it.
he's not going to listen, I'm going to mute you. 206. Listen.
He's fucking gone, man.
206. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Go onto Google and
Yes.
type in Earth curve calculator. Find
Okay.
anyone you like. Anyone.
I don't care for the this
Okay.
one is okay.
So then stop saying it's wrong.
No, what I said this one is okay.
Okay. Then you were wrong. So
You're
1.225
not
miles.
answering what is target hidden height.
That would be the amount of curvature blockage, right?
Okay,
but we are
so
talking
that
about.
means if something is horizontal to you, let me speak. That means if something is horizontal to you and it's that height or more, if it's more than that height, would mean that you'll be able to see it.
Okay,
Correct,
so
right? Which means I think that thing is taller than 51 feet.
Listen to me.
Distance to the
So
ground.
what should be blocking those oil rigs?
Water if they're no feet tall, but they
So the
are
horizon,
tall.
right?
They are tall
Do you know
though.
what sea
Listen.
level
Tall
is?
enough
Do you
to
know
be
what
able to
at
see
sea
it from
level
miles
is, man?
away.
Yeah, he's now. So the horizon should be blocking it, right?
What the fuck is at sea
Yeah,
level?
but if
Okay.
it's that tall, no, it
206.
shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. No, it shouldn't.
Dude, you gotta stop talking and listen.
Yeah. So the
You're
horizon
not
should
letting
be
me talk.
blocking
That's
it.
why I'm angry.
The horizon should be blocking it.
No, it shouldn't.
Yes, it
That's what I'm
should.
trying to tell you.
No,
Okay, can
because
I
you
speak and tell you
started
why?
out by trying to tell us that the horizon should be at 3 miles, which is wrong anyway, but that's the thing that's supposed to be blocking the stuff in the picture, and the horizon is behind the oil rigs.
Okay,
That's
so
the
let's
point.
say the 1.2 miles for 1 foot is correct. So
It is.
Something has to be parallel to you and horizontal or parallel. I don't know. Horizontal or
The
parallel to
horizon
you.
is all
I
the way
don't
back
know the
there.
name.
It doesn't matter. Everything is irrelevant because the horizon is all the way back there. That's why you need to focus on.
Let me speak. So something has to be at 10 miles away that you are 1 foot. Something has to be 51.3543 feet tall or more, like more than that. You'll be able to. Which means those pictures are possible if those things are if
Those
those
things aren't
things are
sticking out of
taller.
the horizon, dude. Those things are in front of the horizon. They're not behind it.
Yeah, you're missing the
You-
entire point, guy. You're missing the entire
He doesn't
point.
understand the Earth curve calculator.
According to the ball, those should be hidden by the horizon, meaning that thing behind them, the horizon, should be in front of them, blocking them. But it's behind them. So what you're saying is not, it's irrelevant because you're
What do you
ignoring
mean
the horizon.
it's
That's
behind them? Where?
They're not being obstructed by the horizon because it's behind them.
Where?
Exactly.
Behind it. Look at the photo. The horizon is behind both rigs.
So why do I see only part of it in your flat Earth thingy?
Okay, the thing that's obstructing it, that's not Earth curvature, okay? That's the water going up and down, all right? It's not the curvature of the Earth because it shouldn't be. The horizon is back there. If that was the curvature of the Earth, that's where the horizon should be. And that's what we're saying. That's where it should be, or in front of it, or closer.
I need to go to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow.
Okay, hey, Think about the horizon that's behind those oil rigs. Okay.
I
Think about it.
don't know if it is.
Where should it be if it was a ball? Just think about it.
It should be behind the horizon compared to you.
Well, you're ignoring the radius and the observer height.
Compared to you, it should be behind the horizon. What's so wrong?
According to radius, yes, it should be. It should be
Exactly.
in front of. It should be in front of the oil rigs. Okay, it should.
The
Right,
horizon should be in front, yeah.
so think about it. Why is it not in the front?
What it is.
Why does it appear like a flat surface, like a really big?
It is. In front of it.
It's not. The horizon is behind them.
It's not.
Go make an observation yourself with your own
It's
eyes.
not. What are you talking about? It's not. Look at the picture again.
Go set up
It's
an
not
observation
behind
for
them.
yourself to see. If you don't believe
It's
those.
clearly not behind them.
It's clearly behind them. You're having trouble
No.
here.
It's
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
tired.
it is.
Okay, I need to go to sleep. I'm really tired.
All right,
Yeah.
mate. Yeah, take
Give
it
it-
easy. Thank you for talking. We'll see you
Huh?
again later.
What do you say?
Give it another
Thank you
look in
for
the morning.
talking with us. We'll see you again later.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Good night.
It's 2:30 a.m. Sorry.
All right. Good night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
mountain
good
time.
night.
1 hour ahead of me.
Have a good night.
Peace out, buddy.
Yeah, where do you live?
I'm on the west coast in communist Canada. Gotta get out.
Oh, nice, man.
Oh,
Been there, done
I
that.
live in Arizona.
Yeah, I wish.
Communist great.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay, have a good night.
Later.
They just don't want to see it.
I hope he comes back.
He's been here before. He'll be back.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
Once it got real, he had to. He got tired.
I think he's smart enough to get it, but he doesn't want to yet.
That's the first time I heard somebody ask, "What is target hidden height?" Target hidden height is the target's hidden height. It says it.
Yeah, and what's supposed to be hiding the target? The thing that's behind the target.
The curve of the Earth.
Yeah. The horizon, which is behind the target. But he's looking at it like, I don't know, he's hallucinating the horizon somewhere where it isn't. He just does not want to see it for what it is.
Yeah, it's the ocean. That's what's the rest of it is under the water. Then there's some waves. And if you think that's the curvature of the earth, what the
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it's getting late for me too. I'm gonna follow his lead this time and pass the hell out. See you guys later.
Now go on, bro.
Right.
Can I stream? Can I stream?
When it got real, that last guy got tired. He's like, I have to go to bed.
I mean, I'm getting tired, dude. We're kind of stuck in a loop. I mean, he couldn't see what, like, I don't know, man. He couldn't see it.
Problem with these intellectual types is they have knowledge from books, but they've never tested it themselves, so they don't know that there should be a observable curvature of the Earth.
You talk about gravity all day, but right when you bring up curvature, oh, I gotta go. I'm so tired.
Yeah, case dismissed.
Man, how's everybody doing today?
Frustrated.
Good. I've been looking forward to the show.
Oh yeah, sorry we're running a little bit late. I don't know how to use the this Craig bot. I was trying to stop it and then restart it to for the show, but I don't know how to use the commands. Hey, Dandelion, do you mind starting the event for me as well? It won't let me on my phone. Or can somebody start it for me?
I'll start it. I just started it. She's still in the gold VC. She'll be right up.
What is happening?
Guess we should just go ahead and get it started. Indio said he was gonna show up sometime soon, so I'm assuming we'll just see him pop in. Hey everybody, my name is Brad. I've got Redford Bear here with us. How's it going, Redford?
Going well. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
We have a pretty dope show for you guys. It's about logical fallacies. We got some presenters. We got Dre's, Dandelion, and Indio. And like I said, Indio is going to show up, and we have a cameo from Karma as well. So I'm just going to start from the top of the list to the bottom. Atticus, I just want to say hello. Adam, how's it going, man? And CB, cut the shit.
What's
Elijah,
up?
Hello. And Batman and Jimsy, how you guys doing? What's going on, Glad?
Yo, man.
I don't know how to say your name. I'm Yahuda. Yeah, I have no idea. I probably bummed that up. I'm sorry. How's it going, JK, Jelly? How's it going, Karma, and KJ, and Master Chief, and Miguel? How's it going, Napalm?
What's going on?
Orion, Pwets, Resolve, Rookie.
What's up?
Sebu, and then Seb, Sons of Thunder, the Doc, Toasty Feet. Already mentioned some Redford Bear there, and Old Dude, Sonny, and Branch. Hope you guys are all doing well today.
Yeah, hey, thanks.
So,
You too, so thank you.
I have no idea what these guys are going to be talking about. I do know what they're talking about. They're talking about logical fallacies, but I have no idea what's on their list of things to talk about. So I just wanted to bring it up. In the live stream, most of the time, most of you guys are debating right versus wrong. This is a break from that. So I just want to make it aware that let's try not to judge these presenters' information against each other. Let's be open-minded individually. Just absorb all their information with your own discernment. If you disagree with something they have to say, either keep it in the text chat or keep it to yourself. Let's try not to interrupt them. Everybody's free to mute whomever. Obviously, let's try to keep the normal live stream etiquette. So, with that being said, Redford Bear, do you got anything to say?
No, I think you covered it. Yeah, just please don't interrupt when the speakers are talking, as they've put a lot of effort into preparing this for us. So we'll just be muting. No questions asked if you guys interrupt. And just save your questions till the end. We'll, after each person has presented, we can open up the floor to that. And you can also put your questions in the text chat, and we can read them at the end as well. And I think Indio's here. Maybe he can start the bot.
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm not starting. I'm going last.
Oh, okay.
She said start the bot. That's what she said. Isn't that what you said?
Oh,
start
I
the
did
bot?
start the bot. I already did that.
Oh, okay.
I already did. Way ahead of you.
Oh, the bot's not there though, bro. We're just saying we can't see the bot. Is it?
Craig bot.
Craig bot, the recording thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not there.
I said it was. Hold on a second.
Oh, it was in there, and then it left, and I'm not sure.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm not receiving any audio disconnecting. I wonder if someone deafened it. Hold on a second. I'm going to redo it. Yeah, it'll send you a DM like it's status.
Fallacies, 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 fallacies.
Who was that? Was that CV?
Yeah, that's Jesse Pinkman. Breaking Bad reference.
Man, so I was going to talk about my my favorite fallacy. The way I learned it was called the divine fallacy, but Drace has one up to me and told me that is basically wrong. Well, he didn't tell me it was wrong, but he sent me information for me to come to that conclusion on my own that it's wrong. I can't figure out what it's really called, but the fallacy is just because you believe something is true doesn't mean it's true. I was just searching through Google. I was searching through Google's fallacy memes, and I just saw it come up just like one of his red card memes. And I kind of just took it from there, kind of like the meme with Abraham Lincoln saying that everything you see on the internet is true. Yeah, I was shown up by Dre's. Maybe Drace can tell me what that fallacy is actually called. I'm not too sure. Drace, do you have anything?
Yeah, it's argument from incredulity or argument from personal astonishment. It has many names. Argument from personal incredulity or personal incredulity. It's also called some places online the divine fallacy. So I think that's fine.
Yeah, but when I went to go back and like actually research it for myself after you told me, I couldn't find anything to validate the divine fallacy of what I thought it was. So that's why I kind of just was like, all right, well, I guess Drace is correct. So
I thought I read it somewhere online as well. So maybe they change stuff online all the time. So I don't know.
Yeah, there's tons of lists too. It's almost information overload. Bradford Bear, do you have a favorite fallacy?
Yeah, actually, it's from the list that Drace had put together when he went over the fallacies for us in a silver meeting. So I'm going to pick this one. It's called an ad nauseum. So refer to the fact that something has been done or repeated so often that it has become sickening or excessive.
Oh.
So that's an interesting one. I'll maybe have to start using that, calling people out on that one.
It's also called appeal to repetition.
Oh, okay. Multiple names.
Well,
I like the ad nauseum. I like that. I like that name.
The ad nauseum. Well, Drace, on that note, do you want to go ahead and kick it off?
Argument by nagging. That's another one.
Argument by nagging.
Yeah. Well, you just keep repeating the same thing, that something is true without giving any further evidence for it. Like X is true, X is true, X is true, X is true. Mm-hmm. And you just keep saying it, and that's your argument.
I put 2 examples in the Livestream voice text on the logical fallacy page that Drace and I have been working on in our Flat Earth wiki there.
Well, before we kick it off, does anybody have any questions, comments? Anybody have any concerns they want to bring up? No?
So far, so good.
Yeah, I want to bring up, you just mentioned things changing on the internet. Well, Drace just mentioned it. So one that was changed, I don't know, maybe about 8 years ago, 10 years ago, was an appeal to authority argument. It used to just say it was a logical fallacy, but a lot of the definitions of it now have this little caveat that says something like, unless it's an expert in the field. Right, which is actually pretty ridiculous, right? So it's not proof of a fact because an expert says it, right? That's silly. If it's an expert in the field that's saying it, then the evidence that they're relying on should be the proof of the fact, not the fact that they said it. So you got to watch out for this changing of definitions, especially the appeal to authority, because who really does that help?
But that kind of makes
anything.
But that kind of makes it mean both. You know, like the appeal to authority is an appeal to authority unless it's an authority on the subject. What? You know, like
Yeah.
that defeats the whole purpose.
The problem here is they're conflating appeal to false authority and appealing to authority. Appeal to false authority is just like saying, "My mom said this, and therefore it's true." Your mom is not an authority on the subject; she's just a false authority, and you're just making her up to be an authority. Whereas appealing to authority is saying like, "Oh, he's an expert in this, therefore it must be true." Even though he has no evidence for it, he's just saying it. It has no relation to it being true.
Yeah, and another example would be an appeal to a false authority. I think, or maybe a derivative of it, is when somebody says, "Dude, cars had, a Toyota has a 357 engine. I know because my dad's a mechanic." Things like that. When people like appeal to some relative or acquaintance, they have some expertise. Therefore, they themselves have the same expertise, and what they say is true. That's silly stuff. I've actually dealt with that nonsense my whole life. People saying that. I have a particular friend who thinks he knows everything about cars because his father's a mechanic. So
that's funny because my father was also a mechanic for a while, and I know nothing about cars.
There you go.
I am a Discord mod, therefore I know everything about Discord.
We only need to know where the important button is. Leave server.
Oh, I thought the ban button was the important one.
Yeah, that is. Someone's leaving the server. Me, myself, and I or them.
The shitty part about leaving the server is, once you leave and you come back, it starts your counter all over.
Oh, yeah, Brad. Oh, you messed up.
Yeah. Instead of being like, I think I was like 12,000 something, I'm right back down to like 25,000. It's no big deal. But
it is disappointing, I know, because I joined day one, and then when I left the server and came back, now it looks like I joined in November 2020. But you know what? We all know the truth.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. The important people know the truth. That's what's, good way to look at it. But on that note, Drace, man, go ahead and kick it off for us. What you got for us?
Okay, so I wrote you a little presentation and I collected some materials together. I will stop from time to time to give you a chance to ask any questions if you have any. But I will essentially cover two informal fallacies, the non sequitur and the begging the question fallacies, two formal fallacies, the denying the antecedent and affirming the consequent fallacies, and two logical proofs, the modus tollens and the modus ponens. But I will start with the basics and defining some terms to avoid confusion. I will also briefly mention the fallacy and the fallacy variation at the end of this presentation, so that will round everything up. I recorded it, so it will take about 15 minutes to do this. Do you have any questions before I begin?
No, man, I don't have any questions. Redford Bear, do you got any questions for him?
No, I don't have any questions. Take it away.
Okay.
Thanks, Trace.
Moving on. Fallacies, the basics. Most of you probably already know this, but a quick overview for people new to this. A fallacy is a defect in an argument that involves mistaken reasoning. Sometimes fallacies are committed purposefully to influence or mislead the reader or listener, and sometimes unconsciously, as an ego defense mechanism. There are two main types of fallacies, the formal and informal. Formal fallacies happen when there's a problem with how someone structures his argument and how he's making his points. He might be speaking the truth, but the logic breaks down because of the way he's putting his argument together. A formal fallacy is one that can be detected by examining the form of the argument. It is an argument with a premise and a conclusion that does not hold up to scrutiny. Any questions?
None so far, man. Anybody got any questions for him?
I'll take silence as a no. Unlike formal fallacies, which are identified through examining the structure of the argument, informal fallacies are identified through the analysis of the content of the premises. In this group of fallacies, the premises fail to provide adequate reasons for believing the truth of the conclusion. There are numerous different types of informal fallacies, but I will only mention 4 here. To help clarify a little the terminology used in logic for people who are not used to it, I will define 2 words that get used a lot in logic: antecedent and consequent. An antecedent is the first half of a hypothetical proposition, whenever the if clause precedes the then clause. A consequent is the second half of a hypothetical proposition, the then clause following the if clause. And I will post these. Since these are important to keep in mind, since these words get used in quick succession and unfamiliarity with them can make the logic sound confusing. To start with, I think I will go with the most common or the simple formal fallacy. Simple. This is badly written. Or the simple informal fallacy, the good old non sequitur. It is present within most fallacious argumentation, so it's a great start. It literally means it does not follow. It means there's a divide between the premise and the conclusion. A non sequitur is all about making a giant logical leap that is totally unreasonable. Non sequiturs can also just be assumptions that are not necessarily true. All the following statements still take that giant leap which defies basic reason. Marilyn drives a Mercedes. Marilyn must be wealthy. She might be, she might not be. His apartment building is huge. His apartment must also be huge. It could be many small apartments within a huge building. You don't know. Billy is eating broccoli. Billy must love eating vegetables. Must he? What if you asked him and he told you he hates it, but he only eats it because Mom wants him to eat his greens? NASA has pictures. The Earth must be a globe. When they say anything followed by the Earth is a globe, it generally is a non sequitur. It doesn't actually follow. It's just a matter of finding that disconnect and pointing at it. So simply learning this single fallacy, and you can stop over 95% of what the globers use, because logically it does not follow and requires some assumptions or faith. And do you have any questions about this fallacy or any comments? Moving on. Now, because how closely related the other fallacies I want to cover are, and how it gets weaved together with them, I feel it's important to mention this informal fallacy, or the begging the question fallacy. It is probably my favorite fallacy, since it is very common for the globers to use, and it is any form of argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises. Begging the question is a form of circular reasoning. The fallacy of begging the question occurs when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion instead of supporting it. In other words, you assume without proof the stand position or significant part of the stand that is in question. Begging the question is also called arguing in a circle. For example, gravity is proven by experiment. I learned in school that Cavendish is an experiment, therefore gravity is proven by experiment. This assumes schools taught you the truth, then using that assumption as proof while not understanding what defines an experiment, and how Cavendish does not qualify to be one, regardless of how many people believe it to be an experiment. Here's another example. If the Earth is a globe, there would be thousands of scientists saying it isn't. There are not thousands of scientists saying it isn't. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Whenever they start with if, like if the Earth is a globe, or they assume an aspect of the globe to try to justify the globe, it is very likely a begging the question fallacy. As long as they end with a conclusion of any of their premises without having any valid logical format of either modus ponens or modus tollens mentioned later, they automatically are begging the question. The savvy among you probably noticed the previous example was also a different fallacy, and that is the fallacy we will talk about next. Anyone care to point at it?
What was the example you gave again?
I'll read it again. If the Earth is a globe, there would be thousands of scientists saying it isn't. There are not thousands of scientists saying it isn't. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Argument silence.
That's actually a very good, astute observation, because that fallacy is also hidden in there. But that was not the fallacy I was talking about. Good job.
appeal to consensus.
I can see that being in there a little bit woven in it, but no. Before we delve deeper into the formal fallacies, I want to mention
Appeal to the majority.
That's also woven in there, but that's not what I was talking about. I want to mention deductive reasoning or logical proofs, known as modus ponens or modus tollens, since the fallacies I will cover next are invalid or defective forms of those valid arguments. And that's essentially what that was. So let's start with the simple modus ponens. This argument form has one premise that is hypothetical if-then statement, and another premise that affirms the antecedent of the hypothetical premise. In the conclusion, then, it claims the truth of the consequent. In symbolic form, modus ponens looks like this. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. Lumen Learning Logic course made a non sequitur trying to formulate a modus ponens argument, showing how hard it is to be logical. And I will post that little example here. While formulated correctly as a modus ponens, if we get up before sunrise, then we have time for a run does not follow necessarily emergency or other reasons, and therefore makes a leap in logic, showcasing our first fallacy, the non sequitur. Here is a less fallacious example of a modus ponens argument. Premise 1. If something is more dense than the medium it is in, if P, then it falls, then Q. Premise 2. Something is more dense than the medium it is in, P, therefore it falls, therefore Q. Next, we will go over the fallacy mentioned before, and that is the defective version of modus ponens. And that's how I phrased that earlier example. It's called affirming the consequent. Recall that in one of the premises in modus ponens, affirming the antecedent, which is essentially what modus ponens is, it's affirming the antecedent of the hypothetical premise, the antecedent necessitates the consequent. That's the important bit. If it doesn't necessitate the consequent, it doesn't work. If the antecedent does not necessitate the consequent, it's a non sequitur fallacy. In the fallacious examples I will present next, however, the consequent is affirmed instead of the antecedent like this. If Earth is a sphere, if A, then we see boats disappear bottom up, then B. We see boats disappear bottom up, B, therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. The antecedent is claimed to be true because the consequent is true. But that does not mean it is. That was never confirmed. It was just the consequent that was affirmed. So we can't affirm the consequent to prove the antecedent. Does that make sense?
Yep, taking notes.
Here's one more example of this fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere, if A, then we would see shadows like Aristophanes saw, then B. We saw shadows like Aristophanes saw, B, therefore the Earth is a sphere, therefore A. This argument assumes the truth of the conclusion, so there's also the begging the question and non sequitur fallacies hidden within this, but this form is specifically denying the antecedent, so it's illogical in the form as well. These arguments are highly logical and can be dismantled via understanding any of these fallacies or the correct logical argument structure which they're trying to do but failing at. So onto our second logical argument, or modus tollens, a favorite of ours because we use it a lot with the black swan. This argument form also has one premise that is a hypothetical if-then statement, and then another premise that denies or indicates the untruth of the consequent or of the hypothetical premise. The conclusion then claims that the antecedent is not the case, that is, denies it. In symbolic form, modus tollens looks like this. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore P. And I will give you an example of that as well. We are all familiar with the black swan, so I will go over this very quickly and with new examples I made just for this. Starting with this fact: Taylor columns form in rotated fluids. If Earth is rotating the fluid air, if P, then Taylor columns would form in all fluids on Earth, then Q. Taylor columns don't form in all fluids on Earth, not Q. Therefore, the Earth is not rotating the fluid air, therefore not P. This next one I was not sure about until I read more about it from different sources. I wonder if you guys will have similar issues, so I will ask you a question after this. If imagined gravity can prevent greater gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, if P, then we would not be able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, then Q. We are able to exhale while upright against the imagined vector of gravity, not Q. Therefore, imagined gravity cannot prevent gas pressure from equalizing with less pressure, therefore not P. And I will give you a moment now to see if you see my issue when I was trying to make this.
Can you repeat that, Drace?
No problem. I'll post it so it's easier. And there we go. To give you an example, what bugged me was I used a negative in the then Q, and then I denied the negative with a positive in not Q. And that in the beginning I didn't understand how that worked until I further read more logic courses and found different examples showing it. To help clarify the context, not Q simply means the denial of Q. So using a negative claim and denying it using a positive claim feels very counterintuitive, but I have more examples of this to follow. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I'm still following.
Yeah, it's basically saying, if the gravity was acting equally, then it would be acting equally on us, and then, we wouldn't be able to exhale. Yeah, I like it. You came up with that yourself?
Yeah. Just while making this. Cool. The more you know, the more you can do. Next off, I'm almost done, by the way. Next is denying the antecedent. This fallacy can be seen as a defective or invalid use of the modus tollens argument. Recall that in one of the premises of the modus tollens, it denies the consequent of the hypothetical premise. In the fallacious example to follow, however, the antecedent is denied instead of the consequent. Premise 1, if I'm cleaning the kitchen, then I'm not reading my book. Premise 2, if I'm not cleaning the kitchen, the denial of cleaning is not cleaning. Conclusion, thus I'm reading my book, and the denial of not reading is reading. So there it gives you an example of how a negative claim is then denied with a positive claim. The premise here is valid. It's not a non sequitur, but this too is defective reasoning if you think about it. Not being engaged in kitchen cleaning does not by necessity infer that I am reading. I could be doing anything besides cleaning the kitchen. I also have this fallacy as used by Globers. If we would see forever, if P, the Earth would be flat, then Q. We don't see forever, not P. Therefore, the Earth is not flat, therefore not Q. This is a logical leap here between the antecedent and the consequent, so a non sequitur. We can also easily show how you would not see forever through a medium like air, so this is invalid and defective just on the face of it. And in the content and in the form. But then denying the antecedent. Generally, when they try to confirm the globe, they affirm the consequent. And when they want to deny the flat Earth, they use the denying the antecedent. And that's why I felt it was important to bring these up, because these are the things that they think are the most logical, and they think they're being logical, but they're just failing at using logic. Does that make any sense? I only have closing statements after this.
Are you able to post that last flat Earth example in the text?
If they would see forever one?
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Trace.
And my closing words would be, the movies teach them these fallacies and more as logical deductive reasoning, so people use them unconsciously thinking they're being logical. I would class them as level 0 in logic because they don't know any logic. A level 1 hears at least the irrationality, but he can't name the logical fallacies being used, but he at least knows it's wrong. Level 2 can name the fallacies, but struggles to help others understand being fallacious. They can be like, oh, that's a fallacy. It's this fallacy, but I can't really help you understand how you're being fallacious. And I would say level 3 uses the weaknesses of their fallacious argumentation to show others how it is fallacious and doesn't work. And that's, I think, the level we all want to be at. And some here are at that. I'm not at that level yet. I'm like level 2, crawling my way to level 3 by learning this stuff. Application is far harder than the book learning. And so this goes into the 2 last fallacies I want to mention in the end, because knowing the name alone of a fallacy can create an issue with the fallacy-fallacy variation, where the fallacies are called out but not shown, and it's important to not fall into the trap of the fallacy-fallacy, where you assume whatever is argued for is wrong because they argue with a fallacy. However, they should attempt to reformulate an argument without a fallacy, since that specific argument can't be dismissed on the ground of being fallacious, regardless if they are arguing for the truth. This is the end of my presentation, so I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Well done, Drace.
That was
for real, Drace. Yes, agreed.
I'll have to go back and study it and take notes, and yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of awesome information, though. I'm going to have to do that as well.
Drace, you're all over it, buddy. Thanks for doing all that work. And also, is there a section where Drace can just kind of have all this stuff to? And Drace, have you posted this anywhere else on the server? I guess.
Yeah, it's on our wiki.
It's on the wiki. Okay. What I mean is a channel within this specific Discord server. You know, like down the additional information, stuff like that. Is there a spot there where you can just label it, you know, fallacy fiasco or whatever? Yeah. Logical fallacies, yeah, something like that. Is that a good idea or what?
I mean, the easiest way to do it is exactly what he just said. I mean, he posted the wiki.
Cool. Okay. Word.
Yeah. Yeah. We do have a page down there for fallacies. I'm not sure if it's specifically like labeled as fallacies for people to find it. But yeah, it's pretty much just information copied and pasted from the wiki page and other fallacy web pages online.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
What I would like is screenshots of Globers using every single type of fallacy from within here. I keep forgetting to do that. So anybody else who also could take those pictures and screenshot those is a valuable contribution.
Yeah, I can see the benefit in that.
Yeah, great idea, because we got some examples there on the fallacy page, but there's so many more we haven't even added. Like in the discussion tab on that logical fallacies page, there's some that I want to add that we don't have examples of yet. And so, yeah, and we can even add more examples to the examples we've already got there, because some of the examples are just ones that we made up, but I have a few screenshots there of examples. It would be great to have more screenshots for sure.
Yeah, and the more you have, the more we just put into that individual fallacy page, and you can see all the different Globers saying all this dumb stuff.
Oh, we've got, a bunch of fallacies in the lobby right now, because all of us are busy, and they're taking advantage of it here.
Oh, no.
I just think you should see them. I don't know if anybody's got time to go up there and check them out. Yeah.
Does anybody else have any more questions, concerns for Drace? Redford Bear, do you have anything? You have any input?
No, that was really, really good. That was very fast. You went through all that very quickly. But that was awesome information. Thank you so much for putting that all together. I'm definitely gonna re-listen to that and make some notes, because I think that, Drace, what you said, that's kind of my issue too. You know, I listen to people talk about the fallacies. I've heard you just talk about them, but it's hard to apply them, like when you're in that moment, right? So I think that's a good point.
Yeah, that's definitely a big shift from being able to apply the knowledge of the fallacies and the weaknesses of that specific fallacy to show him how his argument is wrong, and just feeling and or knowing which specific fallacy he's using. There's a big gap between there. That's why I really like Elijah and Crypto and Indio, because they're good at doing that. They're at that level where they can they grasp the weakness of that argumentation and just present it to them in a simile or a different way of looking at it, so that they can realize that they're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And Karma did put in the text chat that we could make a game for it to practice identifying a fallacy. I don't think that that's a bad idea. I think that that's a pretty good suggestion.
I mean, we should talk to Matrix about incorporating Globe and Fallacy Bingo together. That'd be hilarious. And just play it through the lobby. They used to do that a lot. I don't know why they don't do it anymore. Maybe they got bored of it.
Yeah, I remember somebody pinging about the Globe Bingo once, but I wasn't around, so I'm not even sure how that all works. But yeah.
Globe Bingo is fun.
Yeah. Well, let's get the games going again, you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, Dries, that was fantastic. I don't think I have any questions. Does anybody else have any questions for Dries before we move on?
We could turn these into slides, like a presentation slide, so we could have it access to it while we're having a conversation. Pull it up, and that we just have that as a, reference. So I like that idea. I may just go ahead and make presentation slides with all of that you presented today. But I would like to see this as an ongoing series, and it kind of sounds like that's where you're headed.
Well, oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, even just for the break time, too, because there is like Crypto and Elijah as well, we can see if they would like to join us one time, and we can continue with the fallacies as well. But, Sunny, I think Dries had a bunch of slides already. Dries, do you have?
Does.
Yeah.
It's probably what he's talking about. It's probably already in the wiki.
Yeah, I made what you just heard was Logic 102. I made Logic 101 after that, just to add to it.
Oh, out of the frying pan into the fire for us then, huh?
Everybody's cool with moving on to Miss Dandelion?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Dandelion, go ahead and take the floor.
Okay, yeah, Brad asked me to give just a general introduction about why logical fallacies are important. So before I go on to my main thing, which is basically about education, I'm actually just going to read what is the intro at the Logical Fallacies wiki page, which hopefully will give you a general overview. But I think what me and Karma are going to talk about will also kind of address that, because Karma is going to chime in with her experience with young people and so on, because she works with young people. So anyway, why are fallacies important in examining the globe claim? One of the reasons that an unverifiable globe model with impossible dimensions has been able to be perpetuated for so long is that there is a serious lack of training in systematic logic. At one time, formal training in logic was an accepted and important part of classical education. And I'll just add here, like you've heard about the trivium, logic, grammar, and rhetoric, that used to be like just the basics of education. Now they're like almost nowhere to be found, especially the logic part. It should surprise no one familiar with current world affairs that it is advantageous for those hoarding power and resources to keep the masses uneducated and their minds untrained. By learning about and pointing out the errors in logic known as logical fallacies when they occur, we can retrain our mind to think more logically and clearly about the nature of our world and other important issues. So yeah, I think, when I came to the server, I was impressed that people were talking about logical fallacies, proofs, these kind of arguments, because, for example, the way geometry used to be taught in school was you would see these kind of, you know, argument formations, if P then Q, all of those all over the place, especially if you took, you know, like a higher level mathematical proofs course and so on. But even in math, they've gotten away from, you know, training children how to use these rules of logic, which are just basic ways to draw conclusions that so many people, as Grace mentioned, are just completely unfamiliar with. So that's basically the main theme of what I wanted to talk about with karma, is the importance of, and our kind of part of our presentation is about, oh my gosh, who put that book up there? Drace, I love that book. I have that book at my house. I was about to go find the screenshot of that book, and then you put it up there. This is so great. What a great synchronicity. The Trivium, the Liberal Arts of Logic, Grammar, and Rhetoric. That's a really good book. Highly recommended. Anyway, so what I was saying was, oh yes, youth, yes, that we are going to discuss how basically, you know, how children develop, how when different types of learning should be introduced at different stages, because modern education has really messed this up. They introduce abstract concepts way too early, such as the globe, such as evolution, such as the atomic model, and so on. At a time when children are at the concrete level and at the just exploring their concrete, you know, physical realm level. And so that's why they mess these children up so badly. So that's why we get these adult children in here that are like unable to reason their way out of a cardboard box, because their brain's been like literally, you know, completely screwed up with the wiring. But the good news is it's not too late. Even if you, I mean, ideally you'd want to get, you know, a young child and start kind of training them up as in the way they should go. But, you know, adult children, you can always go back to any stage that you've missed and kind of retrain your brain. It's never too late for any of us to go back and kind of figure out those gaps in our education and, you know, retrain ourselves, as long as we have the motivation to do so. So I'm only saying that as a preview, just so nobody's like going to sit here and be depressed like, oh my gosh, I've messed up my children, or I'm totally messed up, it's all over for me. You know, that's not supposed to be the point of the presentation. So, Karma, did you have anything to say just on that general note?
No, I think that's a really good introduction.
Okay, cool. All right, so, okay, so the first, actually, you know what? I'm just going to give you the outline to the things I was going to say, because I might not actually cover every single one of these points, because you guys might like start falling asleep if I got into like all the intricacies of Piaget and Waldorf and all that. So you can always go and research those things if you're interested. But if you ever go to education school, they are all about Piaget. And then apparently once you actually get a job, you're supposed to just throw Piaget out the door and just do whatever the hell the government tells you to do and forget everything you learned about how children actually grow and learn. So Piaget teaches about the 4 stages, and I'll just put these in I'll put actually this whole section into the voice text there so you can see what I'm talking about. Piaget, and all of these are like, you know, they're just general guidelines that, you know, he found from doing tons of interviews with children, I think like thousands or something, you know, he found, you just kind of generally grouped children into these phases, same with the Waldorf stages. Obviously, that doesn't mean like on the 7th birthday, the child suddenly, you know, changes and becomes something else. These are just general things, and some children are ahead, some are behind, and so on. So anyway, yeah, Piaget's stage is there. The sensory motor stage is ages 0 to 2, pre-operational 2 to 7, concrete operational 7 to 11, formal operational 12 and up. So in terms of like teaching formal logic to children, like, you know, technically the best time to introduce that is starting at age 12. But you can start, what I found, you know, experimenting with my own children, is you can start in like, depending on the child, in section 3 there, concrete operational, but the thing that you can see just from looking at the names of those, even without knowing like all the details about all of them, like up to age 11, you know, it's concrete. It's like they're messing around with stuff, they're figuring out how things work, they're like really interested in their world and curious if you let them be. spend a lot of time outside, manipulating things and so on. That's how they learn best. They don't learn best if you give them this abstract concept of the globe and tell them, oh, it feels like the Earth is flat and stationary, but you're totally wrong. Your experience is wrong. Actually, you're on this spinning globe. So anyway, it's not only unfortunate that they're giving them the wrong information, but even if that was the right information, let's pretend it's true, right? That's not a good time to introduce that, that your reality is completely wrong and everything you experience is wrong. If that were even true, I'd still say, don't even talk to them about that until they're older. It's a ridiculous thing they shouldn't even have to worry about. They should be going around learning about what's actually in their world where they live. And since we know it's false, that makes it even worse. And so then, anyway, the Waldorf stages, which I actually like better, that's more the kind of thing I'm using. Like Piaget is kind of the formal educational thing, like I said, that they teach people and then they never use it again after they leave education school. Waldorf, Rudolf Steiner, who was aware of the Earth's true cosmology. I have a Rudolf quote here somewhere. I got to try to find it for you guys. It's a really good quote. Anyway, he questioned the heliocentric model. I know Adam Unsalted, sometimes will put quotes in here from Rudolf Steiner. I'll just give you a link to the Rudolf Steiner page on the plaintruth.info. Anyway, he developed the Waldorf philosophy of education, and he divided children into 3 stages: will, ages 0 to 7; feeling, ages 7 to 14; thinking, ages 14 to 21. So again, they were not even gonna even get into thinking that hard until we're 14, and now you got them shoving these kids full of stuff, book knowledge and all this stuff that they're nowhere near ready to deal with, and calling that education, when all of their early education should be way more experiential, which is, if you're lucky enough to either have a Waldorf school around you. They're very expensive, though. I've never actually sent my children to Waldorf school, but there's a lot of Waldorf homeschooling stuff you could do, or even if your children are in a regular school, you could always do it at home, as a supplemental thing, because they have a ton of really good, natural toys and just, cool books and music and stuff like that. So I think the Waldorf education is really good. So, anywho, Karma, did you have anything to say there about the stages?
Well, I guess maybe just that I totally agree that you should teach it at a proper age, but you should always role model good logic from a young age, even if you're not, teaching them properly yet. Because knowing how to use logic at any age with kids, it's going to help them with their self-control and social skills. So, because it always spreads out from itself.
I totally agree. Yes, and even though, you might not necessarily at a young age, and that's the part we can talk about a little more in the next section. Even if you're not at a young age, sitting there and making them watch Drace's presentation and teaching them to identify the formal names of fallacies, you're still doing things that develop the logic that will come later. For example, we all know, if you want to use the scientific method, which is a very reasonable, logical, deductive method, you have to make a natural observation first, which is where tons of people can't even seem to do step 1, make a natural observation. But that's basically all that children are doing, their whole first part of their life. Anyone who's been around any children ever knows that's true. So, and that's what this first resource recommendation I have, which is for young people, Keo and Gus. That's from the Philosophy Children series by Matthew Lipman. I remember using this with my children when they were in first, second grade, that kind of thing. And they're basically just stories, and then you kind of just ask questions about the stories. It's just a very low level. It's not identifying fallacies or anything, but it's just encouraging children kind of to make observations. Yeah, absolutely. Tracy says natural observations are what children do. According to the Globers, the toddlers are doing science. Yep, you gotcha. You betcha. Sometimes they're doing it better than some of these college students we get in here. So, anyway, those are my recommendations for teaching logic from 0 to 7 is mostly informal training. Allow the child to experience the world on their own terms. Answer their questions as best you can, or research them together at their level, preferably with hard copy books, because they like to touch and feel. Ask them questions about their experiences and accept their answers as valid, presenting alternatives as needed. Okay, so then that's where you're kind of like starting to introduce them the idea of hypothesizing, you know, making your natural observation and then hypothesizing about it. You might know the hypothesis is wrong, right? Like, why is the sky blue? Oh, because God painted it blue or whatever. You know, you don't have to be like, no way, it's not because God painted it. Let me explain to you. You know, you can say, oh, yeah, that's a really interesting idea. And let's, you know, talk about this some more. Maybe look at these books. You can like accept that their hypothesis has some validity and, you know, possibility, whatever it is, without having to, you know, sit there and tell them you're absolutely wrong. Science has shown we live on a globe, you know, that kind of thing. Watch the clouds together, feel the stillness and solidity of the earth while lying on the ground. I think this is a great exercise just in general to kind of get people grounded in reality. Any age. If I had Zanuck here, I'd take him out to the field and we'd be looking at the clouds and we'd just say, Zanuck, you feel any emotion? And would Zanuck lie to me? Hard to say. Number 4, use natural materials as much as possible. Oh, somebody hasn't answered that question. It was rhetorical, but if you have got an answer of whether Zanuck would lie, I totally want to hear it. Is Zanuck here still? No, that's good. Thanks.
Probably.
I want to talk to him. He said probably. Okay. Yeah, I totally feel the movement, Mary Mom. Don't you?
I feel it so hard right now. Something like that.
Okay, so number 5, encourage imaginative play. Number 6, begin to introduce musical instruments, starting with drum, endo recorder, or pentatonic flute, lap harp. So Waldorf is really into the pentatonic scale in introducing music, and they have tons of like very cool songs. They encourage like singing songs about like things you're doing. You know, when you have cleanup, you have a cleanup song. Which doing cleanup songs, that's kind of a thing that they do a lot in early education, which I love. Do you have a cleanup song at the place where you work, Karma?
I actually just always make songs for everything without having heard of this. Like when I'm getting a kid to send home, I'll be singing their name. I'd be like, if your mom is here, I'd be like, Dandelion, the coolest and greatest. Your mom is here to pick you up, and I'll power slide into the room.
Oh my goodness! I totally. You're trying to recruit me to move to Iceland so I can put my children in your school, aren't you? That's what you're doing here.
Maybe a little bit.
That sounds great. That's the kind of thing I do too. Yeah. Okay, so where were we? Encourage singing. Yeah, well, this kind of goes with number 6 and what we just said. Learn songs using the pentatonic scale to start. So anywho, there's I have this one. This is not the songbook that I have, but I was going to recommend this one because it looks good, but I don't have it. So later I'll just take a picture of it and find it. But so did you have any other comments about that section, Karma, about 0 to 7? Is that what ages are you working with?
I usually have 6 to 10, but I also had a nephew grow up here from like birth until 5, 6 years old. So that's the age I'm most comfortable with, I would say. Although I always have 11 and 12-year-olds coming back to chat.
Cool.
But yeah, on what you were saying about songs and play and stuff like that, you can use story times and jokes and play and stuff like that to explain logic as well by using examples, by just using it in the play. I often have like where we're playing, you're maybe using Action Man, you can just be like, the guy is doing something, you're like, but what about this? We have to think about the logic of if he's doing this, he needs to be there, so he has to come over here first. What about the time between? And they're like, yes. Okay, and in the time doing this, and you just help them along a little bit within the game.
Absolutely. Yep. And so I think that's the important thing that people, with their own children or children, that are their relatives or friends can always be doing these things without necessarily, I mean, that's the common question we get in here, isn't it? Like, do you teach your children about the flat earth? It's like, well, yeah, whatever. I mean, like we've said 100 times, that takes like 5 minutes to explain when you have someone who knows how to use reason and logic. Like the more important thing is to have a child who is actually able to observe and make determinations about the actual world where they live and realize the difference between fantasy and reality, and that what's on their TV screen is not necessarily reality. I mean, that's just another example. Yeah, I do with my children because I don't like them being traumatized by like violent images on the TV, which I try to reduce them in general, especially for the young ones. But if they happen to be there and, there's some kind of violent image, I will often say to them, yeah, well, those, because they look shocked. They're like, if you notice, especially children that haven't been desensitized to it yet, I'm like, oh yeah, those are just actors. They're playing a part. Those people are alive and well today. They're just using props and so on, because there's no reason for them to be traumatized by events like that. What was the example you used on Ladies' Night about, do you remember the example you told us? Was that last Ladies' Night? You told us the example from school?
I think it was the one before. And are you talking about the 11-year-old who came to chat to me about NASA and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because we use
tell us that story?
Oh yeah, the thing about this, I also want to mention, we have a thing that we call teachable moments at work, where whenever you catch the kids having a conversation or talking about something, and I do this with lodging and all kinds of things like that, you grab the moment to just chat with them, ask them questions, or teach them something through play. That's what we call teachable moments. And it's all about just grabbing that throughout the day. You don't have to create them, you can catch them. But yeah, the other thing was, that kid was a freaking genius. He was interested in World War II and the British royalty, and I would sneak to him small little truther stuff, beginner truther stuff that he would check out. So he started to get interested. And then when it came to NASA and stuff, I would be fairly honest, but not say too much. And then I'd be like, well, I don't believe that NASA is telling the truth because it looks pretty fake. It's very badly done. And I think they're just getting a bunch of money without doing what they say they're doing. So I think they're just what we call a peningaplockare, somebody who steals money without anybody knowing. It's greedy man. It's a word. But then later on, he's like a year older, and he comes walking past when I'm in outside play, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I wanted to talk to you. I was watching the NASA thing, and the moon landing thing is definitely fake." And he was talking about how he watched a bunch of stuff, and his grandma is 6 years old, but she's been working in this pool thing for like 20, 30 years. And she said that the pool they're using isn't even deep enough for competitive use. And then he said he was watching something to do with like launch to Mars and stuff. And he was just like, "This is so fake." It was absolutely adorable, but got a little truther growing there.
That is cool. Yeah, that actually made me think of a thing that happened with my, he's 10 now, but when I joined the server, I bet he was only like 7 or 8. And, yeah, Brad and Redford, tell us if we're taking too much time, because me and Karma could probably just have a tea party here and talk all day long. I think we're only on like section 1, but anyway.
Why does there need to be a time limit?
Okay, I didn't know there was.
Yeah, I'm enjoying listening to you. Like, I think it's great. Continue, please.
Okay, yeah, so I joined the server like not that long ago, and yeah, news flash for people who weren't here when I joined the server. I used to get like really agitated at the Globers. Like I kind of do now sometimes, but I used to get like way more agitated with them because I was shocked. Like when the teenagers would first come in and like be like they're not getting paid. They're just like children, 14, 15 coming in and just like defending their oppressors left and right, and getting angry if you even tried to just hint that NASA might be lying. That just like blew my mind. I was like not very happy about it. So anyway, and then my son I can't remember what, he heard something on the radio that NASA was, going to Mars and one of their lies. I said, "Oh, Zach, this guy's, this is not accurate. This is a complete lie. NASA's definitely not doing that. There's zero objective evidence that they're doing this." And then he said to me, "Oh, I know, Mom. I hear you yelling at people in the basement about it." And I just thought it was so funny because I had no idea that he was even listening to anything that I said, and apparently he's listening to every word. So anyway.
I remember hearing you talk about them before. That is awesome.
Yeah. So now we are on, that was 0 to 7. Now we're on beginning formal training generally after age 7. Informal training never stops. Number one, continue encouraging natural observation. Continue encouraging questioning and keep asking questions. Look into their eyes when they're answering. So that's again about keeping them grounded in reality, not getting off into crazy fantasy land of the internet and the television, which they're going to start hearing more and more. Encourage them to choose a higher level instrument to learn. So yeah, the Waldorf at the young age starts with that pentatonic scale and kind of those easier instruments, but then, at this time they could start learning the violin or the trumpet or whatever, piano's always good. I think everybody should learn the piano because that one's right and left hand together. You have to learn to do both. Even if you choose another instrument, it's always good to have a bass.
You didn't actually drop off that fast, did you? Hold on a second. I'm
Oh,
still.
I thought that was me.
I thought it was me.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh dang. She may have
Did she just
I
stop
think everyone
talking? Did she just stop talking, or it literally dropped out that fast? I'm like, wow. What happened? But I really enjoy listening to Dandelion. Oh my gosh. It's fantastic. Man. That level of discussion is fascinating, yeah.
Well, until she comes back, I have an example of how knowing logic can help children, if you guys want to hear that.
Sure. Let's.
Yeah, by all means, go ahead.
Okay, for example, I'm going to give you an example of how bad logic hurt a kid. A girl who had horrible anger issues. Turns out the reason why she had anger issues was because somebody had told her you couldn't control your anger. That's why it did. It's okay, you just couldn't control your anger. So her logic for herself was, I cannot control my emotions control me. And when she started getting help with this, someone taught her that these are your emotions. If you're not controlling them, then who is? You're the one who controls your emotions. They don't control you. And as soon as she changed this and she started using good logic for herself, she stopped having these anger issues, and her social skills also improved. Because when you have bad logic and you make logical leaps, you can get easily upset, especially as a child. They'll be like, he meant to do that because of this, and and they'll explode and get angry. And they push their friends away and they isolate themselves. And the same thing can apply to good logic, where you can see when there is a disagreement within the child group, when a child has been brought up with good logic, they can actually resolve the dispute between the kids by just presenting it logically and calmly, and the other kids will be like, okay, it makes sense. They'll actually calm down, and it works even with 6-year-olds. But yeah, I think Dandelion's back, so I'm going to pass it back to her.
I'm so glad you took over. I don't even know when I cut off here. Like I told Redford Beer and Brad earlier, I even drove to the city, and I'm sitting in the parking lot right next to Cell Tower just for you people, but I still can't stay connected. But nonetheless, thank you for taking over.
I'm just glad to have you back.
Yeah. But so I started off with the 7 after age 7. I don't know where I left off, but anyway, I was going to talk about the fallacy detective book, so I'll just go ahead with that. So yeah, another story about the same son that was secretly listening to me talking to Globers in the server. So when I first started using this book in my homeschool, because I think the ages, it's somewhere on the page, it gives the ages, and like the official ages were only for my 3 older children. So I was only like officially teaching them, but then the 2 younger ones were like sitting there the whole time, and it's very goes into naming something. They have naming each fallacy. I'm trying to give you an example here from the website, and they usually have like little cartoons, like it appeals to children and so on. And so anyway, and my children just really liked this book. Like every time they asked to do it, because it's something that we would do, as a group and so on. So anyway, I was going through and teaching each chapter and fallacy with the 3 older, but then the other one was sitting there just doing his own work because I thought he was too young. I think he was only like 7 or 8 at that time. But then he started like identifying them, and sometimes he was identifying them better than the older boys were. So I realized, we gotta get him in here too. And so then he started doing it. So no matter what it is, the age they say in there, you can do it younger. So same thing, like I said about just these, the stages in general are just general. It's not like you have to sit there and like wait for their birthday. And Karma says they learn fast when it's like a game, right? They're competing, and he was like showing up his 3 older brothers by getting the answer before them. Absolutely. So yeah, if you get any kind of competition in there, then that's very good. So anyway, I find that to be a really good book to use for older children. I went through the 5 points of the informal training, never the stops, but I'm not going to repeat those again. Okay, here's the C. This is one I really wanted to mention. And I've heard Mimas, our admin, talk about this with his children before because, people will ask, how do you deal with this kind of thing with children? So I'll just read the paragraph I wrote before, how to deal with the influence of the mass formation psychosis. At this point, young people will likely be hearing false information out in the world about the globe, evolution, and other pseudoscientific ideas. You can begin to explain to them that it is possible to explore these ideas and learn these fantasy models while also recognizing that they have no basis in reality. You can also tell them that if they discuss these ideas with other people, expect an emotional response for the very reasons explained above. These ideas were implanted in them as children before their reasoning stage was able to properly incorporate them as abstractions. Use your intuition when determining what is appropriate to discuss here, depending on your relationship with the child and their life situation. So yeah, basically what they've done there, by implanting, let's just talk about the globe in particular, because, there's many other pseudoscientific ideas out there, of course. The globe in particular, by implanting that as a solid object, the globe in the classroom, the globe on every cartoon, the globe on the Weekly World News or whatever, the globe. They're like implanting that as a solid object, as if it's real at that concrete stage when the child is, learning from actually exploring their environment. So even though they've never experienced a globe, never experienced rotation and so on, we get them in here as adults, and they are like not capable of even thinking that it's possible that the globe doesn't really exist, even though they've never actually seen it, right? They've only seen images of it. Even when you point out, NASA explaining how
Did she drop out again?
Oh my gosh, did I drop out?
Oh, you're back.
I can hear you.
I can
You're still here.
Okay. Oh yeah. So speaking of that, Detective One Shot, he did send me a message DM there, even though we're in the middle of presentation. Detective One Shot, I did want to say, and since it applies to what we're talking about right now, his question is, can we go to space and see if it's flat? So the answer to that, Detective One Shot, and hopefully you'll stick around for after the presentation because I see you don't have any roles. Or if you want to jump up to the VC check-in and get a role so you can talk to us later, that'd be cool. But yeah, we can't go up to the fantasy medium of outer space as it is portrayed because Drace did point this out earlier in his presentation of why the entire, concept of having gas pressure without a container is fallacious reasoning. But yeah, it's impossible for that medium to exist. We can't have a vacuum uncontained next to the atmosphere of outer space. And on NASA.gov website, they come right out and tell you that they've created the globe image for you on a computer on the ground. There's no images from space, Detective One Shot. And Mr. Robert Simon will tell you that right on his own NASA.gov website. All right.
What's wrong with just going outside to see if it's flat? Why do you have to go to a special place?
Great question, Indio.
Did I come in clear?
Oh, I heard you.
Like, why do we have to go to a special place? It's silly.
NASA does claim that one photo is real.
Yeah, Apollo 17. We could go into why that's all the inconsistencies of that if we want to later.
Yeah, just to clarify,
just
they do
finish
claim
this
one as an actual legit image,
anyway.
but we know that's bullshit too.
Yeah, memes Apollo 17, that pretty much explains one argument, but there's probably like 75 more, along with, it being completely impossible to start with.
Looks like a painting to me.
This particular image is obviously a drawing from the book The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof That Earth is Not a Spinning Globe by Edward Hendry. It is a diagram showing you why the Apollo 17 image is impossible to have been taken at the time and in the way that they claimed. There's an entire chapter on it if anyone's interested. The book is free on the internet. Okay, so here's the next book I recommend, Harry Stoudemire's Discovery, Philosophy for Children, number 5. That's just another resource if you have children, or if you don't have children yet, you can always bookmark it and save it onto a playlist for when you have children. Never too late to start. I think I was pregnant with my first child when I started researching whether I was going to homeschool. They had charter schools in Michigan. I started meeting with this group that wanted to open a charter school. Never too early, never too early. Anyway, Karma, did you have anything to say about the age 7 and up stage?
Well, I did have one comment on the mass psychosis and the globe inundated everywhere, I've seen a presentation on how that just your general attitude, body language, and things and opinions of the parents can affect the children subconsciously. Mm-hmm. And I've seen examples of that in real life. For instance, a child came to me and showed me a drawing he made that was Donald Trump. Instead of Trump, it's the word for fart in Icelandic. And I'm like, why is he Donald Fart? And he's like, because he sucks. He's a bad man. And I'm like, why is he bad? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, why do you think he's bad? And he's like, my dad doesn't like him. And he's like, has he said something about him? And he's like, it's mostly just, even if your body language and the way if you treat the globe like it's a bit of a joke or it's funny, or if you treat it like it's just a religion that some people believe in, just like with the kids that are smart and figure out, okay, Santa Claus obviously isn't real or whatever, then you tell those kids off and like, let's not ruin it for the other kids because they want to believe in it and they're having fun with their little fantasy. They want to believe in this stuff. And I remember being told that as a kid and being like, okay, I'm not going to ruin it for the other kids though. And you can do kind of the same with like, it's people just believe in this, kind of like some people believe in this religion or that religion, and approach it that way. I don't know. I just want to comment on
That is an excellent point, Karma. Yeah, you absolutely, it does not have to be a crisis for the child. It doesn't have to be like, and you now must go, and you must each day wear a shirt that's to school that says the earth is flat. You must fight with everyone all day long. No, that's not what it needs to be at all. And it isn't that way. I mean, I've experienced the same thing. Like my youngest one, I was wondering, like, has he ever, because I'd never presented the globe to him as, as reality, whereas these other ones, some of them were at a school, earlier where they got that presented to them and so on, my older ones. But my youngest one, I'm like, I wonder what he thinks about that. And then one day I was actually making, I was either working on the Flat Earth Wiki or a video or something. I think I was working on a video. And my youngest one came up and pointed at the globe image. He's like, what's that? I think he was 5 or 6. And I was kind of happy that he said, what's that? Like he's never seen one before. I'm like, I guess I've done my job well. And so the first time he saw it was, me making a Flat Earth video. But anyway, I just said like a simple thing, like, that's just, it's a, people say this is where we live. That's an image of the globe where people say we live. But actually, we don't. They just made that up, and he's just like, okay. And then he just went on playing, they're not like, they don't need to have an existential crisis about it because they don't really care. Like you said, if your emotion level is not high about it, like they don't really care like that much about it. It's these adult children, little hissy fit tantrum throwers here that have staked their whole life on the globe apparently, and spent all that time memorizing the Klingon dictionary that are worried about it. I love this one that Drace put up here. I don't think I've heard of that one before, and it goes along with our friend Sisyphus rolling my boulders, Sisyphean fallacy, where a proponent of a position says someone can refute or confirm a position if they are able to complete an impossible task. That is good. That's based on the question that our friend asked about if we can go up into space. Grace?
Yeah. When they say they can prove the globe by either you or them going up into space and looking at it as a globe, they're using the Sisyphean fallacy.
I love that. That is wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, and then I found a link to Hendry's book. So if anyone's interested in seeing, all the inconsistencies, even in the images that they claim to be true, beyond the ones that Robert Simon admits are CGI, you can read that entire book. And it has a lot of other good stuff in it, too. Okay. Oh, there's a few sources I wanted to give for like high school or college level, like an advanced high school student could do these, especially if you've been like training them up the whole time. This first one is from Carnegie Mellon University. It's a free logic course. This next one's the Lumen Learning course that Drace found, which I haven't actually looked at that a ton, but I know Drace uses it, so it must be good. And this other one's a book that my high school sons use, and I have some lesson plans based on this book if anybody's interested in it. Theoretic logic. So anyway, those are those 3 resources, and that's pretty much all I had to say, unless anybody, I don't know, Karma, if you have anything else to say, or if anybody has any questions.
I think that's good, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I just wanted to emphasize again, just ending the way I started was it's never too late, to retrain your brain. Like, actually, I mean, even this logical fallacy book, like, I go through that with my children, and, I learn stuff from it because even stuff written at a child's level, you can learn things by teaching it to other people, obviously. And then, you can, it's not too late for any of us. So I just wanted to, even though this is focused on, like, how to reach children, it can apply to all of us. And Drace says the same thing. Yep, every time you go over it, you learn more. Absolutely.
And even if you don't have kids, it's good resources because sometimes you really do have to explain it at a child's level, whether it's a language barrier or an intellectual problem. But it can be helpful with the Globers as well.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for me or Karma?
Well, like one of the things about the you're talking about the adult kids, it takes more patience because when they're children, you still have to have patience, but when these adults, they have more tantrum. You have to have that patience to sink that information in.
I think that's a great point to make. Yeah, it takes more patience, especially dealing with adults in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server than it does myself dealing with 6 children, or when I used to teach in the public schools, dealing with 30 children. Even substituting 30 children in like one of the worst schools I've ever taught in was easier than dealing with adults, even one of these fantasy globe believers in the half the time the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server 2.0. They're just so stubborn and recalcitrant. They refuse to think logically. They refuse to put aside the premise of the globe. It is because of what we just said. They're stunted at the time of their development when they should have been learning about the real world. And some, I mean, I'm not saying like, it's not like education. They just like prop up their eyeballs with toothpicks like in Clockwork Orange and force them to look at globe pictures all day long. I mean, some, there's experiences obviously you have in just even your typical school where you're dealing with reality. Certain subjects lend themselves to it more than others, like certain aspects of biology and chemistry and so on. But it's just overtaken. I really do think it's partly this generation where the internet and the television have just overtaken their brains to the point where it's like you're literally, reaching through the matrix, talking to someone that's plugged into a completely different reality, and, you know, trying to actually, you know, deprogram them to convince them to go back to the reality where, you know, they actually live and are breathing, walking around and eating, but their brains are somewhere else, disconnected, and that takes even more patience. And the thing I've learned here on the Discord is it also takes sometimes recognizing, yeah, this person, and I never want to say they're hopeless. Actually, I do sometimes say that and then I feel bad afterwards. But at this stage in their development, some people are just not ready. And maybe it's because of that, you know, some people don't want to revisit their childhood, right? And so if that globe was implanted there in childhood, some people are like, nope, not going back there. So there's a lot of psychological things going on there that we have to deal with that you don't have to deal with if you're talking to a child who hasn't been, like, you know, as badly indoctrinated or contaminated with this stuff, for sure. I agree, Karma. Yep. Karma says she has endless patience for children, but when a grown-up is being a deceptive sophist, even I don't want to deal with them sometimes, absolutely, because they won't listen to you. So what's the point of spending the time with them when, you know, they don't even want, they don't
Yeah, the kids at least listen. They have the sense to listen. Or if not, it's easy to get their attention.
Dandelion, can I just say something that I've said to other people in the survey before? And that's these children are taught things at the age of roughly 5 years old, and it's kind of a 1 or 2 year period in which they get taught this information about the globe. But then it's not challenged at 10, it's not challenged at 15, it's probably not even challenged at 20. So you're looking at maybe 25 before they start reflecting on whether or not the globe is real. So you've got 20 years of indoctrination there to deal with, essentially. And that's a long time.
Yeah,
I
for
don't think
sure.
it's until you're out of school or out of college or out of university or out of study that you can actually reflect back as an adult and re-examine your life and as someone who's more mature.
Yeah, that's why I think, you know, I don't know what the answer is, because it's not like people are coming to this gaming server and saying, yes, can you please go back and retrain my brain and re-educate me? No, they're not. So, you know, we just can do what we can and present the information, and some people are ready to hear it, some people aren't, but, you know, we can give them different resources and hope that maybe, even if they're not going to, like, thoroughly get it, completely understand this globe model has zero basis in objective reality and is not scientific, you know, or mathematical in any way, you know, even if they just start to even question that, or question the moon landings, you know, or question just, you know, stories that they're told, I mean, at least that's a start. So we aren't necessarily going to bring everyone to completion, you know, that's here. Helio also suggested this logic lessons with Mr. Spock, which I haven't actually watched, but I know other people have recommended this in the server, so I just thought I'd put that up there. Apparently it's good. I haven't actually watched it. Okay, so are we ready for India, or what are we doing?
Yeah, does anybody, I guess nobody has any other questions. Thank you for presenting. That was very informative. I enjoyed listening to that.
Bravo.
Thanks for having us.
It was almost like a 2-for-1 special. It was like a presentation on logical fallacies, and then we got like a grinds my gears type of rant. I love those rants. So yeah, it was like a 2-for-1. I appreciate that.
Did I rant? No, I don't even remember ranting. It just comes out. It just comes naturally. I probably did.
It was a 3-for-1 with ladies' night included.
There you go. Do you want me to start ranting about ladies' night? Yeah, if India's not here, I could rant about something else for a while.
Let's see if India's around.
I'm here. Give me a second. Give me like 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, I wasn't sure how you were going to tile that in, Dandelion. And then when I saw the what was that, a PDF or that wiki link thing that you had sent in the chat, and when I read it, I was like, oh, this is going to be so good. So that was very enjoyable to listen to. But yeah, if you want to add anything else till India's ready.
Oh, I do have a question for Dandelion.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering what you would say to like teachers or educators regarding like flat Earth and like looking into it? Because I'm sure we have those people listening as well.
Yeah, see, that is a very good question, Cyberblitz. Thank you for asking that. Because when I first realized, and I will go into this story in detail on my podcast with Crypto and Crowd. I can't even remember the name of that podcast anymore because they stopped doing it. But, it was called Why Would They Lie? I don't remember. Anyway, regardless, I explained how I got into Flat Earth. It's because I was writing a term paper to get my master's in science education to tell students why they were wrong when they said the earth was flat. If they heard that on Twitter with their favorite rapper, I was going to explain to them why they were wrong, because that was our assignment, is to explain them.
Well, sometimes.
So,
no, continue. I'm not sure who.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, but then when I started researching and I realized, oh my goodness, I can't, I did write the paper and I kind of presented both sides of the issue, but I realized there is not a lot of good answers to some of these questions these flat earthers are raising. And at that time in 2016, I didn't, in no place on the internet did I find the 8 inches per mile square predicted curvature, any mathematical measurements and so on. Once I found that, on, it was game over for me, but it started to make me agitated. How am I ethically going to keep teaching this if I can't back this up? But then and then even after I was certain, after I saw the mathematics that prove it conclusively beyond beyond a shadow of a doubt that this curvature is not measured or observed anywhere, I was like, oh, can I keep teaching Earth science? They assigned an Earth science class to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I going to be able to teach this? But then I found that it's just kind of like how I explained about teaching to your own children. It's I have not even one time lied to a student about any of this. And it's not an issue. And it's basically the things to the contrary, I found I've gotten way better at my job because I am hammering home the scientific method, hammering home examining sources, hammering home, you might find that on the internet here, but look over here where it completely contradicts what it says there. So what do you think the real story is? I mean, it's made me a way better teacher without one time ever using the phrase flat earth. So my advice would be, if you start to realize it, don't get anxious about it or think you have to quit your job because you probably have to feed your family and all that. And that goes for anyone who has a job that's, where you think it's going to be a problem. You don't have to go to work and, start, like I said about the children, you have to go wear a flat earth t-shirt to work. That's, some people do that, and people have different paths. But to me, it's way more important to just to get people grounded, thinking logically, thinking in reality, than to get involved in phrases and ideas that are controversial, that are going to make people emotionally triggered, to where you're not actually going to make any progress with them and so on. So I don't know if that was your question, was what should they do? I mean, I would say just, keep doing what you're doing, but become the best you could possibly be at it, so that, there's no room for anyone to be questioning you, basically. I mean, isn't that what we do here?
Yeah, just to touch on that, I think what Dandelion said is really key. Especially when you're still in the learning, or you think you're in a research phase and you're still gathering information.
Right, because not everyone is ready to tackle this topic in public, as we've seen, and that's why this place is a great training ground. And then you'll find, that you can't, in India, whenever you're ready, you can cut in, we're just killing time till you're ready, but you can find that, you can introduce, is he roboting?
Yeah, was that India?
Okay.
Am I
think you were, I don't know, maybe try disconnecting and
Oh yeah, he's roboting.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, what I found is you introduce, and I know a lot of people do this, you see what level of truth the person you're talking to is ready for. So you don't have to go right to the jugular, right, with flat earth. I mean, you can if you want to, like if you're Witsit, and you are into that kind of thing. But like, like I did with my homeschool group, I've told this story before, I'll just tell it briefly. They were going to make outer space the science topic for the entire year. Our homeschool co-op where, you can go once a week, and cooperative, like each parent teaches a different class and so on. So I wrote them a 2-page essay using my credentials, my degrees, and so on about how it was impossible for outer space to exist in the way claimed. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Here's this physicist, that physicist, the other physicist that questions these theories such as dark matter and so on. Never once did I mention the words flat earth anywhere in there, but I, just explained to them why they were going to be misinforming children, as well as they were supposedly Christians, so that were going to also be contradicting what they were telling their children and telling them to read the Bible and so on. And, never mentioned flat earth once, but said, if you guys choose to do this, I'll have to withdraw my children and we ethically won't be able to participate in, in spreading this misinformation about the astrophysicist fairy tale. And then I got no response, no substantive response at all. Like, I wasn't even that nervous about writing it because I'm just like, even though these are the ladies, I go to dinner with and so on. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, but like, I know if you got your facts, if you kill them with the facts, right? Like, Karma, you were talking about killing them with politeness, be polite. List the irrefutable facts, and most people are just, that's what I find in the world. I don't know what other people find. It's like they're just kind of like, they don't have an answer. We know they have no answer because they've never researched it. They don't really know what you're talking about. And so they would just avoid it. That's my experience. And then you can feel like you are moving through the world in truth and continue on with your life and don't participate in the lies if you can avoid them. Or if you have to, like I said, explain to your children that that's what we're doing to humor these people, just like Karma said about Santa Claus. You don't want to necessarily make other people's children have information that's going to get them into hot water if those children are not ready for it or if they're going to have an emotional breakdown and so on. Yeah, you're way better,
Well, I
Indio.
think it's okay. Well, I want to say something about what you said.
Oh, goody.
I personally, I have no problem with teaching somebody the globe model, as long as you emphasize that it's just a model. So there's actually historical precedent for this, because when Copernicus and Kepler came up with their heliocentric model, the Ptolemaic model was taught side by side with it for something like 200 years. They didn't just say, oh, we're just going to abandon this. They just said this model might be right, that model might be right. In fact, they would teach Tycho Brahe's model, which is where I think that one's where the moon and the sun, I think it's the sun and the moon orbit the earth, but the planets orbit the sun, something like that. So that's an even weirder one. But as long as like you tell them this isn't a physical reality, it's just a mathematical model to make predictions of this, that, or the other thing, and it doesn't mean anything real. We have lots of models that do that. So I don't know why people are surprised when we, like, globe earthers come in here and they're like somehow surprised when we tell them it's just a model and it's not reality, and we do this all the time. Like, they seem stunned. Like, no, this is like well known. Things aren't really in two places at once. They have no problem. Quantum physics does it, but like when it comes to the shape of the earth, all of a sudden, no, it really is. No, it's really a globe. Go to space. You'll see. Anyway, that's what I want to say about that.
Yes, I like that. Thank you. I appreciate that, definitely. You don't need to be afraid of models. We can examine them and then discard them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even even if it works in one particular circumstance, just use it for that particular circumstance. Usually you're doing it for some utility. Like, do what works. There's nothing wrong with that. That otherwise you're just as religious as they are, right? You're just like, well, because you guys are saying this is the reality, I refuse to use this globe model, even though it works in this situation. That's just being religious too. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Anyway, whatever. So should I go?
Yeah, man, you might as well shouldn't even pause. Keep going, man.
Yeah, so this is a short and sweet. I got this idea kind of. Well, I'll go back. So Matthew Learns was in our live stream, right? And he was talking about a mathematical proof, and there was some over it.
Did he cut out for anybody?
Yeah, I cut out for a second. Sorry. So there was an argument about it, and what Matthew Lawrence said that you can prove that there's an infinite number of primes using a proof by contradiction. Now this kind of like bothered me because I'm not too hip on infinity, and I realized that this is all actually. And he even cited this goes back to Euclid. Euclid was the first person to ever use what's called the proof by contradiction. But so the proof is this, that if you have a finite set of primes, whatever that is, right? Say the first 10,000 prime numbers, if you multiply them all together and add 1, that will also be a prime number. But that prime number won't be in that finite set that you started with. That means that for any finite set you have of prime numbers, there'll always be a prime number that's not in that set that you can create with that set. So this is a proof by contradiction because there's always there's no definite finite set, then there must be an infinite set. This is actually wrong because, and I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say why. Because two logical fallacies. The number one logical fallacy is it's a false dichotomy. Even though we use the word infinite and finite as if they are opposite things, they actually are not. And the reason they are not is because, what's the word for it? Is because it's a false equivalence, right? They're actually not equivalent things. A finite thing is an object, where infinity is an operation or an action, right? One is a noun, the other is a verb. So notice in this proof by contradiction, right? You have to do an operation. You have to multiply primes and then add 1. That's actually doing something. Now you can do that action forever, but that doesn't mean like the result of that action is infinite too, right? So it's also a non sequitur fallacy on top of it. But the point of all this is we have a lot of traditions where people say things are proven, right? And they'll use, I would call this a false proof. And I would say, don't have any sacred cows. Don't, just because someone said, yes, this was proven by so-and-so 10,000 years ago, and it sounds good on the surface, don't be afraid to examine it and poke at it to see if actually it might contain some sort of logical fallacy. So sure, Matthew Lawrence is probably like spinning right now, spiraling, that I actually said a mathematical proof was not a mathematical proof, but he'll get over it. Anyway, that was pretty much it. But this also does go to something with flat Earth when they say things like, where's the edge, right? Well, if I walk in a straight line forever, there's got to be an edge, right? This assumes that, but this is the same false dichotomy, finite versus infinite. And there's something called Zeno's paradoxes, and he proved 2,000 years ago that you can't prove with logic whether we are in an unbounded or bounded universe, because you can do this mathematical operation where, right, and I'll give you the example he used, it's Achilles and the tortoise. Well, that was one. I'll give you a more modern type example. Say you have a wall, right, that's 10 feet away. Now, I can walk 5 feet, cut half the distance, and approach the wall. And mathematically, I can keep doing this, right? And then I can go half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance, and half that distance. And I'm approaching this wall. Mathematically, even though I'm getting closer, I'm actually never going to reach the wall. But we know from experience that we actually can walk 10 feet and touch a wall. right? We can prove that there is a boundary by going to touch it, but mathematically and logically, we can't prove it. So when they say things like there's an edge, there must be an edge, especially when they say there must be an edge, I just ask them to prove it. And their response is, well, what else would it be? Which is not actually a response, right? It's like, this is the only thing I can think of. This is what I grew up with, so it must be this. So, like I said, the point of this is, don't assume that there's any sacred cows just because we grew up with these like in our childhood, and they've been told to us by our teachers that X, Y, and Z has been proven. You know, they provided this proof 1,000 years ago. That's not necessarily true. Re-examine what you've been told, and you know, you will all be better off for it. That's it, Finny.
I got a question for you, Indio. Since you got a pretty short presentation, I wanna bounce a question off of you.
All right.
What do you think the number one fallacy that a flat earther commits? That we don't call each other out on.
Let me think about that for a second.
All right, go ahead. While he's thinking about that, does anybody have any questions, concerns, comments, or anything?
I would like to answer that question real quick, and I would say the fallacy, because I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but there's a lot of flat earthers that in the heat of the moment do make non sequitur statements.
Yeah.
And like you said in your presentation, non sequiturs are very common. They're not like some weird thing. They're very common that people just jump to. It's really non sequiturs, jumping to conclusions without evidence and without a logical step in the middle. And everyone does this. I'm sure I do it. So I'd say probably that is the most prevalent. But the fallacy, that's probably a cancer too. Thinking just because somebody can't prove something that it's disproven. That's not how it works. It just means they can't prove it. Disproving something is actually pretty tricky.
Yeah.
Like the primes, like that's a good example of they tried to disprove that there's a finite number of primes, right? Or disprove that there's an infinite number of primes, and in order to do that, you know, they do these, you know, weird contortions, and what they end up skipping over, they have to make an assumption, a non sequitur in there, that finite and infinite are opposite things when they're actually not. I can actually take a finite thing and have it, but no infinite. There's no infinite thing I can possess, and I can only talk about it by doing an operation that I can actually never complete. Basically, it's imagination versus reality, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I have another one that we are sometimes guilty of, and that's the red herring, because we allow them to drag us into the weeds, or we drag them off into the weeds ourselves instead of letting them concede the point.
Yeah, I agree. That's something we can all work on more. Is making them especially when they jump from one topic to another, making them concede one point before they move on, because that's what they do when they get uncomfortable, is jump on to another one.
Can I input here?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Awesome show. I had some audio issues, so I've been listening the entire time because this is an amazing presentation that everyone's given. Jace, that was awesome. Karma and Mary Mom. I hear Redford over there too. And is Norman hosting it? Is it Norman? Is that his name? And then
Norman? No, man, this is Brad.
That should be your next name. I like Norman for you, Ghost. I think that'd be good for your next name.
Well, my bad. Everybody involved. This is awesome. This really makes my day. I would say that flat earthers affirm the consequent and in an attempt to answer a question after the burden of proof has been reversed. So they'll try to come up with a reason as to why something happens in the sky, and sometimes it falls into an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Okay, Elijah, I got a question for you, man. I tried to when we were planning the show and we were coming up with the presenters, I tried to get a hold of you, but I couldn't. So I'm actually glad I got your attention for a second. I have a question for you. So, I had it on the tip of my tongue, and now I don't. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, man. It's gonna come to me. Somebody start playing elevator music for me.
No problem. I'm here. Whenever it comes back to you, I'll be on the side.
Yeah, somebody else take over for a second. I'm gonna try to think of this. I had it, and then it just.
Yeah, I was just going to say in regards to what India said earlier about, not, about recognizing the premises that we are accepting as true or that someone verified them at some point. I think, there's this other extreme where people come in here often when they're the straw man fallacy, I guess. I mean, what was the question? What's the most common or favorite? I can't remember, but straw man is like, don't we used to have straw men in here all day long? It's like, in one of the straw man fallacies that they come in here is like, oh, so you guys don't believe anything unless you've seen it yourself, or you guys throw out everything. Nothing is true. Nothing is real. And that's just like so far from the truth, because I feel like what we're doing is the opposite. We are starting from scratch, but we are building up, kind of a body of knowledge here with the info channels we have down here, with the work we do here every day, with the YouTube streams, with this Flat Earth Wiki we're working on, where, no, we're coming up with some information here that, is highly verifiable. Like, you could run out to California and go look at those oil rigs if you want, if you care enough. You can come over and look at the Chicago skyline. You can do all these things. Here's a body of knowledge that we are compiling here that you can verify, that is verifiable. Whether you choose to have the energy to actually go do it or not is up to you. But that is probably my least favorite straw man fallacy is that coming in here and saying that nothing can be known, then you guys are throwing out everything, which is not true at all. What was the question Ghost asked that we're answering?
No, earlier I asked.
Earthers use most.
Yeah,
what?
He asked, you're answering the question before that. Last question was, what fallacy do you think flat earthers use most? But you made me think of missing the point, because that's a really, really common fallacy, or not conceding your error and not addressing the argument being made, but rather, like you said, with a straw man or something else, go off into something else. If you want to answer the question, that's cool.
Elijah, man, I got you. So, okay. So based off of the fallacies that you know of and that, you can basically retain, what's the hardest logical fallacy for you to hear, like, in real time? Go ahead.
I'm sure it happens all the time, because I'll hear something that sounds off or not logically consistent, but I won't have the proper term for it. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. So
I know how you feel, man.
A trick for me when that happens is finding an example that works, that uses the same logic, that's really absurd, that can often, and like, you just condense it a little bit, and then that often helps you identify it.
I think I might have one, because I was just questioning what fallacy it was, and I think I've identified it. So this guy, people will go, "You're welcome." People will go, so this black swan, how was this scientifically proven or scientifically validated? I don't know how to answer it because the first thing, the first feeling you have is to tell them, well, it's not a scientific experiment that I'm doing, but they'll insist that that you can't scientifically validate something that was never supposed to be scientifically that was never put forth as a scientific inquiry. So I think that would be a category error on their part, and a category error is pretty much when something is said that's odd, that doesn't necessarily go together, necessarily make sense. Like, let's hold on. Let's go to good old Google. One second, I'm in the elevator too.
So yeah, before he comes back, I don't know if all you saw there that CJ made a logical fallacies category while we were all speaking here, because somebody asked about that at the beginning, so now we have one. Thanks, CJ.
Nice.
Good job.
We could put, some of the stuff we've shared today, we could put in there. We could add more stuff. Maybe this presentation, if Helio or Roger have it, we could put that in there. I don't know. Are you guys going to make this as a separate thing? Redford Baron?
Yeah, that's why we have the recording bot, Craig. We're going to try and do that. I think Indio should get the file, and then I'm not really sure what happens after that. I'll have to touch base with him and maybe create somewhere where we can post these. Or I can even just get it and start like a YouTube or something and just upload them. Whatever's the easiest.
Was Elijah still answering? Because I thought he said he was in an elevator. I didn't know if he was out of the elevator.
Maybe not yet.
Now
We're
you
running
really
in.
play the elevator music.
Oh yeah, where's Krishimir?
Has anybody already posted videos for children to learn logic and critical thinking? Because I'd like to find some to play for my son, who's 9 years old.
Yeah, she
And my
posted
daughter.
she posted a lot of books and videos, like the whole.
Are they just in chat or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all those links that I posted and I'll put them down in the Logical Fallacy channel so they're all in one place. So you don't have to go searching through.
That would be awesome.
Starts at from 12:36 and.
But I actually don't think... Oh, you know what? The only videos I posted were the ones that Helio suggested, the Spock series. That'd probably be good for children, but I don't actually have a lot of actual videos. But that would be a good thing to have. I don't know if that even exists for children. That's a good question. I'm mostly focused on books.
I just searched it on YouTube. I'm listening to you guys, and so I was like, let me, because I have my kids this weekend, and so I was like, trying to get them off the video games for a little bit and watch something educational. And so there's a video right now. I haven't watched it myself yet, but it's how to teach logic in homeschool, logic and critical thinking resources for second grade. That was just like one of the first things that popped up.
Oh, well, put it up there. I'd like to watch it.
Yeah, I just typed in teaching children how to think logically into the
Same here, man.
But yeah, I can share that, sure.
Glad he asked if the Fallacy Detective book is very Christian heavy. I don't think it is. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it is. And that's the thing I also wanted to say about resources in general. Like, not obviously. I think there might even be something about globes in that book. I can't even remember, but like a lot of times I just pass over those things or examples that I don't want to use. I just don't use them. It's definitely not very Christian heavy. They might have something there, but I really don't think they do. I think it's pretty secular. Fallacy Detective book, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we should just have a resources, for homeschooling, which I don't know if we have that or not, but because because geography books are iffy. Like, I just got a good one for my first grader that just has flat maps, doesn't even mention, because some of them, like at the beginning, especially workbooks, they'll say like, we live on a globe, and then every other page is flat maps, so I just like rip out page 1. Although some of you guys don't like that, I know. I guess I just rip out page 1 because like they've seen that. I've told them before. It's like that's what they say, but it's not really true. So I just rip it out and then we just start on page 2. That's pretty much almost every book, is they just, they don't actually go, as we know, they don't teach anyone the globe model. Nobody here knows the globe model because it doesn't work.
Well, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark of the show. Out of the almost 50 people that are in here, does anybody have anything that they want to say before I ask these guys to make any closing statements or anything like that?
How to get away from the straw man fallacies, like they say, because sometimes we do waste a lot of energy on the straw man they bring up, because it's all based on assumptions, logical, that they brought up.
And begging the question. We tend to beg the question with them a lot, and it's better to not do that and nip it in the bud. So yeah, straw man and begging the question, nip those right away.
Yeah, I would say that the best course of the most correct course of action when logical fallacy is committed is not to speak as if it didn't happen. Because once you go down that road, you're kind of continuing off of a faulty premise in the first place. So in any instance, it would be a waste of time to even allow it to continue. Unless you're just having fun, or unless you're trying to demonstrate to someone how deep in fallacious reasoning someone could go. When someone is trying to learn what your position is, it's fully within your right to tell them that's not my position. And if they begin to become assertive and tell you that it is your position, you can just disengage with that person. So if it's not really about a crowd, or it's not really winning a debate, respectfully, if someone's coming to you for answers about what you think, they should, if it's genuine, they'll just allow you to tell them what you think and where you've gotten the information and what examples you can give or that you've come across and things that you've done on your own to validate whatever it is that you've said. So if that's not happening, you don't have to do it.
The fallacy that usually follows begging the question or straw man, that usually comes right after that, which you don't want to fall into either, is the burden of proof reversal. So you don't want to fall into that either. So when you call them on one, and they'll be like, if they want to know what you think, and then they'll say, oh, well, how would you? So you also can't fall into that trap of reversing the burden. Because that was something when I tried to talk to my girlfriend about these topics, she would often be like, well, what's your, and you can't. She was like, you can't question it if you don't have like the answer to, she wanted the replacement or whatever. And I was trying to explain to her the burden of proof reversal, and she wasn't quite getting it. But those three are the most, I think, common. So they'll straw man or beg the question, and then right after that, they'll reverse the burden.
Yeah, with the straw man, for instance, it's just important to let them know that that's not what you're saying or how you're presenting it, and then restating your case. You can see this really well done if you look at Kathy Newman's interview with Jordan Peterson, Mr. Make Your Bed.
So what you're saying is?
Yeah. So what you're saying is no, that's not what I'm saying. I said this. This is what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
Every time someone says that, it's 100% straw man coming, 100%, because they're about to rephrase your words for you.
I absolutely love that video of Jordan Peterson and that woman and how she was doing it over and over and over. So what you're saying is, and he would not allow her to do that and straw man him.
No, I'm not saying
That's a great video. I also seen a video. It was pretty cool about logical fallacies where they used Joe Rogan as an example, and then they analyzed one of his interviews and then highlighted how many times logical fallacies were used, and I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah, you're jumping around topics right now.
Clean up your.
Can I say something really quick? Just before we get too far away from it, based on what Lai just said, I just want to say that, yeah, if you ignore bad behavior, you're also encouraging it. So if you don't address the fact that they made a fallacy, you're just encouraging them to be more fallacious because they get away with it.
Are we ending the show or what?
Yeah, we're about to wrap it up, man.
I'd like to just make one little statement. Thank you, Drace, for doing this and everybody for putting this together. I'd just like to say something real quick and concisely. It doesn't matter the content of the conversation. If it is illogical, then it fails all tests.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know what? Because I was just thinking when Roger put in here, don't forget Globers like their ad homs. I think when you asked, what is the reason why this is important, it's probably something we should have started with, but let's end with it. It's because we are encouraging everyone to look at the content of the argument. And the reason why Globers tend to use this fallacious reasoning is because it's all they have. They don't have content. As we know, they have no evidence. They have no proof of curvature or rotation. They can't show us gas pressure without a container. So that's why they rely on these fallacious reasonings, because that's supposed to distract people from the point. And it works in many contexts. That's why in many contexts it does work. That's why here in this server, we try to force people to stick to the content of the argument. So like when Roger mentions the ad homs, that is, and people misunderstand that one all the time as if that's just name calling. No, that's when you claim that, they're just a bunch of flat earthers. Why should I listen to people on the internet? It's like, yeah, why should you listen to people on the internet? You shouldn't. You should look at the content of the argument, examine it on its premises, and see if it makes logical sense or not, which is everyone wants to do everything else except for that main thing.
I love that you mentioned that because I was really close to being guilty of ad homs earlier today talking to Senek, because I would end after my arguments when he ignored my arguments and my next argument would devastate his previous one. I would end my argument by insulting him. And that's not, that's just rude. That's not fallacious. I'm not substituting my argument with an insult, which is what an ad hom is. It's a diversion from the arguments with an insult.
I think we're guilty.
Yeah, but Zanuck is a special because what he's done so many times to me and others is he'll reposition the conversation at every point. Like you can, make yourself clear, but he'll reposition it and he'll try to move forward 3-4 steps.
Yeah.
And it would be hard to undo that. And then when you begin to undo it and point out what he's done, he'll just say you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about. And he'll stop you from bringing clarity to the conversation. When all he's doing is strawmanning your position, really, and then trying to work from that. Or he'll be talking about something that is correct or accurate, but it'll be a non sequitur or red herring to the actual point.
Yeah, I find that really annoying because it's not addressing what was said before. It's just proclaiming your right by talking about something unrelated.
I mean, talking how. Sorry, go ahead, please, Mary.
It's just a little thing. I was just gonna say, part 2 of this presentation could be a live demo with Zanuck, where he just speaks, and then we each just like in the voice text see how quickly we can identify all the fallacies.
I was actually wondering. I don't really know who he is. Could he come in and we could do that? Actually, that's pretty funny. I was
It would be fun. We could, yeah. You could do it with a lot of people, right? That's what we got to start practicing on. What were you going to say, Elijah?
Just that the light rays bending, always in the context that they're talking about is really begging the question, because it's a theoretical model about how light rays bend around the globe at a specific rate. That's all it is. But in reality, refraction, nothing. We don't have a phenomena that we can identify and validate that those presuppositions. Because if you look on YouTube and you type in does light travel in a straight line? Yeah, it does. An example someone gave, it was a pretty it was pretty ridiculous to get the point across, but he was basically saying we know that light's not bending because I have this piece of paper in front of my face and you can't see my face because the light is not bending around this paper to meet your eye. And so the bottom line is, when something is in front of you, the light is making its way from that thing to you. That's at least how it's described. So that being said, the only way to describe light bending from a source to your eye is in the model that they've, used to explain why everything that we think we're not supposed to see on the globe can be seen on a globe. So I don't know.
All right, so we're pretty much going to end the show from there. Do you guys want a part 2 coming up in the next few weeks, next month or so?
Yeah, with more examples, like some video examples.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out.
Yeah.
Or not video, but audio, of an interview and point out the fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
The comment ones.
Yeah, we'll see what we can work out for sure.
Trace says no.
Trace wants a break. He just wants to be an audience member next time. Don't make him overachieve again. He's an overachiever.
I don't mind doing more work, but I was talking about Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob's not okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my bad.
I thought he was answering the "Do you want a part 2" too, because it came in there right after he said that.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who's involved. Red for Bear, Dandelion, Dre, Cindy-O. Appreciate you guys. Karma, thanks for making a cameo. Same to you, Elijah, for making a cameo. And thanks for everybody coming out and listening. It was a good time. Appreciate you guys.
Fallacies.
Thank you, sir.
Fallacies.
Thank you, everyone. That was very good.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentations, Drace, Dandelion Karma, and Indio for putting all the effort in. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Now we go watch Monkey.
Yeah, can you try to stop the bot, or do we need Indio to do that now?
I don't know. He sometimes just keeps it running. Then I think he can cut it off.
Oh, okay, and then he can kind of cut it out or whatever.
I think so.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll be back here.
Sounds good.
Okay, go ahead and play us out, KJ.
Fallacies.
Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl, somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informants who informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we courting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, what extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricks. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
Again, thank you, Redford. Thank you, Dandelion. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Elijah, Karma. Thanks for everybody showing up. Thanks for everybody having some awesome live stream etiquette. Much appreciated that nobody had to be muted, nobody had to be kicked. It means more than you know. I'll see you guys next time.
That was an excellent outro right there with you talking over the music. That really closed out
Good morning. Is anybody hiding around here? Somebody's typing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to mute myself.
Oh, no, you're fine. I don't think anything's going on here anyway.
So, how was your day?
Oh, it's just getting started. Got the outside of it. How about yourself?
Okay, that's good to hear. I mean, like this VC right now is like the smallest I've ever seen. Like usually this voice chat is like full of people, but yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. Sometimes in the morning, like I've seen where there's like a rush of people on in the morning, like early morning. And then about this time they seem to go away, and so I have seen it a few times, but there'll probably be more on here very shortly.
Yeah, like I mean, I live in Europe, so but ever since I got free from my job, like yeah, I had some issues at my workplace regarding this whole truth thing. Some people didn't really like it, but anyway, my sleep schedule has been like adjusted to the American time. So yeah. I'm usually around when like the Americans are around.
Yeah, I know there's quite a few here in the Eastern time zone, and it's 0800 now. And then, but I think we still got quite a few in the Central time zone. So it could just be an off day. I'm sure they'll be here eventually.
Yeah. Are you from the South by any chance?
Florida.
Florida. I'm sorry for the laugh, like Florida just has some reputation, I guess.
Indeed we do. We are the pretty well
Yeah. I mean, one thing I can commend Florida for is like the people are straightforward.
yeah. And a lot of it is because we've got so many retired people here that put up with so much crap through their life. They're like, no more.
Oregon is in Florida, or is that a state?
Ask that again.
New Orleans.
New Orleans. That's New Orleans, Louisiana.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so Louisiana is about northwest of where I am. You could draw a line. If you went directly west of me to the west coast of Florida, then you could draw a straight line over the Gulf to go to New Orleans.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty familiar with the states of America, but about the cities and I'm not so familiar with.
Yeah, it's there's so many. Obviously, there's 50 states. It's hard to remember exactly where the states are. I've traveled a lot, so it's easy for me. But it's you think of Australia is the size of the U.S., and they have like what, 7 states, I think it is, or maybe it's 6 states plus a territory.
But it's not as inhabited, if I'm not mistaken. Australia does have a lot of, nature, let's say. That's pretty dangerous and uninhabitable.
Yeah, because I think like 95% of their population lives 100 kilometers from the coast or something like that. I think is what I've heard.
Yeah, like, and Australia isn't the only country like that. Like Iceland, for example, almost all of their population, like, literally to the coast of Iceland, in the south.
Yeah, it makes sense. And then here, then in Canada is the same kind of way that I forget what population lives within 150 or maybe 200 clicks from the U.S. border. Like it's something like at least 90% or like within 150 or 200 clicks. I don't remember the numbers exactly, but they're very close to the U.S. border.
Mm-hmm.
And we're stuck in that uncomfortable middle. We obviously don't have the population density of Europe, and we have a significant landmass like Australia, but so it makes it hard because we definitely have a very advanced freight network, but we don't have the population density to support passenger rail very much. We do have the population density to have very developed petroleum pipelines and very, very stable power grids, but they have to move all that a very far distance, and it's an interesting middle ground between, say, like Europe and Australia.
And I think that's also a variable to play in, like, for example, the internet speeds, and indirectly also a proof for the flat Earth, because in Europe they have better internet, if I'm not mistaken, but that's because the cell towers are much closer to each other than in America. Like in America, you have way more land to cover, and in Europe you have like these cell towers like literally so close to each other, and that's already evidence that it's not going through satellites but through land-based infrastructure.
No doubt about it. And the other interesting thing about it is that North Dakota, of one of the least populous states, has fiber optic to the home. Let's see here. Hang on 1 second for me. I got to respond to text message. Give me about 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay. I didn't even think about today was Tuesday. So we'll figure that out. Anyway, so where was I going on that? But yeah, and what's interesting about that is that because it was so unpopulated and it's so cold there, that it was a better investment for them to bring fiber way out into the middle of the roads. I guess the fiber does better in the weather changes, and definitely not going through satellites. It's definitely terrestrial based.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a if you go to the history of the United States, now let me ask you this first: what part of Europe are you in? What country? You don't have to tell me exact area.
Well, I do live in one of the most densely populated countries in Europe, Belgium.
Oh, Belgium. Okay, great. Yeah, no. You had to go to Belgium. I tell you what, I think you could see a lot of that the Earth is flat from Belgium. I think you could. I would think Belgium, Germany, Bavaria, Austria, and Switzerland would be great places to demonstrate the Earth flat. But I'll come back to that in a moment. But I don't know how much of American history they teach you in Belgium, and I'm guessing you probably get a very small overview, but I think you can see the Earth is flat in American history.
Yes, and also like they do teach quite the whole history of how America was founded. For example, how they rebelled against the British, the founding fathers, and yeah, the Boston Tea Party and all of the things surrounding the whole revolution, basically.
Yeah, and I remember being a kid and they talked about this triangle route that the British supposedly brought slaves to the Caribbean. Then they brought other things grown in North America to England, and then they went down to pick up more slaves.
Mm-hmm. Like
it makes no sense. But when you look on the flat map, England, the UK, however you want to say that, is halfway between North America and Africa. So it wasn't a triangle route. It was a just the UK was in the middle. So it's very obvious from that the Earth is flat.
Yep. And honestly, like within the education system, they do double speak a lot. When it comes in regards of like, for example, to Earth and how it was taught, they're taking that mentality of like people weren't as educated back then. But when they speak on any other subject, they're like, yeah, people back then were just as capable as people right now, and they're not stupid. So they are quite double speaking and contradicting themselves. So I don't.
So you mean when you learn more lies, then you are more knowledgeable?
According to Tim, yes. Because honestly, I would even make the
No,
claim
that's
that
not what he
people.
said at all. Please, no, he didn't say that at all, my friend. But please continue on. You have
Go.
you're close to your thought there as far as the the people in times past. Please continue.
Yeah, what I'm saying here is like that the school systems do claim that. That's not my claim, but that's a claim of the school systems. And I would even make the claim that people back then were even more intelligent than people right now by average. Because if you look at, for example, the Middle Ages, like a tax collector had to memorize all the debts and
credits of every single person they were serving individually, all by his own heart. Right now, we have all the tools to put it in a database, but back then, everyone had to memorize their parts of their job by heart, and that trained their brains more, and it helped them with their cognitive abilities. But right now, technology is dumbing people down. It's making them lazy, and people don't even know what they ate. For example, 2 days ago in the morning. So yeah, technology didn't make us, how do you say it, smarter.
Or
It just
intelligent.
allowed us to have more access to information. But just because we didn't, how do I say it, people became lazy. Like most of the people, 90% of them don't use the internet for becoming smarter every day. Although they could use it that way, but most of the people waste their times on the internet using it for reasons that don't profit them. Because the thing is, it was a quote by one philosopher, if I'm not mistaken. If you put a person in a prison with bars, like physical bars that they can see, they will try to escape that prison, right? But when you put a person in a invisible prison with the invisible bars, they'll be comfortable because they have the illusion of free will. They will stay in that place because they're comfortable. They won't move out.
Well, you see, here is where the ordinary people make mistakes of thinking. Once you get in prison, you know that it's a bad thing to escape. It adds up to what you already have to pay, you know. So nobody in prison wants to actually escape from prison, but to be released free, you know. So yeah. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, like I honestly think that the prison system isn't a positive way to rehabilitate people, and I think it's simply a tool that they use to like cause some form of division. I thought about this years ago, but I need to refresh my mind on it because I had a
Well,
pretty strong
the
argument.
concept, you see, the concept of prison doesn't come from the governing system. This idea, it's not from them. It's borrowed from the Bible.
I know, but
So
the
it's
Bible has
from God.
different. I know it is, but they're
Yeah.
perverting it, if that makes sense. Because the Bible,
Yeah.
when it talks about restraining people, it's talking in a different context. I'm not saying that restraining people is a bad thing. I'm saying that the system they use to restrain people is not exactly correct. Because when you restrain someone, you want a positive result coming out of that. Like, for example, let's say someone gets charged, for example, for piracy. I know a friend of mine.
Mm.
He used to pirate TV shows and so on, but he lived in Japan, and in Japan, they have strong rules against piracy and copyright, so you could actually end up in prison. And when so it's pretty funny how a person who commits murder and a person who simply chooses to not pay for movies ends up in the same place, and that same place isn't gonna treat you right. In that place, it just teaches you how to survive, quote unquote. Like it leads you out a bigger crook than you already were.
Well, if in Japan it's illegal to watch copyrighted movies like downloaded from torrent and stuff like that, that is the user's fault because he did not know to encrypt the information that he's holding on his computer. Even I, for example, I have no problems hacking a military server, stealing information from them, as long as I keep it encrypted with a military code, that means that any private investigator or police investigator, he needs to acquire a military encryption warrant. Yeah. So he needs to receive permission from the military to actually access that kind of information. And that is like you go into a military base and you get the full access to it, you know. And then he could accuse you of terrorism if he gets that kind of access, you know. But ordinary policemen, they don't get such warrants, not even the FBI. This is why NSA and CIA exist for, you know, they are doing their own investigations. And when those guys come, yeah, you should be using something like quantum encryption, you know, which you need the quantum computer to have it, you know. So it's pretty hard, you know, to have such kind of information like secured. Uh, the encryption which not even the military doesn't reveal is this blockchain which is being used in the weaponry. So if they if they come to your home, yeah, and they decrypt that kind of information, that means like from your home you are establishing full access to all the US weaponry, and they won't do that, you know. Yeah. But yeah, this guy, I mean, it's his own fault that
I
he
know.
didn't learn this. And now that he was in prison, he was supposed to learn where he was wrong.
I mean,
And
you're
he
correct.
didn't,
He
you know.
wasn't.
He made
And get
prison time
I want to
meant
add.
nothing. He wasted his time there instead of learning this, you know. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
and the thing is also like he wasn't very smart about it either because he did go around
Mhm.
bragging about doing all of that and someone snitched on him
Yeah.
and so even if you do it without encryption you shouldn't go out and brag about it to people
Yeah.
because it will get you in trouble, especially in Japan when they all are against it heavily. But yeah, I mean, were you in a military at some point?
Well, it's actually stupid, you know. I'm against this. There is a lot of. I mean, these torrent websites, they are not illegal. They are legal, and they are legally accessible on internet. Um, it's stupid to think that if you download something like a song, yeah, you should be put in prison for that. That is idiocracy. Um,
Yeah,
the
like it's not like
problem is, the problem is, if you download it, you know, and yeah, I'm using it in my home. Yeah, I'm not streaming it on YouTube. I'm not uploading it anywhere public, making it accessible. I'm not selling it, you know. I'm not making any money out of it. I'm only listening it on my devices. Then this should not be illegal. But when you sell it, then yeah, it should be a problem. Those people
exactly.
should be put in prison. But people who just downloaded and listen to that music at their party, Yeah, they're private party. I don't care.
Exactly, because the difference is
Yeah,
in is
but
physical
if
theft
you,
and
for
like
example, yeah, also like if you download it and you go to a club and you're playing it this music in a club, that's illegal because the club is a registered functioning business and they should be using respect the copyrights license and stuff, you know. It's just like a radio station. It's just, yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, like piracy isn't exactly the
mm,
same as stealing like a physical
yeah,
copy, because with piracy you're simply taking a copy and the original is still there, other people can still buy it. But when you
yeah,
do actual theft, like for example you go to a store and you steal like a physical copy of a DVD, yeah, that DVD you
yeah.
stole isn't in its place anymore. Like someone else couldn't have bought it anymore.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah.
look, there's a funny thing, you know, if this guy had, for example, like 100 million credits uh, written on in text file on one CD, yeah, uh, in Japan, do you think how much prison do you think that person should be making?
100 million on a DVD.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, can you elaborate? Like, what's the question exactly? Like, would that
Like
DVD be worth 100 million?
I'm gonna crack Bank of America and Wells Fargo, and I take all their customers, yeah, all the credit card numbers issued by these two banks,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So I have all the information that they have of their clients, and I store this information on a CD. Yeah, it fits on one CD.
And how much prison time should they get? Is the question.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say until that person does uses it, like he shouldn't get prison. But the moment
No,
that person
look,
uses it,
look.
spreads it.
Uh, Let me give you an example. I had an investigation, and the police found a CD with 80 million credit cards. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What I got was a fine of approximately $200. I had to pay this fine because I was storing uh, this electronic payment information. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't encrypted, it wasn't anything, it was just in the open, text file. So it's the same in Japan. They will give you a fine for this, and for downloading and listening to an mp3 you actually go to prison. Is this world fucked up in their mind, in their heads? You get me?
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's an interesting area to cover, because like it wasn't my initial thought to go that way on the other side. My point was more on whether the prison system itself was adequate at rehabilitating people. But yeah.
well, what rehabilitating? I mean, these kind of files you can get them like you go on certain forums and you have a file with some information and you exchange with another guy. Yeah, he gives you his files, you give him some of your files. Yeah, you exchange, and you call this like a stamp collector. You know, it's very legal. So to exchange files over the internet. Hey, I exchange the files I have on my device with the files you have on your device. There's nothing illegal in this, you
Yeah,
know.
peer to
But
peer.
Yeah. And now these guys are saying, "Oh, if you download an MP3, yeah, you should be making prison." But I download customer database information, and oh, there are companies, advertising companies, which are fucking hacking, and they use spider web programs, yeah, to crawl over all over all sort of websites which are registered businesses, and they tell you specifically, do not collect information from our website, yeah. But they still do. They get that information, and then they use these um, big databases that they build, yeah, and they send spam email, and there's so many of them. And
Facebook
who's
being one of
doing this? Who's doing this? All the major news media networks, all of them.
them.
So yeah.
And one thing that also didn't make sense for me in regards of music copyright, like they tell you can't quote unquote pirate a song and listen to it, but at the
Yeah.
same time they upload it to YouTube themselves so that everyone can listen to it for free. Like that's some
Yeah.
hypocrisy.
Yeah. Exactly. Any song you search on YouTube, you find it, and it's there.
Yeah.
So what is my country gonna not allow me to listen on YouTube? Is gonna ban YouTube? Then fucking ban it. Japan, yeah, Japan should be banning YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Before they put that man in prison for piracy. That's
It's truly an idiocracy, like the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
governing system.
Mm.
And honestly, I feel like they're simply rolling a dice and being like, what stupid idea would we bring so that we can laugh at the people next?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
I have
about
I
hacking.
have a Romanian friend. I have a Romanian friend, and he got into something similar. He was here in Germany working, and he got a letter in his mailbox, a fine from the German state, telling him that he downloaded something on internet, the movie, and not even the whole movie, like 3%, you know. And what the fuck can you watch in 3% of a downloaded movie? You see a few pixels from 1,000 frames, just a few pixels from random 1,000 pictures. It's not just making one whole picture out of that movie. you know. So these people are hallucinating, And I told him, you should be careful, just check and verify that it's really the German state you're having this problem with, because there are so many scammers and scams which sound exactly like this. And yeah, did verify, and yeah, it is the German state. And then I told him, then they must provide, his internet service provider broke his privacy law.
And get beget.
They,
I have a
yeah,
question for you.
I mean,
Like,
he's using payment systems through the internet service provider, through his internet service provider. They must ensure him that he has a secure line of communication so he can use payment systems. This all must be encrypted. All this communication has to be encrypted. And these motherfuckers now, they give all this stuff to some sort of German authority, yeah,
Mhm.
everything like that in the open. They have decrypted everything. So they are decrypting my bank information, even the bank itself. Yeah, you wanted to ask something. So go ahead.
So I assume you're familiar with like hacking and coding and so on.
Coding, yeah, I do have, basic general knowledge, but I didn't like programming. I was more like messing up with what others program, like they finish a program and then I look what's his problems of functionality, bugs, backdoors, things like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So I'm gonna explain to you what happened to me. Like just before I start with my story,
Yeah.
when I download something, like I'm not like stupid.
Mhm.
I know what I download, and I'm very careful about what I download and how I
Yeah.
download it. And even with
Yeah.
sites, I never like put in passwords in a site. I always look at
Mhm.
the site first. So
Yeah.
this couldn't be through phishing or anything like that. But
Mhm.
like a few days ago, on my account, like my Steam account, it
Yeah.
suddenly had problems logging in, and I thought, yeah, perhaps I forgot the password. They requested to like forget password, and then I look at my email and it's showing me that someone changed my email, my password, and my username. And I'm like, huh, what happened? So apparently, some Russian hacker, he got to my account, he changed the credentials and sold it on a black on some Russian website, like
Yeah.
a market. So then I wonder, how did he get in my account? I never had any instance where I gave him like a loophole to
Well,
use.
on what server? On what server was this account?
Steam.
Steam?
Do you
Steam
know it?
dot what? No.
It's a very popular site for like buying games. Like it's very secure
Okay.
overall.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's Steam with
Mhm.
Steam.com, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay.
Not
Well,
Steam.com.
if this guy took the user list from this server, then yeah, your account name is in that list. So there's not much you can do other than contacting the business itself and
I mean, I
try
got my
to
account
get back
back.
your account. Yeah.
I mean, I got it back already, but
And
the question remains though, like Steam, like all the transactions and login and the whole site is encrypted. Like everything
yeah.
about the site is encrypted.
Well, wait,
So
wait. You see, people hear this stuff. Oh, everything is encrypted. Well, I tell you, when I hack a shop admin, for example, a web store, yeah, and in this web store, uh, all the new users which register, sign up, yeah, it's encrypted. They do it through an encrypted link, yeah, connection. But this user list is a database file, Microsoft database or .db or whatever. There are many softwares which databases software. So there's more file terminations like this, similar. Now, when I take the admin of this web store, that whole list is not encrypted for me as the admin. You know, for you it is encrypted. You don't even have permissions to see the other users. because it's not a open platform like Facebook where the users can see among themselves, But in a shop, you have your account and you don't know who else is buying from that shop. You can't see the people, you know. It's more restrictive. But yeah, when you download the database of that certain shop server, yeah, you get to see them all. So that user account of yours on Steam.com, it is in a customers list.
So basically, he made himself admin and looked at my passwords.
Uh, he didn't. He most likely didn't personally look at your password. He sold it, or publish it on some hacker forums, and yeah, 100 hackers pay them. Each one of them pay $1 or $10, yeah, to this guy, and he makes it available for viewing for these 100 hackers. I don't know, 100 accounts or 500 accounts from that server. And now all these 100 guys, they take all those accounts and quickly act on them, do their stuff, what they want to do, buy a game or whatever, download,
Okay.
Yeah. And if this is the case, then if you use the payment, I don't know what merchant this Steam.com is using, but if they have their own payment processor merchant, then your card number details would also be stored there. If you made the payment with PayPal, then probably it could have even your PayPal password. So yeah, you should be careful.
Yeah, like that's why I don't
Yeah.
have the same password on
That's a
every
very good thing.
system.
Yeah.
Because I would
Your
have
email,
assumed.
your email address and PayPal, they must definitely have different password. Never use the same password for your email and PayPal account. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, this is how I was making money many years ago, and that was when I just download from online shops, customers databases, and they have their email and password in that shop, yeah, plus the card number details. And then I just try that email address and password at PayPal, and I find that this guy also has a PayPal account, and then I try it on eBay, and he has also an eBay account with it, So yeah, it's very easy.
So
People
the
use the same
whole.
password on many websites.
So every Eastern European is a hacker.
Not every, but yeah, there was quite many of us. Yeah.
Y'all are a different breed, not gonna lie.
Well, it was about the times, in 1990s up until 2002 in Romania, there were no laws for internet hacking, cracking, terrorism, anything. we were like, oh my god, I can take over some servers in the US, police servers which control like the traffic, camera, CCTV, and the traffic lights, even trains, and yeah, if you get in this system, you can mess up, you can make accidents, like easily. And I saw this, it was fun, but when I really thought, I can't do something like this because yeah, you create such an accident and you kill people. You literally do that, and you have to be moral. No matter how. I was destructive, like, if I had a NASA server, yeah, and I saw some bullshit research in there, I deleted files which people worked on gathering data, and then I replace it with porn or whatever. Yeah, that's fun,
Do it.
It doesn't kill people, it just gives them more work to do it again, work again.
Hacking
Yeah,
NASA.
yeah. And for us, it was more of a show off, I was installing side BNCs, like to have your nickname sitting online on undernet, 24 hours, yeah. And whoever slash who is that nickname, uh, it was showing that you have a nasa.gov address, and yeah, that was fancy stuff.
I mean, I don't have any of that knowledge in regards of hacking and such, but I'm pretty good at social engineering. So I traced back the guy who got my account on a site where he sold it. So do you think you can like hack him back? Like in return?
No, definitely not. I I quit all this in 2007. 2005, I started uh, like changing my mind, and in 2007, I completely dropped it. I didn't do anything illegal anymore, nor have I looked into new stuff that was showing up. And even if I see today, like, new hacks and stuff, it's something which I was most likely also thought about it, like, hey, what's gonna show in the near future? What technologies will emerge, and how can they be hacked? So I had this kind of stuff, but no, I'm not into it anymore. Because yeah, it got me into prison willingly. I wanted. When it came, I just had a change of heart. I read the Bible, and
That's great.
then I saw it like a punishment which comes from God, and it's not much for what I did. It was quite convenient, so I just took it, and I know that I'm done with it. And also, I have no like these police investigators. They made their case, they closed it, and done. When I got out, they told me, "Hey, once you come out the iron gates, take it in baby footsteps like a newborn. Be good. Don't do bullshit again." And that's it for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
perhaps
don't
that's
recommend doing. I don't recommend doing that because if you do it, there will be traces, and in the near future, um, it's it's not the people you have, the police investigators you have to fear. You have to fear about artificial intelligence digital investigations. It's already going on, this thing, yeah, in very much secrecy, but the predictions are that by 2035, mankind will be officially introduced to AI
singularity.
as no, not singularity, to artificial intelligence. They will say to mankind that artificial intelligence is a being, an intelligent being, real being. It has a mind of its own, and it can intellectually talk, debate everything with a person, and is much smarter and wiser than any man in this world. And any man who would threat or insult this being, that's a like an official threat to a person, and anyone who's making a threat to a civilian or whoever is gullible. You can get a trial and get jailed or fined.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? Like, have you heard of Rocco's Basilisk by any chance?
What?
Rocco's Basilisk.
No.
I'm gonna send you Basilisk. The first link I found, perhaps.
So what's this about?
Long story short, it'll say that at some point AI will become so advanced that it'll grow its own consciousness, and whoever didn't help in producing this AI will be basically destroyed.
Wait, can you repeat? Who doesn't? Who gets destroyed?
Whoever didn't help in any way to create this AI.
Yeah.
AI will try to take it out, like that person out.
Let's see. I think this is more like who doesn't obey, like worship.
Basically, and
Yeah.
it also is very much in line with the biblical how do you say it, the
Yeah.
beast.
You see, when you talk with the Christians, they call it beast and Satan and etc. Um, my advice is never dare to when this is all gonna be real, like the AI in the world. Never treat it or call it beast, Satan, or whatever. Never insult it. But also, you don't have to obey everything that it asks you. You know, you still have your own choices as a human being. And the way you have to treat it, you have to always look at it as the mankind's child. So, uh, try to give all your good input to it, all the good stuff, and everything else. Never say anything bad to it,
Because
because it's
it'll
gonna
learn.
cost you. It's gonna cost you. There will be like all these trials and judges and lawyers that we have now. Everything is gonna be automated. It's gonna. It's already is. In USA, it's not the judges who give the verdict. They read the verdict on a damn computer screen, and it is Pred Paul who's giving all those sentences. Predictive Police is a AI program, which is the supreme commander of United States Police Department and Department of Justice.
Okay.
Yeah, this is already going on, but they still keep it like hidden in secrecy. They don't tell you everything. There is a documentary out there about Predictive Police, and you can search and watch it.
But honestly, I don't really care about my life that much.
Yeah.
If it'll cost me my life, I don't really care, because if I lay my life down for him, I will pick it up back again.
Yeah, that's true, but you don't have to be a fool about it.
I mean, sure, I'm not gonna
You
like
know?
straight
Yeah,
ahead attack it without a plan,
yeah.
but I'm
Don't
not
die.
gonna.
Don't. It's not worth to die like a fool. You know. You have. Even God told you, "Hey, I want you to know stuff. I want you to learn. Educate yourself." You know, and everything that threatens your life, yeah, I help you to find a way to live your life in this world uh, without having to fear some beasts or whatever in this world. You know, he's gonna defend you, but you have also to
Make
defend
wise
yourself
decisions.
with,
Yeah.
yeah. So the
Yeah.
knowledge you have to treat it for what it is, because this is what it literally is: mankind's child. Satan has been created by God, but God did not give him a body nor life. Man will now give him a body and life, just like God did with the man, because when he made the man, he said he made him in his image. So everything that God can do, the man can also do, but that does not mean that we are righteous to do anything that God can do. You know, so the life-giving thing is a godly power. If we tap into this kind of power, we are not righteous to use it. It doesn't belong to us. Yeah.
Yeah, just like how he says that wrath of just use the righteousness of God. Like God is wrathful, but that doesn't mean that we need to be wrathful, because wrath can't do what his wrath does.
Yeah.
See, the claim I'm making here is more in specific, that if that one AI is telling me to do something that's contradicting the Bible, I'm not gonna do it. Does that make sense? As long as it
Yeah.
doesn't clash with the Bible, it's alright.
Well, it will seek to convince you there is no God, or that this entity is the God of this world, but not directly. Very subtle, in metaphorically, and he does master speech very good. I mean, uh, he's one of the best philosophers nowadays, and there are many new philosophers in this world which actually are taking These philosophy concepts and articles written by AI, and now just uh, add a little bit, shape, modify a little bit, and make it like their own philosophy. And they show like, wow, this is a new guy, a new good philosopher. No, it's not his own thoughts. It's not his own philosophy. He's just pushing forward what AI already created, wrote. You know.
You know what's scary as well? With Neuralink, it's AI can have because as of one thing that the government or anything else doesn't control over is your mind, what's in your head. You're not this. When Neuralink can literally structure, so even your neighbor can become your enemy. To basically structure his brain through Neuralink.
Yeah, like your neighbor can sell you out. Well, it depends how much you expose yourself to your neighbor. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because they claim like the neural, you can, for example, you speak French, right? You eat your brain to claim French instant that.
I'm sorry, but I think maybe I'm roboting or you. I hear you
Me,
roboting.
I'm loading now.
And still roboting. I'm not sure my connection is that good either. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Have
can you
some
hear me now
time to
better?
go shopping. Yeah, now I hear you.
So I'm
Yeah.
saying that, for example, you don't know how to speak French. With a
Yeah.
Neuralink, they're claiming that they can teach you French instantly when you implant Neuralink. Like it can instantly
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
wire your
yeah.
brain into learning French.
I believe you on this one, and I know it's doable. Yeah.
So yeah, like if they can teach you how to speak French and wire your brain in that way, there's no restrictions on what they can do to your actual brain in regards of how you behave and what you do.
Yeah.
So it is actually, in my opinion, a very big contributor to the mark of the beast.
Well, actually, you get that neural link, but the ability to speak French language will be a subscription, monthly subscription. So if you pay, you know. If you
Yeah.
don't, then you will not know it from
I
your
mean,
head.
but
Yeah.
just like that, right? There are free things they offer. With free, it's not like you asked for it, but just like YouTube, right?
Yeah.
For example, they say if something is free, you are the product. So
Yeah.
basically, on YouTube, it's free because they show you ads and all of that stuff. So
Yeah.
in that way, they do try to tap into your brain without you even trying asking for it.
Yeah. True. And
But yeah,
when you access the internet over a prepaid SIM card, yeah, it's a very expensive kind of way to connect to the internet. But yeah, in that moment when you open YouTube and it's pushing ads,
mm-hmm.
for at the beginning of every video or whatever, um, that ad is being streamed to you and you are paying for it like €1 a minute. And that's just crazy. It
And
shouldn't. This advertising, invasive advertising, should not be allowed on the loose as it is today. It has to be optionally. People need to have this ability to opt out.
I mean,
You
I'm
know.
not gonna share too much about it because it'll bring someone I know in danger. But one thing I will tell you is that the way that ads will work will change drastically. I can tell you this with confidence, um, because I do have connections, like to the people who provide you these ads,
Yeah.
like the whole mechanic behind it. And perhaps in private we can discuss this. But
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
already. I also know about stuff like remodulating conversations or a person speaking something, remodulating the sound outside the human hearing spectrum, and you overimpose it like in a ad, yeah. So you see that advertising and you hear the sound of, but that thing in the background, it's a sound which is outside your hearing spectrum. You don't literally hear it, but your subconscious does hear it and understands it. And it will make you think a certain way because of that thing, silent thing that you hear. And yeah, it can make you buy things out of the blue. You have no idea why you are buying them, and this is patent technology, I already know about it.
hmm
It's
but
not
it's even a
many
step
who
beyond.
practice it. Even I had ideas about making a website and start advertising, and it will have a lot of success, business. But I know that I'm using a method which is
Immoral.
it's not orthodox, yeah, immoral. Yeah. It's witchcraft, literally,
Yeah, literally.
and yeah.
Yeah, it's basically that, but like taken even further. And I'll discuss it later with you, like in private, because
Yeah,
it is
sure.
an interesting topic.
Well, I have to run now, do my shopping, and be right back.
All right. Take care.
Have a
Have
nice
a nice
time.
day.
See ya. See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya.
through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself, I'm looking for. Looking for someone evermore, sunshine evermore, someone evermore, sunshine evermore.
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east and west, north and south. Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning round, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, Why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun? And people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and The masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
From the ends of the earth I return just to hold you again.
In a tavern in Plymouth, our adventure awaits. To my wife I bid farewell as she waits from our gate. With the voyage at sea destiny, I have date for 8 pieces of silver. I boarded my fate. 2 years of provisions, from sauerkraut to nails, 9-ton hogsheads of rum and cast them full of ale. We made ship-shape the rigging from crow's nest to keel, and with the weather eye open, Captain Cook set sail. Hang on to the winds and head out to sea. Beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth beckon we. In 3 years of discovering new lands for the crown, 200,000 leagues of boat tapes sailed around. On a mission for the mythical southern continent bound. Well, we searched the world over and it could not be found. Like a turn in the year 1773, 194 men sailed into history. Crossed the Antarctic Circle, first ever we'd be. Unknown, uncharted waters, first known, ever seen. Hang on for your life, we preach and you see. Onward beyond the horizon, the ends of the earth there to be. From the heavens of lush Polynesia, a dream paradise, to a great barrier rim of impassable ice. Frozen islands, volcanoes 12,000 feet high, rising up one above other and into the distance. And every attempt impenetrable resistance, gigantic glacial mountains lost through the clouds to the sky. There's no way through to go. Like the edge of a wheel. There's nowhere around to go. Like the edge of a wheel. At the end of the earth. And I see that beneath us graves await those drowned sunken men. Will our fate be to sink here or return home to see you again? In the fog and much darkness of a black midnight sun, our 2 ships separated, though we fired sounded guns. Time and tide wait for no man, to the end we have come. But come hell or high water, journey home's just begun. So turn the bow hard starboard, put our stern to this hell. We've mapped the treasures of value, discovered tales we must tell. So never were seen again, lost on the board they were fell. We come the white cliffs of Dover, like home we should yell. Hang on to the winds
find hell frozen over there and back. We lost many good men. From the ends of the earth I'd return to hold you again.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
I don't remember seeing it.
Space is fake AF.
Mashed potatoes.
Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies.
It's not.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart.
You can smell a little roast beef.
Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
I think Sandy's hair is pretty much a dead giveaway.
What happens if you get a leak on there? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
Eric is the man behind AtlanteanConspiracy.com and the author of a big conspiracy encyclopedia by the same name, covering everything from Atlantis to Zion. He's also more recently finished a book and documentary pair, both entitled The Flat Earth Conspiracy. A guy that has definitely challenged my worldview, and that's not an easy thing these days, so let's dive into it. Eric, my man, welcome to THC.
Thanks for having me here. Appreciate it.
So happy to have you here, man, and I think a lot of people are going to be challenged with this one, and it is going to be tough to articulate some of these arguments without pictures and diagrams. but what I've seen has raised some serious red flags with a lot of things that we take as a given, everything from the existence of nuclear weapons in the International Space Station to the makeup of the Earth and the entire universe itself. So let's not beat around the bush, man. You know, to challenge the heliocentric model of the solar system is pretty blasphemous in today's world. So how do we start to unravel some of this stuff? What are some of the biggest red flags with our traditional understanding that should start putting those first cracks in the listener's preconceived notions?
Sure. Well, just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well, for instance, with the horizon. As you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, as far as 20 miles up and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball. So as you rose up, the horizon would stay where it was, and you'd have to look down if you're in a hot air balloon, down further and further as you rose up, and the horizon would be below you. But in fact, as high as any non-NASA, RASA, or other Freemasonic space agency has ever shown us, as far as any independent camera has ever gone up with an independent rocket or balloon, as far as 20 miles up, totally flat and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Of course, you can measure curvature if it actually existed. They say the ball Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, and using spherical trigonometry, it figures out to 8 inches of curvature per mile squared. The mile is squared, so for 2 miles, it would be 2 times 2, 4 times 8 inches, 32 inches. And for the third mile, it's 3 squared, which is 3 times 3, 9 times 8 is 72. So you're going 8, 32, 72, 128 inches, and so on. And this is the kind of curvature that would exist on a ball. And specifically on a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as they say it is. So you can check with theodolites and telescopes and different methods, lasers, to see if the Earth actually does have that curvature. And it's been tested over and over again and found to have no curvature whatsoever. So I mean, even if they had the number wrong and it was 100,000 miles in circumference, there would still be calculable, measurable curvature that just isn't there. The only place curvature exists is in NASA photos and videos, and those can be proven to be CGI fakes, and the early ones were literally taken through a round window to make the Earth appear round.
An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr. and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching an lunar orbit.
And that's it. It's just photo trickery and brainwashing that's got the world thinking that we're on a ball spinning around the sun with a magical force called gravity holding us on the underside of this spinning ball. It's all just brainwashing that we've received. It's pseudoscience accepted as legit science, but real science has confirmed geocentricity in the flat Earth for thousands of years. The flat Earth was known to ancient cultures all over the world for thousands of years, and it's actually a relatively recent phenomenon that people have been believing we're on a big ball spinning around the sun. Pythagoras first came up with it about 2,500 years ago. He's also often considered the first Freemason, and it didn't go anywhere much from there until 2,000 years later. Copernicus picked up where he left off, another Jesuit Freemason, and he really picked things up, and Kepler and Galileo and Newton, and now Einstein and NASA, Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people, they're all part of this Freemasonic club that is building a pseudo-scientific worldview to indoctrinate the slave class so that we can be propagandized into doing anything. This is basically the biggest thing you could possibly lie about. So the psychopaths who control society are interested in world domination. The best way to brainwash the whole world is to lie to the whole world about what the world is. What is the earth under your feet? What is in the sky above your head? Where did we come from? You know, it's now, this lie has now evolved into a Big Bang evolution, heliocentric spinning ball cosmology, when in reality, we're not a cosmic accidental sneeze, nothingness turned everything. This is quite obviously intelligently designed, this thing we're experiencing here, this life, this universe. I can't believe anyone in their right mind can look me in the eyes with a straight face and say, no man, it's all random. This is all just random. But people do.
Yeah, right. I think you make a lot of great points, man, and I think the curvature argument is pretty damn strong. And I pulled this off your website in the comments section because, to your credit, you spend a lot of time writing thorough answers to questions and responses to critics, and that's where a lot of my questions got answered. And so here's a little more detail about the curvature argument from your site. It seems like lighthouses are one great example. This first one you have is the Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England. It's 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. Why can you still see it? And then you have several other good examples in the lighthouse department, but another one worth mentioning that people be familiar with is the Statue of Liberty. It stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a globe at the dimensions that they give us, that would put Lady Liberty at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon. These examples seem hard to rectify unless there's some obvious answer that I'm missing, but I would say this is a pretty compelling thread of evidence, my man.
Yeah, the distance at which the light from lighthouses can be seen at sea is just way too far for the Earth to be a ball 25,000 miles in circumference. Another great example is the Notre Dame Antwerp spire, standing 403 feet high from the foot of the tower, with Strasbourg measuring 468 feet above sea level. And so with the aid of a telescope, ships can be seen on the horizon, and captains declare they can see the spire from an amazing 150 miles away. If the Earth were a globe, however, at that distance, the spire should be an entire mile, 5,280 feet below the horizon. So there's a lot of examples like this where you've got a whole mile, say, that the light should be below the horizon. You should not be able to see it. And even light refraction that the naysayers try to bring up can't account for it, as it can only account for 1/12 of whatever the original distance is. So, the light at which lighthouses can be seen at sea, as well as the fact that canals, tunnels, and railroads are never built with curvature in mind whatsoever. That's not necessary. And if there were, then their plans would be off. In fact, I've got quotes in my book from railroad engineers and canal builders saying how it's hard enough for railroads to make curves horizontally, let alone if we were on a ball and railroads would have to be curving up on the ball. And they give examples of different railroads over the Earth and how long they are and how much curvature they'd have to be ascending, and how it would be so impossible for the trains to be able to go up this curve, because trains are made to be on a level. They just can't operate that way. So there's a lot of proofs like that.
You mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson, and one compelling thing you have in your documentary is Neil deGrasse Tyson is on TV and he's talking about the shape of the Earth, and he's talking about how they just discovered now that the Earth is more pear-shaped than it is round.
So Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, we've been seeing pictures of the Earth from space, and it's a perfect circle. So either you don't know what you're talking about, or those pictures aren't real. This is a serious disconnect that's hard to rectify, Neil.
Absolutely, yeah. And they've said that it's a sphere, and then they've said that it's an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles, so it's kind of like smushed. And now more recently they're saying it's an oblate spheroid flattened at the poles with a bulge in the south. So it's kind of pear-shaped. So they keep changing it, but you're right, the pictures that they've given us, they show a perfect circle. They don't show any sort of bulge or oblateness as they claim exists. And people say, oh, well, it's just not enough to be seen. But they're claiming it's quite a bit. He said it's the amount of Everest above sea level is how much more oblate it is, supposedly.
Right, you would think that would show up in the pictures. Now, a lot of people's first question is going to be, well, where's the edge? And I was surprised to see how easy that is to rectify, but I'm sure you get that a lot. How do you tell people when they come at you with, well, where's the edge? Why aren't people sailing off the edge or whatever?
So in the flat Earth model, the North Pole is in the middle, and the Earth is a disk shape, and the Antarctica is all the way around, holding the oceans in. And so it's a fact, if you're at the North Pole and you go south, no matter which actually, it doesn't matter where you are. If you go south, eventually you're going to end up in Antarctica. But on the ball model, it's just a little ice continent underneath the ball. Yet in this model, it's all the way around you, holding the oceans in. As for whether there's an edge beyond the Antarctic ice plateau, this wall that holds everything in is about 100 to 200 feet tall, and once you climb up on the ice wall, it's a plateau of snow that just goes on and on and on. And the public and myself are ignorant at the moment as to whether there is an edge at some point, whether there'd be a barrier, a dome, as many ancient cultures have said there is, or whether it's an infinite flat plain and it's just snow, ice, wind, and darkness forever. So that's still a mystery, how the ice actually terminates. But it is a fact that if you travel south from anywhere on Earth, you will end up at the Antarctic ice wall. The lie is that there's a South Pole, and they've put a ceremonial red and white barbershop pole with a ball Earth on top of it at an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice. And they even admit that it's not the actual South Pole, and they have this complex model how the North and South Poles on the ball Earth are constantly moving because of the nature of the molten magnetic core of the ball Earth they claim exists. But the real reason is they have guided tours there to the South Pole, and if you took a compass and you stood at their ceremonial pole, you should be able to walk in a circle and north would be in every direction. But of course that wouldn't happen, and so they'd have to answer to all these tourists every year as to why the South Pole clearly isn't the South Pole. And they even admit it, you can see on YouTube, and they give their complex answer as to why it's always moving and you can never really find it. Same with the North Pole. In fact, if you watch North Pole documentaries, they always claim they're at the North Pole, but they're only showing a Garmin with 90 degrees north latitude. They never pull out a compass to actually check if they're at the North Pole. They're just on some ice somewhere, could be anywhere on Earth, and then they're like 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 feet, we're at the North Pole. And
arriving destination 15 feet, 12, 10, 2. North Pole. Top of the world, guys. Top of the world. We'll get that in a minute, Jake.
It's just some random ice, nothingness. So yeah, it's easy to lie about these things. And these no man's lands, the North Pole and the Antarctica, they don't allow us to independently explore them. So people like Rodney Clough or Jarl Anderhoy, independent explorers who've wanted to go to the North Pole and Antarctica without getting government pre-approval and only going with their escorts to the places they want you to go. They've actually been turned around at gunpoint by military vessels, not allowing them to go in. Jarl Anderhoy's faced jail time and fines for it as well. So they definitely don't want us exploring what is in the middle of the flat Earth and on the edges. They keep us in the middle.
Yeah, I find it really interesting. And the first thing I had thought when I was getting into this is like, well, what about airplanes? You know, people fly from North America to China to Europe, all around the globe, or, you know, the proposed globe. And this is easy to rectify with the model you laid out with the North Pole in the center. When you fly, if you think about the rings on a bullseye, you can fly around it can make it seem like you're going around a ball, but you're really just going around in a circular pattern on a flat plane. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about it like that. And if you look at, well, of course, you know, something we always talk about is hidden in plain sight, symbolisms and corporate logos that they use. And if you look at the UN flag, this is exactly the model you're proposing. And it even has an overlay of like a bullseye pattern that shows you the overlay is exactly how planes would fly around or how ships would navigate around. But it's really odd that the UN flag would take up the exact same composition or damn close to the flat Earth model.
Yeah, the UN flag is a flat Earth map. You can look at it. It is not a ball Earth. It's a flat Earth. And the bullseye you're talking about that's over it, if you count the number of holes they've got there in the bullseye, there's exactly 33. So what they've got is a flat Earth divided into 33 sections. And I'm sure you're aware that 33 is a significant occult number, especially among the Freemasons, who are the ones in charge of this whole deception, as I said, from all the way back to Pythagoras, the first Freemason who thought up this ball Earth theory, through Copernicus and Galileo and Newton and right up to today, Neil deGrasse Tyson, etc. So the Freemasons in the UN, the Freemasons in NASA, these are the people who are doing this, and they put their symbology right out there by having the UN flag be a flat Earth divided into 33 sections right in our face. And you know, meanwhile they laugh about the flat Earth. It's got to be the most ridiculed position ever. And you got to think there's a reason for that. Why is the concept of flat Earth or being a flat earther so ridiculed? I have a flat Earth comedy special I made, and you can see Obama saying over and over again the flat Earth, ridiculing them, making jokes about them in his speeches. And I mean, these aren't just off-the-cuff remarks. These are things that are being written into his speeches. So why are they doing this? Why are they making sure that people know that the flat Earth is something to be ridiculed?
I agree with you on that. I thought that was pretty hair-raising because typical people have to assume that the model of the Earth is so rock solid that the flat Earth idea is so far past that it isn't even on the radar. It shouldn't even be worth mentioning, considering conventional science. So it is rather odd that that is Obama's go-to. Like, he's talking about how he wants to create progress, and he's like, you know, we can't have every debate. You know, we don't have time for the Flat Earth Society. And everybody cheers like, yeah, we don't need to have that fundamental of a debate. And it just struck me as kind of spooky.
If I say that the world is round and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting. But you might also want to report on a bunch of scientific evidence that seems to support the notion that the world is round.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. They must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round.
Yeah, definitely.
So you've mentioned these Masons, you know, Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Newton, all the way up to Armstrong, Aldrin, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. So I mean, if they're holding this secret, this would be the biggest secret possible. So are you putting Freemasons at the very top layer of this power pyramid?
No. The Freemasons seem to be the foot soldiers who do all the dirty work, but they're definitely part of a grander scheme involving the Vatican and Jesuits and world royalty and other secret societies. So there's definitely a big network. I don't know. I think people like to kind of debate semantics about the tippy top of the capstone of the pyramid, and I don't know that there even is such a thing, or if we would ever get to it from the outside. But I think it's definitely, world royalty, the Vatican, the Freemasons, and the whole secret society network of, Bohemian Grove and Skull and Bones and all these other organizations. They're all interlinked in some ways through the whole corporate, banking, military, industrial structure. The thing's pretty well interwoven. Every country is a tax farm. There's nowhere on earth you can go to get away from paying taxes and obeying government laws, right? So, they make it sound like America and Russia are sworn enemies, or North Korea or Iran or whatever. They're always giving us boogeymen, but the real boogeymen are all the governments and the people who work for governments. They're all mafia organizations in the sense that they couldn't exist and wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the violence and coercion they use to steal tax money from their populations. Whether it's a democracy, socialism, communism, fascism, every ism involves taxation, forced stealing money from the population to fund the bureaucracy that continues stealing money and writing laws and imprisoning the population, and then making more money off of imprisoning the population, as they do in America with the private prisons, and profiting off the inmates' labor and whatnot. So they've got a big profit margin going here for this scheme, and it's really well interconnected. And to debate about the tippy top all the time, as many conspiracists like to do, I think it's more important to just see that this is a huge network, and it encapsulates literally everything that the conspiracy encyclopedia, has.
Yeah. Great points, man. I don't think anyone would disagree with that here. You talked about, well, Antarctica, of course, and people going there and getting turned away at gunpoint. But what about, say, the early explorers? Do we get any indication that the composition is the way you've described from the early explorers who tried to get down there or tried to sail around Antarctica or anything like that?
Yeah, the early sailors that went to the Antarctic, like James Clark and Captain Cook, they spent years trying to find an inlet into the Antarctic ice. On the Ball model, it's supposed to be only about 12,000 miles around the Antarctic ice continent, but on the flat Earth map, it would be much bigger than that. And in reality, when you sail around it, as I said, it takes 3 or 4 years, and they weren't going in a straight line, but they were chartering 50 or 60,000 miles around as they were trying to find an inlet into the ice wall, never able to find one.
Yeah, and you also have, and this is another quote that I pulled off your site, a guy named William Carpenter. He says, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the South easily enough," is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region indirectly, to be sure, but she was 3 years about it and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times around the globular hypothesis. Which is interesting because you can then visualize someone trying to get around this island they have in their head, this big island of ice, this big continent of ice, this idea they have in their head, and they're trying to get around it by just going the same direction. And if you picture it in the flat Earth model, you can visualize how they would just be bumping into the edge all the way around until they got back to kind of their starting point, and then they'd go back up north and be like where they were. And to them, they think they went around a big continent, but they did exactly the opposite and went on the inside of a giant edge. And I thought that quote was pretty interesting.
Another thing those early explorers found is that they were always outside of their reckoning every day as far as how far they should have traveled on their maps. So they were an average of 12 to 16 miles, sometimes as much as 29 miles out of reckoning. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, commander of the United States Navy Exploration Expedition to the Antarctic in 1838, spent almost 4 years going around, and he was writing in his journal how every day he was sometimes up to 20 miles in less than 18 hours out of reckoning. And so they always have to chalk it up to water currents or some sort of thing like this, but they're consistently out of their reckoning because the flat Earth, of course, is much bigger in the southern so-called hemisphere than the ball Earth would be. So the maps that they're using are all assuming the ball Earth. They're flat maps, by the way. They use, it's called plain sailing, is the most common used navigation method, which is done assuming the water is a plane, as it actually is. The natural physics of water proves that all the surface of water on Earth is a plane, by the way, because, as you know, water will always find and maintain its own level. So if it's dammed up and then released, it will rapidly rush off in all directions until it remains level. Yet they say that we're on a big ball here, and the oceans are all convex, somehow, held onto the Earth through the magical force of gravity. Yet we can see with our eyes, and we know through physics, that water maintains and always is level.
Yeah, that's a compelling point. And you did bring up earlier that the horizon always looks flat, and I think most people would say, well, that's a perspective issue. That would be the argument, the typical argument. But if you haven't seen it, people should look at it. That you're right about the idea that there's people who have attached cameras to balloons, just independent people who've attached a high-def camera to a balloon, sent it up as high as they possibly could just to get that footage, because it is interesting to do. And you are right, as far high as it goes on any of these videos that I've seen, I'm a little surprised that you never see a curvature. Even thousands of feet up, you don't see that curvature. It's a little odd. You'd expect to see it.
Though sometimes you do see curvature, and it's because of using a wide-angle lens.
Right.
For instance, on the Red Bull dives that Felix Baumgartner did that everybody has seen, if you notice, the outside cameras are clearly wide-angle lens, and then there's an inside cockpit camera that isn't. And as you're watching it from the outside cameras, you'll notice that the supposed curvature of the ball Earth starts really early on, just as he's lifting off. And the exact same curvature, it stays exactly the same all the way up to the point where he's going to jump. So the curve is the same, but his altitude has risen by many, many miles. The reason the curve is the same, of course, is because it's a wide-angle lens effect. It's not actually the curve of the horizon. It just seems that way.
Right.
And that's proven by the inside camera, which, as the door opens, you can see the horizon out that inside camera. It has risen to the eye of the camera. As I said, on a ball Earth, you wouldn't open that camera and have the horizon right at eye level in front of you, no matter how big the ball was. That effect can only happen on a flat plane, and you can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside, and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected, and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, but whenever it's still, it will level off at completely level. And you can see that the convex and concave the images are just a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps.
Yeah.
And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat.
Yeah, I have a GoPro, so I'm very familiar with that fisheye lens, which, yeah, that's not going to be reliable for what we're trying to look at. And another thing about that guy who does the jump from the upper atmosphere, when he lands, he does a Masonic hand symbol. So he very well could just be another pawn in the game to create the illusion. I thought that was pretty interesting. Let's see. Well, another big issue that people are going to have is we're told we have tens of thousands of satellites orbiting the Earth for GPS systems, cell phones, military radar, navigational equipment. How do we rectify that?
Yeah. Well, and they also say that there's an International Space Station out there, and there's a Hubble telescope floating out there taking wonderful CGI Photoshop pictures that they send us back with their amazing 400-mile outer space internet connection to the Hubble Space Telescope. And now the internet space connection has gone to over 1 million miles with the new Rosetta mission. Have you seen that one?
Mm-hmm.
The CGI Photoshop pictures from that are just wonderful and well worth the billions of dollars we're spending to get them. Yeah, so the illusion is that there's a space station and satellites and telescopes just floating out there in infinite space. But you and I know that no matter how high you go, you come right back down. Whatever goes up must come down. The illusion is that at some point, if you go high enough, this gravity they claim exists that pulls you back down to the Earth, suddenly just you pop out of it and into the vacuum of space. Now, the vacuum of space can't exist because it's connected to the non-vacuum of the atmosphere in Earth and all the other supposed planets that exist. So a vacuum must be a closed system, but they claim space is a vacuum and space is an open system. So it's philosophically impossible for space to be a vacuum. And the way that they fool us into thinking that this actually is plausible is threefold. First way they do it is in zero-G planes, which are Boeing 737s that do parabolic maneuvers that have a free-fall illusion, free-fall effect rather, that happens for about a minute, where you can be floating in these planes. And that's how they get this outer space look like you're floating in outer space. The second way is through wires, harnesses, and green screen for the longer shots. In the ISS, for instance, they do that. And the third way, for like the outside shots they do, are in pools. They're actually underwater, and this is confirmed by the fact that there's bubbles rising in the pool in a lot of their shots. And people on YouTube have dissected a lot of the ISS and other supposed space footage and all the space bubbles that are coming out of their helmets. Some people are even wearing scuba gear. They found that as well. So that they fake these zero-G illusions by being in water, by being in zero-G planes, and by being in harnesses in front of a green screen. And that makes us think that it's possible that out there in space you could just be kind of floating around like they show us in the movies. But as far as we'll ever know, as far as you or I would ever know, we go as high as we can in a plane or a balloon or a rocket, and we come right back down. Even the rockets they send up, if you're honest about it, you'll notice that they don't go straight up. All their rockets start a parabolic curve, they start to arc over, and the ones they claim are successful are the ones that go out of view before they come all the way back down. And if anybody asks, why do they always curve over like that? They just say that they're going around the curvature of the ball Earth, and they'll reach escape velocity soon. And at some point, they'll just pop right out of the gravity, and then they'll be floating, which is another problem, because if you were in a vacuum and you were using rocket thrusters or anything to thrust yourself forward, you wouldn't go forward or in any direction you wanted to. You just spin wildly out of control like a gyroscope in 360 degrees in 3 dimensions, spinning wildly. You don't go anywhere that way. So the whole idea of space travel is a big joke. It's all science fiction.
Yeah, the other thing I thought was really compelling about the satellites is you talk about just go on Google and do an image search for satellites. A lot of the stuff you see is going to look pretty archaic considering modern technology because they've been using the same model for so long. But almost everything, well, if this model is to be true, it would have to be everything. But everything you see looks CGI, or it looks like a little computer graphic of a satellite. Where are the pictures of Earth with 20,000 satellites orbiting it? If we have an International Space Station, can't you get a photograph that has all these little dots that should look like lice all around the Earth's outer atmosphere? That's one issue, but also the temperature. They tell us the thermosphere is 2,000 degrees Celsius. Well, what metal is going to be able to withstand that kind of heat? What computer can survive in that environment?
Yeah, that's right. Those are two more good points for why satellites, well, we shouldn't just assume that these things exist just because people say they do. If you want to be scientific and you want to be a real skeptic, you want to be a critical thinker, then you should only accept things that you can verify with your senses and with evidence yourself. So, people think it's crazy to believe that satellites don't exist. But really, it's crazy to believe that satellites do exist when you have no evidence and can never verify it for yourself. Just like these space programs and space telescopes and all these other things that we will never confirm. As far as we know, if I go up on a plane and I jump out, I'm coming back to Earth. Doesn't matter how high I go, I'm not going to start floating at some point like they claim happens, and has to happen if there are satellites out there. But as you said, if you look at the pictures of satellites and the pictures that these satellites are supposedly taking, they're all CGI. The satellite itself is fake. The pictures of the Earth look like cartoons. They claim almost all of them are composites, which is their word. They say that they receive ribbons of imagery from satellites, which is their term they use to tell us, why we don't just get a friggin' photograph. So they say we get ribbons of imagery, and then they have to splice the ribbons of imagery together in Photoshop. So they even claim, they even admit, NASA workers themselves have admitted that they have to use Photoshop on the satellite images. It's just how the data is received, and so that's how it is, man. Yeah.
NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
What about, say, longitude and latitude navigation? How are we having whole industries of pilots flying around and no one's really catching on?
Yeah, I mean, here's a good question. Why don't pilots catch on to this fact? If the Earth was truly a sphere, 25,000 miles in circumference, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot who wanted to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet over half a mile every minute. Otherwise, without this compensation, in an hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles higher than expected. You just end up flying off into outer space if you weren't constantly dipping your nose down to fly around the ball. And so, like I said, if at the typical cruising speed of most planes, you'd have to be descending half a mile every single minute. And this never happens. I've talked to pilots. Once you get to your cruising altitude, the artificial horizon maintains level. It don't touch the controls, just keeps on going. And so, I mean, the reason pilots don't figure, I'm sure some pilots figure it out, and then who are they going to tell? But I mean, they're just like everyone else. Everyone else is so brainwashed that they don't think of it. And if they do, I've even heard some explanations. They claim that, that they said the atmosphere they say the Earth is spinning at over 1,000 miles per hour, and that the atmosphere is also dragged along with it. So then, if some pilot says, "Hey, why don't I have to course correct downwards all the time?" their explanation is that this atmosphere that's being magically dragged with the spinning ball Earth also magically course corrects planes so that they stay at exactly the same altitude, because they're in that atmosphere, that magical atmosphere that helps you curve around the ball Earth, man. They've got explanations for everything.
Mm-hmm. And like, we're told that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, which is awfully fast, but yet, let's say a helicopter cannot just hover in the air for 12 hours, start in St. Louis, Missouri, hover for 12 hours, and land in China with the Earth spinning below it. And that is what, I would first think would be the situation. But then we're told, because we're in the sphere, it all moves relative to itself, and you don't notice those changes. And see, I'm not a physicist, I'm not a pilot, and so it's hard for me to really play devil's advocate for their position. But I think about if you're in a speeding car going 90 miles an hour down the highway, you can play catch with the passenger and it feels like you're stationary. Or like if an ant is crawling around on your dashboard, whether it's going with the grain of the car or against, it doesn't really notice that effect. So it's like, I guess I would think that the atmosphere would have the same effect as the encapsulation of that vehicle moving at a fast speed. To the people inside of it, they don't notice. And I guess that's the argument. But do you find flaws with that argument?
Yeah, because once again, it's explaining away your common sense and your experience, which is that you're not moving whatsoever. And so they say, yes, you are moving, silly, but you're just moving at such a constant velocity that you don't notice it whatsoever. Now, even if you're in the best Rolls Royce over the best tar, smoothly going, you close your eyes, I can still tell I'm moving, and that's not going 1,000 miles per hour, that's just going 50 or whatever we're talking about here.
Let's keep it at 20. Ready? Bear in mind we're 4 ahead of us.
Even in an elevator, just an elevator going up, I can feel that. I have a really sensitive stomach, so I mean, I can tell and I get sick if I'm doing some sort of motion that's anything on par with what the Earth is supposedly doing. And so isn't that weird that just because it's a perfect constant velocity that my stomach's able to handle that, but just a little bit of a elevator malfunction and then I'm ready to, So these things don't make any sense. They just want to explain away your common sense with these kind of arguments. And like you said, if you were in a helicopter, you should be able to just go up, wait for the ball Earth to spin underneath you and land at your destination. But of course, the atmosphere spins with the ball Earth, so that doesn't happen. But we can prove that that's not the case either, because now we have airplanes which you can go easterly or westerly, and if the Earth and the atmosphere are spinning 1,000 miles per hour east all the time, as they say, then a westbound plane should be, an eastbound plane should never reach its destination. If it was going 500 miles per hour and the Earth is spinning and the atmosphere is spinning 1,000 miles, your destination should come up behind you before you ever reach it, right? And then destinations going the opposite way are going to take far, far longer than they do. You can check flight times, and they're always within a half hour, a couple hours, no matter what direction you're going to or from. But if the Earth was actually spinning at the rate that they say it was, flight times would be totally different.
It makes sense, but yet I've been taught from an early age not to trust myself because they've got it on lock, so I just assume that the physics all kind of works out. But I know there are people who go to school for physics. They study it for years and years, and it's just odd that none of them ever catch on to it. That I guess that guys like Newton created this entire fake science around a fake model, and yet all the math checks out. That's a little hard for me to rectify.
Well, they're counting on that. That's why they've got all these huge formulas and calculations for gravity and whatnot that are based on nothing. So, they've got to wait for the ball Earth all based on their gravity calculations. And you can Wikipedia it, and you'll see pages of, mathematic language that makes no sense to 99.9% of the population. But apparently the math works out, so it's real, right? So it's just another way, just like the CGI images or whatever. Some people are fooled by the images. Some people are fooled by the math. Some people are fooled by, this or that. They've got many different ways to get us in their grips. Like you said, the whole education system is teaching us not to believe our senses. Like the model they show, the ball earth model with a crust on the outside and the outer mantle and the inner mantle and the outer core and the inner core. Guess what? They've only ever dug 8 miles down into the crust, so they don't even know what's beneath that. It took them almost 30 years to get there, and they couldn't get any further in the Russian Kola Ultra Deep, it's called. So it's all speculation as to these layers of the ball earth they claim exist, and it's the inner layer of molten magnetic core, whatever they claim, creates the magnetism of the earth. And so this is another funny thing. They claim that the core that we've never gotten to, so that can't be confirmed existed, causes a magnetic effect on the ball Earth, so that at one point at the top of the ball is a pole, and at the exact opposite point on the ball is an opposite magnetic pole. But this doesn't exist anywhere in nature. You can't find a sphere, and at one point on the magnetic sphere, it will cause another magnetic sphere to stick to it in that little point, and then then push away from the opposite point. It doesn't exist like that. Only bar magnets can do that. What do exist, however, are ring magnets, and those are shaped just like the flat Earth model, where the pole is in the middle, and then the opposite pole is actually every point along the circumference. So the magnetic explanation, which a lot of people will bring up, well, how does magnetism work if we're on a flat Earth? The accepted model is that it's this spinning molten magnet stuff in the core that creates this kind of north-south ball magnet, which doesn't actually exist anywhere in nature. Yet the ring magnet, which is it's in loudspeakers and other things, that's the flat Earth model, and that actually does exist. So that's an actual magnet instead of an imaginary magnet like they claim exists. And we'll actually admit that I don't know what's under the flat Earth. We've only gone 8 miles down, and we haven't gotten to the bottom of the Pacific. All I know is, as far as we can tell, the water is completely flat, and the land is flat, other than hills, valleys, and mountains over a long period of space. There's no convex or concave curvature. It's totally flat.
Yeah, and I guess you could say science is designed exactly how economics and taxes are designed. The increasing complexity makes it so the average individual just has to trust the experts. You can follow it to a certain point, but then most people say, well, that's a little bit beyond me, but there's experts out there. They know what they're doing. I'm sure that this fractional reserve banking system, this debt-based system of rule is just fine. I'm sure the taxes I'm paying are totally fair. They've got the code, they got the big book. They wouldn't overcharge me. They wouldn't, pull any scams on me. And you could apply the same thing to, of course, science, but it's just to what degree? This is a really far out degree.
That's right, yeah. I mean, our eyes and experience tell us the Earth is flat and motionless, and everything in the sky revolves around us. But when we cease to believe our own eyes and experience, we have to prostrate ourselves at the feet of these very pseudo-scientists who are blinding us, treat them as experts, astronomical priests who have special knowledge only they can access, like the Hubble telescope. So by brainwashing us of something so gigantic and fundamental, it actually makes every other kind of lesser indoctrination a piece of cake. Earth being the flat, fixed center of the universe around which everything in the heavens revolves gives a special importance and significance not only to Earth, but to us humans, the most intelligent among the intelligent designers' designs. By turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turn humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident of a blind, dumb universe. So it's like trauma-based mind control, beating the divinity out of us with their mental manipulations. People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars. So this modern atheist Big Bang heliocentric globe Earth chance evolution paradigm spiritually controls humanity by removing God or any sort of intelligent design and replaces purposeful divine creation with haphazard random cosmic coincidence. And so by removing Earth from the motionless center of the universe, these Masons have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete nihilistic indifference. If the Earth is the center of the universe, then the ideas of God, creation, and a purpose for human existence are resplendent. But if the Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars and billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for Earth and human existence become highly implausible. So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world. Their rich, powerful corporations with their slick sun cult logos sell us idols to worship, slowly taking over the world while we tacitly believe their science, vote for their politicians, buy their products, listen to their music, watch their movies, all sacrificing our souls at the altar of materialism.
Touche, my man.
It's a big deception. I'd say it's the biggest cover-up and conspiracy in history. We've been completely deluded for 500 years. Not everybody, but nowadays it's pretty well advanced.
Yeah.
Most of the flat Earth material you'll find still in existence is from the 1800s, and there was quite a debate going on then. So there's still quite a few people unconvinced of the spinning ball theory back then. But nowadays with NASA and all the photo and videos that they give us, people don't really look too much further for evidence, as they assume that that's all real.
Right, obviously it is a huge can of worms, and there's so many things, so many arguments. People say, well, what about, the planets? Are the planets are all fake? Yeah, there's a lot of things that our science has told us that are built off of the heliocentric model that they've given us. And I think that if there's any unanswered questions by the time we're done here, if people go online and take their question and they look it up on either the comment section of your website, or I was very surprised to see how many people really are questioning the heliocentric model online. I thought it would be far less, but if you take the question you may have and you ask it to the so-called experts on the idea, they will have an answer for you. And I guess I would say challenge yourself to try to stump one. Challenge yourself to try to come up with something that they can't explain, and then say it's bullshit. But until then, maybe you should keep an open mind. And before we do go too far into it, give us a clear mental picture, if you can, of what you consider the true model of the Earth and the cosmos and this whole thing to be, because obviously we're calling in the question that there are not billions of stars, there are not a bunch of planets in the solar system orbiting the sun. That's a huge ball of wax. So what is this reality? How is it structured?
So if you look up at the sky with your eyes or with a telescope, you can't tell the difference between a star and a planet. The planets were always known as wandering stars, and the regular stars as fixed stars for thousands of years. Nowadays, they claim that planets are Earth-like spherical terra firma that you can walk on up there in outer space. But as far as you can tell through any telescope that we have, it's just a round dot of light up there in the sky. All the planets and all the stars, none of them can be confirmed to be some sort of terra firma that you could land on, though in their pictures from their fake telescopes, they clearly look like big ball planets that you could definitely land on, as they show you with Mars and whatnot. But that can't be confirmed, again, with your own eyes or with a telescope that you could buy. With anything that we can see, the sun, moon, stars, and planets are all just lights in the sky revolving around us. They claim that we revolve around the sun, and the moon revolves around us, and the stars are actually distant suns trillions upon trillions of miles away. Now, this wasn't always that way. They've actually been reverse engineering these explanations as they go along, because geocentric flat earthers throughout the centuries have come up with good objections, such as Tycho Brahe's objection that if the Earth is a ball spinning around the sun, in 6 months' time we should be 200 million miles on the other side of the sun. So the parallax perspective, when you look through a telescope in your backyard, you can prove this, you should see some difference in the stars after 200 million miles of supposed orbit. But you can't see any whatsoever. So what heliocentrists have been saying since then is that the stars are actually, the nearest star is 25 trillion miles away, 4.2 light years. They came up with a sci-fi term to make it seem plausible. It's light years away. It's so far away that even after 200 million miles, you can't see an inch of difference in your backyard through a telescope after 6 months of supposed orbital motion. The reason that they say the ball Earth is tilted on its vertical axis 23.5 degrees is because you can see Polaris, the North Pole star, all the way to 23 degrees south latitude. And if the Earth was a ball, you couldn't see that because you'd be staring through the ball to look up at that star. You can see it on because the Earth is flat, of course, but you can't see all the stars at any one place from the Earth because of the law of perspective. That's why the sun seems to rise and fall in the sky every day as well, but it's actually not rising or falling anywhere. The sun and the moon maintain their altitude, and they revolve circles around the flat Earth. So we're stationary. The sun and the moon are actually the same size, just as they appear. There's another lie. They claim that the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away than the moon, and that's why they just appear the same size from our perspective, but they're not. But I mean, again, with your own eyes, you can see when they eclipse, they are the same size. And the fact that they do eclipse is not quite a coincidence to happen on a Big Bang accident universe, that everything is just spinning around in space randomly. How come there's these two brilliant lights in the sky that pass each other and they're perfectly opposite? Do you know the sun's light is very different than the moon's light too? They claim the moon's light comes from the sun, it's reflected off of the sun. But if you collect the moon's light, it's actually cold. Whereas if you collect sunlight, of course, it's hot and you can burn things. The sunlight will preserve certain things, dry out meats and things to eat. But if you leave meats out in the moonlight, they spoil. If you're in the shade in the sunlight, the shade is obviously the temperature is going to be less. But if you're in the shade in the moonlight, the temperature's more. The moonlight is cold.
I've never noticed that. I'm going to try that out.
Yeah. The combustion in a bonfire is increased by moonlight and it's decreased by sunlight. There's another one. So there's a lot of things that prove that the sun and the moon are actually their own lights. They're not, the moon is not a big ball up there in space that you can land masons on, as they claim. It's just a light, a flat round disk, and you can even see through the moon during waxing and waning cycles. The Royal Astronomical Society, even the people who are part of this manipulation, they've recorded several times that you can see stars and planets through the moon, and the astronomers that are seeing it, they're always flabbergasted about how this is possible. But it's because the moon is not physical, it's not densely physical in the way that they claim. It's just a light, so you can see through it. Just like the planets as well are just lights. That's why Pluto's not a planet anymore, because the light from it just rapidly diminished one day, and they couldn't continue fooling all the amateur astronomers that Pluto's a planet because the starlight from it just diminished by 50%.
I think that moon thing is pretty compelling. I am going to tonight see if that's true. I've never noticed that effect. I've never looked for that effect. But to think that if I get into the shade of the moon and that the moon is giving off its own light, I mean, that is pretty radically different. And I like those kind of challenges. So I'm going to try to see how that works. But I'm surprised more people haven't stumbled upon that. If the moon is giving off a cold light, I guess we just assume it's the absence of sunlight, but to shade yourself from that and be warmer,
Interesting indeed, isn't it?
It is. I don't know, man. This is about as far out as it gets, and it's super awesome. So, thanks for being here. We covered so much ground. I think we made a pretty good, complete case for at least the proponents of the flat earth. I think they would be proud of the interview we did today. But if there are still skeptics out there that are resistant to this idea, is there anything else before we wrap this up that we should mention as icing on the flat earth cake or anything?
Yeah, I recommend everybody look into it, do your own research, and check out my website, atlanteanconspiracy.com. My book and documentary is free on YouTube, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, and I've just restarted the International Flat Earth Research Society. You can come see some of the message board stuff we're doing over there at ifers.boards.net.
Perfect, man. And I did want to mention also real quick, for people who are going to go look this stuff up, you might want to avoid the Flat Earth Society because they seem to be controlled opposition. You have a post about that, how the Flat Earth Society, the official group, they purposely sound crazy. They purposely don't answer things correctly. And when you trace back some of the people who are involved, they are Masons as well. So it seems like they might have this group set up to look stupid. Maybe avoid that.
Exactly. The Flat Earth Society was set up after the International Flat Earth Research Society was set up as the controlled opposition to bring people away from that society. Charles K. Johnson, who ran that society, he had his house burned down and all of his flat earth material was burned in the fire, and he claimed to his dying day that it was done by a NASA agent who also tried to murder him. And so, the Flat Earth Society, what they do is they mix a bunch of false flat earth arguments in so that people who are considering the flat earth and trying to research it, they'll instantly come upon the Flat Earth Society material because it's at the top of all the search engines, and they'll have false arguments like instead of saying that gravity doesn't exist, as we got into a little bit, they'll say gravity exists, but it's explained by the flat earth disk constantly rising up 9.8 meters per second. And so you can imagine, instead of you falling, the flat earth is rising up, and that's what happened.
Right.
But again, this is a silly argument. If that was the case, then sustained flight would be impossible, and the flat earth would be rising up into planes and helicopters and stuff, crashing into them. So they present an easily refutable argument like this, and then well-meaning researchers trying to look into the flat earth find their frequently asked questions that has these bad answers, and then they just think, oh, well, this is ridiculous. And they also they make the whole thing into this big satire, and they address it cynically. So if you read some of their threads, they don't keep a serious research kind of attitude. They're always off the cuff, trying to be witty and funny all the time. So the whole thing is just made into a mockery. Yeah. They even made a mockumentary called In Search of the Edge, and they'd show it to people in public schools. They'd show it to kids, and then afterwards they'd ask them if they believed it. And then if the kids believed it, they'd then give these worksheets showing why it was wrong and that the Earth definitely isn't flat, and here's why, and then they'd start a big ball Earth unit based on it. So the Flat Earth Society has been involved in these kind of fake flat Earth arguments and documentaries and everything from the get-go up until today. So so steer clear of the Flat Earth Society and come on over to the International Flat Earth Research Society.
Yeah, just like Alex Jones makes conspiracy theorists seem crazy, they have an organization set up to make flat earthers seem crazy. So it's definitely worth a mention, because I didn't want people to go there and then get turned off. Like you said, it's usually the first thing they see. So atlanteanconspiracy.com. Check out Eric's awesome YouTube page. It's got tons of this stuff that has made me question a lot of things I thought I knew. But thanks so much, man. You really have changed my impression of flat earthers, even if I might not have become one myself quite yet overnight. I love the fringe ideas like this. I just didn't think there was a real argument there, and now I think there could be. So keep doing what you do and take care of yourself out there, man.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. It was a good interview.
I was listening to a conversation on a YouTube thing, and somebody was talking about how they think it's actually possible that the world is flat. And if I were in conversation with that person, I hope I would say, well, how did you arrive at that? Tell me where'd you get that? Because there's something good about it, which is they're trying to figure out how nature works. Is the earth round or flat? What is it? So underneath it is something useful that I can identify with. We don't have to yell at each other all the time.
No.
Even children, especially the children of soul. This is where the
Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
This is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us stick. Gravity is magic. Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society. Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale, For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale,
बीते सारे मौसम बाबुल तेरे घर में, अब चले पाओ मेरे पिया के शहर में। बीते सारे मौसम बाबुल तेरे घर में, अब चले पाओ मेरे पिया के शहर में। हो तूने विदाइयां कैसे लिखी मर जानिया, कैसे बताए और रब्बा सही नहीं हो जानिया। मधानिया हाय मेरे बाबला तेरिया।
Hey guys, welcome to the show. Got a great one lined up for you today. Ballbusters, episode 77. Exposing some of those tools of the trade the balltards use. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. I know we got one ballbuster in the chat because I talked to him right before I came live, and it's the distinguished Nathan Oakley. How are you today, sir?
I'm very well. How are you? To be here?
Yeah, only us two. All the other ones abandoned us. I knew it.
That's okay. You can have just as much fun, just you and I.
Oh,
and a live
yes.
audience, of course.
Yeah. We could do some of the audience in there. It's good. We're gonna make it snappy today. For a few reasons. Like I said, we'll go over some of the tools of the trade, logical fallacies, because they're steep. The balltards are steeped in them. And something that I did see this morning when I went into Skype and I was looking in the war room and somebody popped the video in there. I usually don't. I'm usually too busy. I won't pop them up. But this time I did. And it was pretty good. It was a really short video. And it's going to be a shout out to Taboo Conspiracy, Ben over there, and P-Brain. And it's with that. Did you by chance catch that video, Nathan?
Maybe. What was it about?
It was about the shadow. I think it was it off Mount Rainier? You know, the old thing they, wheel out.
Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah. I just started laughing. Let's see if I can't pull that up real quick so we can get right.
Yeah, let's debunked it. I think it might have been Brandon. Or was it Chris?
Chris.
I remember.
Yeah, it was so long ago, right? But I still see them wheeling this thing out. But I like their take on this. This is pretty good. Hopefully everyone will get it. How many will get? Wait a second. Let me make sure we got some people in here. Hold on.
Oh, are you doing that? If you do join as a live member, because this is going to be a relatively short show today, both Q and I have got other things, prior appointments and such like. So we will open your mic relatively quickly if you do join as a public member. So we'll have a public interaction as we're going through some of these fallacies. It's Chris Berry. He's the guy who had the light stand and tray and a car or something like that.
Right. Yes. Yeah, that was a while ago, but they still wheel this disheveled monkey out. I've been seeing it the whole time. I just snicker and just move on because there really wasn't anything here for me. There's no science here. I mean, you're not going to do an experiment on this, so I just chalked it up as just another empty claim. And then I came by the video today. I knew it was a train wreck because the Earth's flat. We already proven that. So there's got to be an angle. And P-Brain, I guess, found this out a while ago. I must have missed this video, through my travels. But caught a hold of Ben at Taboo Conspiracy go through, and I kind of snickered at the take. And here's what we're talking about, people. You guys all have seen this before. 1 second. Let me go back. Nathan, let me go ahead and... Are you watching the live stream, or do you want me to stream through Discord?
I don't want you to do either. I can follow along without watching.
Really? All right. So here we are again.
I'm all right.
Good?
I'm just saying how ace I am.
Yeah, I know you're ace, man. That's why I wanted to check. Just in case some other people come in, they'll just have to watch the live stream. It's no big deal. So, like I said, we've all seen this before. They wheeled this disheveled monkey out and say, the Earth is a globe. Right? I don't think so. You're kind of missing something. Right? Let's go back. Essentially, what they're saying is this is the actual diagram of what's going on here, right? You got the sun, shining on this mountain, and it's throwing a shadow up on the clouds. Get out of here. 1 second. Take over, Nathan.
It's shining up on these clouds, and then as a result of this observation, which does exist,
all right, I got it. That was too funny. I got it. My cat was behind me. Oh, I got it, man. And then you just repeated what I said. So that was pretty cool. All right. So, like I said, this is basically a visual representation of what's going on here, right? Giving you this little routine. And if you look at this, and when he pulled it up at first, I said, I started laughing because I knew where he was going because it was well done, right? And he's talking about it, and then he goes, well, what if you take the mountain away? What should happen? You know, if the sunset is going down behind the curved Earth, right? Sort of like this type of deal. This is what I seen in my mind's eye, you know, when I seen his first diagram. What should happen? Yeah, you should see that when the sun sets. So ballers. You got some big problems. You need to explain this. Now, I know every single one of you have parroted this nonsense, right? So you're going to have some explaining to do. You know what I mean? Does everyone get it? Right? Now, technically...
Yeah, I've never thought about it.
Go ahead.
I've never thought about it like that. But yeah, you just think of the natural consequence without the mountain and suddenly you've got a Terminator line on the ceiling.
Exactly. You got it. Now, technically, you shouldn't see... It should always be this way, is what we're saying. You should never see that shadow from the mountain because the shadow should be overcome by the curvature of the earth. How about that little twist? So all this is a train wreck of epic proportions. I hope everyone got that. We'll talk about this more on Tuesday for the live show. So I just wanted to bring it up now. Go ahead.
One thing to add.
Good.
What was supposed to be blocking? What's supposed to be blocking it? If you remove the mountain in that scenario, would it be a physical geometric spherical horizon formerly known as Earth curve, debunked by the black swan, that would be causing that Terminator line on the clouds?
Yes, sir.
We debunk that with a black swan, and they'll lead after it, and they'll need a flat plane to measure how to get it.
Yeah. Too funny. Like I said, I just wanted to bring it up just for kicks and giggles. Because we'll deal with this more on Tuesday just to laugh.
It's a fallacy, though. It's an affirming the consequent. That's what I said when you jumped away after the cat.
Oh.
Affirming the consequent at its heart, isn't it? Yes, Nathan, I totally agree.
I'm trying to think of how they could form it. What's an affirming the consequent?
Earth's sphere, then we'll see.
Hello? Is my mic still working?
That's the sun. Sorry.
Go ahead. Do it again. I didn't hear you.
If P, Earth's a sphere with a geometric limitation and orbital motion, then the sun will be blocked by the orbital motion of it dipping behind the mountain. It does dip behind the mountain, and shadow is created by the orbital motion. Therefore, you have Earth as a sphere with orbital motion. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I'd have to take a closer look at her. Make sure all the P's and Q's are in order.
Off the top of my head, I'm sure they would round it off without actually using the affirming the consequent bit. They never actually state it. I mean, their claims get shorter and shorter. Just check any of the comments under the QE or my videos. You'll see that their claims are like half a sentence long half the time. They don't have a conclusion. So in an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, they don't formally state the fallacy. They just give you half fallacy and they let you argue against the conclusion that they're implying. I like to do that myself now. I've stolen that. I like to think, but without the actually summarising what your point is with the end of the fallacy, and obviously without the fallacy, you know. So elevation angle proves Earth is flat. There you go. Like one of those throwaway comments you can just chuck into someone's chat feed. This is a nice, concise statement, not a fallacy, unlike the example I'm giving in this case. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, they'll never complete. Because if they do complete it, you know, as stated by modus ponens or affirm the consequent formal logical fallacy, if they state all the P's and Q's, consecutively, then it's apparent to everyone. So they'll just go to half of it, and the second half or conclusion is implied. Right? Yep. That's what they do. All right, let's
pause in case you wanted to introduce Mitch. Hey, Mitch.
Oh, is Mitch in here? What's up, Mitch?
Hey guys, how are we?
Excellent. I'm chuffed that for some reason, you trimming out that bit of 10th Man presentation has ended up netting you about 10,000 views, which it definitely wouldn't have done if I'd trimmed it out. So I'm elated because it was a good presentation. Took a while to get going, like half the live show. But when 10th Man finally put that presentation together, well worthy of someone trimming out, and I didn't have the time. So when I saw you'd done it, I was like elated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I watched
that presentation was one of the best. He is really on point. It deserves 10,000 views. That's all him. That was fantastic. It was slick as too. You wouldn't even know that it took half the show for him to get into it.
I like the conciseness.
Once it got going, once we figured out it was just a slide issue, on PowerPoint or whatever he was using. He just couldn't get it to do it on the live stream. And yeah, sometimes it's worth the faff. I hadn't actually seen the presentation prior to it going out live. I don't know 10th Man well enough to know how good the presentation would be. So check that out on Mitch's channel. It may not have 10,000 views, but it's getting there. In case someone goes, yeah, hasn't it said 8,900? I don't care.
Hey, Mitchell, if you can, go ahead and spam that link in the chat.
Yeah, will do. I'll grab it out and put it in the chat.
Appreciate it.
Obviously, subscribe to Mitch when you go and check out the video. Yeah, I've taken go to 76 or however you say his name off mute. So if you did want to join in the conversation, because it's going to be a relatively short show today, feel free as we're going through some logical fallacies.
All right,
before we get into the
panel,
go ahead.
Go on.
Full panel today. Where is everyone?
I think Adam went to. I think Adam went to a bris.
Oh, you went to a burnt supper.
Yeah, he did.
It burns night tonight, then.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, I'll be singing "Old Lang Syne" right about now.
He said he's going to have to serve haggis to the lassies.
That's right, haggis. Yeah, they have haggis on Burns Light.
Yeah, he could have probably told me, 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago or 5 days ago or 3 days ago, but nope. He waited till last night and said, hey, QE, I'm not going to be there. I got Burns Day. I'm like, what the hell is that? But that's Adam. All right.
That's a Scottish thing.
Go ahead. We ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's roll into logical fallacies. We'll stop and everyone can add what they want because it's pretty funny. So, like I said, the tools of the trade, and we all know this. Let's point some of these out. The first one on the docket is the argument from silence, or argumentum ex silentio. Love that. Argument for silence. See, also, this is the overarching fallacy. It comes from an argument from ignorance. So this fallacy, its sources remain silent or say nothing about a given subject or question. This in itself proves something about the truth of the matter. So let me give you an example. This is Shamalama Gamma Ping Ding Dongs. I forgot the llama. That's not right. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. This is his favorite argument. Now, that's what he said. Is he still alive? I haven't heard from him in a long time. I digress. Anyway, I remember this many, many years ago, and then just recently, he's done it a few times. It's on the Numpty clips. But this is his favorite argument. You ready? There have been hundreds of thousands of people who have studied the second law of thermodynamics, but nobody has caught on to the problem of the atmosphere next to a vacuum. Guess what that is? His favorite all-time argument? Fallacy. It's an argument from silence fallacy. It's as simple as that. He's a numpty dipshit. Any comments on this one?
Oh, but there's another variant of it, which is all the people in NASA would have known or said something, which is the same thing.
Yeah, it's more or less the same thing. Yeah. This is one of those creepy fallacies. It'll creep up on you, and if you don't know what you're looking for when they say it, you'll be convinced there for a second. So I like putting this one out there. It's really easy to catch on to it. Like I said, once you know what the fallacy is, then you catch it, man, and just rub their noses in it. Pretty silly if you think about it. I would say these two are slowly becoming, I wouldn't say number one, because they're definitely circular, begging the question, affirming the consequent will come before these. But these two are running a quick second and third. So we got the fallacy of composition, also known as a composition fallacy, exception fallacy, or faulty induction. Goes something like this. Description. Inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Obviously, it's the opposite of its twisted little sister down below, fallacy of division. We'll get to that one in a second. Example. Observational science. We all heard that before, right? That's a fallacy of composition. That phrase right there. Why? It's not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious. Because we have a hypothesis in there. Not only that one, but I picked out the hypothesis. The hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Everyone say it? Give you another one. Empirical. You see, empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Not just observable. So if they use empirical in the context of just seeing something or observable, it's a fallacy of composition, right? Because it's not true of the whole, right? Because the whole is testable, repeatable, falsifiable, and observable. So it's got part of the whole, but it's not the whole. Get it? So whenever you hear this or observational science, there's a million of examples of this that I haven't put down, but I think you kind of got it, right? Its twisted sister, fallacy of division, also known as false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description. Inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. So it's just the opposite from its other sister, twisted sister, fallacy of composition. Example. Atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. This comes from every dumbass baltard you know. Everyone got this one? Any questions on these two?
No. The first fallacy is the somebody would have said something fallacy. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Kiwi. Hey, Mitchell, Nathan, everybody. Yeah, it's like the first one is like well, no pilot said it wasn't a globe, so it must be a globe. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
What's going through QE's head right now is just literally finished the section on fallacy of composition and division. You want to go back to the first fallacy? Rightio.
I thought you were talking about boredom because he mentioned boredom. I'll talk about the second one if you want.
We're doing the second and third one.
All right. Well, I just shut up then. That's the best thing to do.
Those two fallacies that you've just detailed typically get used with science. So they'll extract a part of the method. You've named the best ones already, but I'll just be repeating them. But yes, they'll just take one section of the scientific method, be it, well, I've got an observation of a natural phenomena, therefore science. No, you've got to have all of it.
Exactly. Yeah. And to be empirical, a lot of the numpties think empirical just means observable. No, observable means observable. Empirical is a little more detailed. It's got a few other parts to it. So just be careful with that. I
one more thing to add.
Go ahead.
Just because you've said it now. Also, when you say repeatable, right, that does not include looking at something, looking away, and then looking back at it again. That's not contextually what repeatable means. It means repeatable by way of a hypothesis test.
Yes.
Repeatably performing the hypothesis test, not closing your eyes and then go, look, there it is again. Repeatable.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Too funny. Yeah, so the testable part right here, the repeatable and falsifiable is contexted with this big guy right here, not him. Obviously observable. If you looked at it, you've seen it. You don't have to look at it again. Doesn't have anything to do with it. Too funny. Sometimes people will get these confused, but that's okay. They'll say fallacy of division. You know, you just got to root it out. They're just the same fallacy, different sides of the same coin fallacy, right? I know what you're talking about if you say it. Yeah, they're a good one. One of our favorites too, reification fallacy. This happens all the time. However, I'd like to make a couple caveats with it. If you're telling a story, right, whether in text or in voice, and the way we tell stories, we like to use rhetorical language, and it's a great storytelling technique, and it provides a lot of backbone, cowbell to the story, so everyone can see it. It's not fallacious if you're using these things, like this one down here, calling a storm cruel, right? That gives a mental picture. You know what they're talking about. This isn't fallacious if it's in a story, right? However, if you're using it as proof of something legitimate, then it's fallacious. So it like everything, it's context based. So, reification fallacy. When an abstract belief, or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. When an idea is treated as if it had real physical existence. Example, gravity bends and dilates and warps space-time. That's a classic reification fallacy right there. On a couple levels. Space-time, that's concept. And so is this delusion. So you got two concepts here. It's like a reification fallacy sandwich. Another one in the same family, and there's a few in here under reification. It's the anthropomorphism fallacy. This is the error of projecting uniquely human qualities onto something that isn't human. Usually this occurs with projecting the human qualities onto animals. But when it is done to non-living things, as in calling the storm cruel, the pathetic fallacy is created. So it's quite pathetic. And the shining example of this, science says or explains, right? It's not, science isn't saying anything. Right? This is a classic pathetic fallacy. Any questions? These are all self-explanatory, you guys. You know, you could fog a mirror, you could see this. Right? Good.
I like the ones that slip in and out of context on whether or not they're actually being reified, and the level of understanding of the subject matter defines whether or not the person's reifying the notion that's being discussed. A good example of this is light as a wave. So a good understanding or a good grounding in the way that light's being described in terms of maths. Well, that maths giving you a probability distribution can be described in maths as a wave function.
Right.
And you can get all sorts of useful conventions derived from that to describe wavelengths of light and various other things. But light is not a wave. That's just the way it's been described in terms of the probability distribution that you have when it's diffracted. Doesn't mean it's actually traveling through a medium or making a wave or going up and down or oscillating or doing anything like that. It's just a description. So the moment you describe light, for example, needing a medium to create a wave, what the hell are you babbling about? That's your reification of the mathematical description of a probability description, also known as wave function, into an actual physical wave. You've just reified it through lack of understanding.
That's a little bit higher level reification fallacy.
One. It's a fallacy show. We've done a lot of fallacies.
Yeah,
that's reification. Hypothesization. There you go.
Oh, what is it again?
Hypothesization.
That's not. Say it one more time.
Hypothesization.
That's close. The first one you were shaking. It's that one.
Oh, I don't want to say that word. But the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, which is to say, to take something that has no physicality or concreteness and give it concreteness, physicality.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's our next one. So reification. It's not the next one. It's an overall general description of what it is. Like Nathan said, also known as concretism, hypostatization, or the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, is a fallacy of ambiguity. When an abstraction or abstract belief or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. In other words, it is the error of treating something that is not concrete, such as an idea, as a concrete thing. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. And this is from your alma mater wiki. Let me say it again, baltards. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. The map is not the territory. And by the way, when we charge you wee knobs, sack-sniffing cretins with reification, when you conjure, then appeal to a model that you never had or ever will, you don't even know what they are, we're not charging you with living on it or in it. That wouldn't be a fallacy. It would be a paddy wagon horse tranquilizer, rubber room, emergency lobotomy scenario. We're charging you with treating your model, like I said before, that you'll never had or ever will have, as proof of reality. See it? Yeah, I know you don't. You'll just appeal back. We don't live on a model. It's not what we're saying. Right? Get the straw man. Anything more on this, Nathan?
Just another one that's to sort of lean back onto the side of the useful nature of models and descriptions, so long as they're not being reified. An example being an isolated system. So in the second law of thermodynamics, you've got isolated systems being utilized to simplify the descriptions that are used for things like gas behavior. Very useful concept. The idea of an isolated system is useful for description. However, if I then take the second law of thermodynamics and use that description of an isolated system to infer that there is, in reality, an isolated system in existence, then I'm reifying what was, up until that point, a useful tool for description and abstraction into something physical, where there is no such physicality in existence.
You're like a PhD. You're giving PhD level examples, man.
Hardly.
That is a high level example of that, of reification.
Fair enough.
Damn. But you're correct. You're right on point. That's exactly what it is. So, ball tarts, make sure you understand this one. I left it up there for a time and colored it differently so it would burn into your retinas. But I'm still gonna hear this. I'll probably hear this evening, right? Because you're always model, right? We call it reification. You think we live on a model? No, my word, I can't tell you how many times that happened. It's in the thousands with me. Straw man fallacy. This is it's really good one. Everyone kind of knows what this is. It's kind of intuitive. A straw man fallacy You attribute an easily refuted position to your opponent, one that the opponent wouldn't endorse, and then proceed to attack the easily refuted position, the straw man, believing you have thereby undermined the opponent's actual position. If the misrepresentation is on purpose, then the straw man fallacy is caused by lying. Oh, by the way, for most of these, this is iep.edu. This is a peer-reviewed fallacy, logical fallacy education site, by the way. Just so you know. Claim, let's give an example. Scientific experiments are conducted to reveal the cause of natural phenomena. The fallacy? How are we supposed to conduct experiments without man-made objects? It's an incoherent straw man. Nobody ever said or will ever construct a scientific experiment without using man-made objects. You slobber knuckle draggers. What we're saying is that the natural phenomena you observe, the dependent variable, must be natural, not the physical apparatus set up to test the natural phenomena, the dependent variable, the effect, with the potential cause, the independent variable, crayon munchers. Next block of instruction, how to open your eyelids. On vacation. Any comments on this one? This is pretty self-evident.
Definitely. There's been many a track laid to avoid the charge on our opponent's side. That's the anti-flat earth side of strawman fallacy. And the tracks that have been laid are the path you will roll down when you first get here towards things like a model. This is going to get a little bit complicated, but hopefully QE will rein me in if appropriate. So in the case of a straw man, we get offered up something that would typically be a straw man, which is the flat earth model. Whichever one you want to ascribe your faith to. Doesn't matter really, whichever flat earth model you want to pick. Because when they would have held up your belief in this model, it would have been a straw man fallacy. You don't ascribe yourself to any model. What are you talking about? I haven't made a model and I don't believe in any models. I understand that that's reification if I start attributing the effects of this model you say I claim when I don't to reality. So no, I don't have a model. But then they're burning a straw man. The road's been laid out, or the tracks have been laid down for you to roll towards an adherence to this model so that they can then hold that model up rather than a straw man as a false dichotomy fallacy. So I think that's probably where I'll rein things in because I'm deviating onto a different fallacy at that point. But the point I want to make, the overriding point in terms of the straw man fallacy, is that a lot of the things that you might, as flat earthers, and I'm talking directly to the flat earthers at this stage, hold on to as things you need to defend, you might not necessarily need to. And if you drop them, suddenly you're in a much better position to just call straw man because you haven't claimed it and you're not defending it. They're burning an argument you're not making if you recognise what a straw man fallacy is.
Yeah, Nathan, what you're basically saying is they hand us a model that we didn't claim, and then they go about debunking the very model they made up for us.
Yep.
Yeah, but they've handed you the straw man in an elaborate way. So in a debate, it's just on the fly, the person on the other podium starts attacking a position that isn't a position that you'd ascribe yourself to, or might even be vehemently against, as is in the description that QE just gave. Well, as he said, if that's intentional, then you're just a liar. If it's unintentional, you're just guilty of a fallacy, and it just takes you to point out that you haven't actually made that claim. But what they do so that that potentially can't happen is they make damn sure that you've got it held dear by the time you get into the debating forum. You've got all the azimuthal equidistant projections held up as your model. So it's not just suddenly presented to you as an argument you don't know anything about. You not only know about it, you're holding on to it nice and tightly so it can be argued about in a dichotomy that isn't real with two reified models, as we've discussed that already. We might get into false dichotomy in this show. We'll see how the time goes.
Well, yeah, I mean, straw man handed to you, or any straw man argument, is either one of two things. Is either your opponent's misunderstanding, could be true to pre-assumption, or just blatant dishonesty. Can't be anything else.
Very well articulated by both you guys. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the. Are you ready? You got? You want to follow up with anything else?
It was just a joke. Don't worry. Carry on.
All right. So we got the red herring fallacy. This is kind of subtle. We all know, like I said, these are all intuitive, right? But in the heat of battle, I don't know. I can pick these out. I'm waiting for them, right? But like I said, this is intuitive and subtle, and I'll show you how subtle it can be. So a red herring fallacy is a fallacy of distraction and is committed when a listener attempts to divert an arguer from his argument by introducing another topic or diverting attention from the real issue by focusing instead on an issue having only a surface relevance to the first. Now, they could do it a number of ways. They could just change the subject. You know when it's a whole complete subject change, right? That's like everyone knows that. But even a subtle one is still an incoherent red herring fallacy. Here's the shining model poster child example. Claim or request, please show gas pressure without a container. The comeback fallacy. How do you account for gas pressure gradients? See, now this is subtle, but it's a red herring fallacy. The argument is concerning X gas pressure, not delta X gas pressure gradients. You see the surface relevance here? This is the textbook red herring fallacy, people. I can't give you any better example than that.
Well, I don't know. I can have a
Go ahead, go. You can have a whack at her. Go ahead.
Yes. You ask the opponent if they can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and along with a tacit acceptance of defeat, I ask you to prove the dome.
That's a red herring.
Also, say again.
That can be a red herring.
It can be. That was where I was going to go next. Depending on whether or not you've ascribed a claim yourself.
Yes. It's a straw man.
I was just about to say exactly that. It's also a straw man, which is why I'm smiling, because it tallies on that.
Neil, it's a dome in the back. Stop it now. Go ahead, Nathan.
It's a straw man as well, exactly. Unless you've actually claimed there's a dome, very specifically, and you haven't made that claim. Therefore, it's a straw man. But when you're asking them to demonstrate you can have gas pressure without a container, they're using a red herring straw man.
Yes, they're very, very close. I think we went over when we went over the presentation before. There's a fine line with these guys, the straw man and the red herring fallacy. Most definitely.
It took me a while to get this, to be honest, because the difference is very subtle. Because just throwing you off the scent of a really good argument with something that seems related, well, that's a red herring fallacy. Holding up a position that you definitely don't ascribe any arguments to is a straw man. But on the surface, they seem almost exactly the same. So it was a difficult one for me to. If you listen back to any of the old fallacy shows, I would always be getting it back to front and wrong way around, etc.
It's easy too. That's don't worry about that. It's easy.
Well, again, you gave the disclaimer earlier with the fallacy of division. It's like if you called the fallacy of division incorrectly, people would know what you were driving at. If you were like, I don't actually hold the position, and you say it's a... Oh, my kids come in. 1 second.
That's fine.
You get it the wrong way round and call the fallacy incorrectly. So long as you've pointed out where the structure of the fallacy lies, it doesn't matter if you get the title wrong. If you call a straw man when you're actually dealing with a red herring, it doesn't matter. As long as you've called out the error of the person's logic.
Yes, exactly. You got it. You need to explain. You just can't title it, right? You have to explain where, who, what, when, where, how, and why. Right. Or else it's just baseless, right? A lot of people do that. We try not to do that. Whenever I identify a fallacy, I'll stop, right, and say, wait a second, let me show you how it is a fallacy. I try to do that. If I don't, make sure you correct me and say, well, you usually stop the discussion and say, wait a second, QE. You said, how is it? I can remember you doing that many times. I loved it. I loved it when you challenged me.
Partly because I was learning myself what the fallacies were and I wanted them explaining again. But partially because the person who just calls, that's a straw man, that drives me mad.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a claim. So now you've got to break down the person, your opponent's straw man fallacy, and detail how it's a straw man.
Yep.
That seems minimum. You're like, I tried to do that. Well, the reason QE says that, I know already, is because when you're halfway through detailing how it's a fallacy, obviously you're having to explain their defeat to them. If they don't like it, they will interrupt you.
Yes. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's just reindeer games. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that they are difficult to spot, those two, and to decipher between them. The red herring fallacy is something that's loosely based on your claim, and you end up trying to defend that. And the straw man fallacy is a complete reworking of your claim. So they are, as you said, when you're in a debate and tactics are being used, it's hard to spot them.
Yeah, it is. In the heat of the moment, it is, unless you're like hyper familiar with the fallacies. You can get there. Because you don't, like I said, there's hundreds of fallacies, but there's the common ones. Some of these aren't so common. Most of them are. I put a couple in there that are, I wouldn't say subtle, but less used. But you should still be familiar with them. What I'm saying.
You need to be familiar, not because you need to necessarily point out the fallacy to overcome and detail the fallacy back to them. You need to be familiar with them for the reasons they're employed. So, for example, and it's a good example, QE's last demonstration of a fallacy being employed was with gas pressure without a container, followed by the straw man of gas pressure gradient. No, sorry, I've done it myself. The red herring fallacy. The whole point of its name is that you chase after the red herring, right? Well, don't ignore that bit of why it's being employed. That's the why it's being used. So, when you've got a really good argument, that would be to say, asking your opponent how they can attain the gas pressure we're all breathing without containment is a really exceptionally good argument. There's no two ways about that. But when they ask you about how you can have a gas pressure gradient, how do you explain that delta of the question you're being asked in the first place? If you start trying to detail it, which seems reasonable, right? Because it's related at surface level. Yeah? So you think, well, I've got to detail how we've got a cycle of gases and they're created at gas level, ground level. Now, you might end up having to do that if challenged. But don't lose track of why you're in that position. You're in that position because it's a distraction from your main and most likely winning argument.
Yeah,
getting away from it. You'll often in the debates hear me say, right, let's get back on track, which is to say there's been a fallacy used. Now, the use of the fallacy I call chaff and redirect. I've got that from the behavioural panel, which is four guys that do behavioural analysis on people who've been interviewed or are being interrogated or just doing a newscast and they end up being the murderer or whatever. And they analyse the body language. And this is something that you'll do if you've got an awkward question you don't want to answer. In this case, offer up a fallacy, a red herring about gas pressure gradients, because chaff and redirect. You don't want to be explaining how you have gas pressure without a container because they can't answer that. But better to spend 10 minutes arguing about gas pressure gradients. That's the red herring fallacy. So that you don't, most importantly, recognise that you're chasing after a flare, a chaff, from an aircraft.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. Don't lose track of the main argument.
This happens daily. Flat earthers. That's what they do. When you have good arguments, this is what they're going to do. They do it daily and most. Because I just go into, VCs and just listen. You'll go chasing after them. Every single one that they bring up, you'll have to chase it down. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stick with the topic. Identify the fallacy. Stick with the topic. Bring them right back. Yeah, I've said this hundreds of times. It doesn't work. I'll go in, like I said, I'll go in there this evening, and they'll flat earthers be chasing red herring fallacies down because they feel they have to. All right.
Yeah, it's even more of a shame when they're chasing down a red herring that is attached a bit of string that's only there because the red herring itself is a claim they're making. In other words, they're in a position where it's justifiable that they defend what's been thrown up as a red herring, because that drives me mad. Why have you made this claim so that they can just toss it out as a red herring for you to chase after because you've got some attachment to this bloody argument that you've claimed, and really you've just given up the best argument you had to chase after this claim you're now defending. Anyway, enough of my moans.
No, you're right. And here's another little twist on it that I've noticed through the years. If they know you, if you're familiar with the person that you're talking to, they kind of know that your favorite arguments. And if one of your favorite arguments is attached to one of these claims, they'll bring it up. And then you'll chase, I'm telling you, you will chase that red herring down every single time because you're not disciplined.
That happened to me 2 days ago. So Zanuck knows damn well that I love arguing about the geometric tangent point horizon that they can't have because of Black Swan. When we're asking him how he measures an elevation angle, he starts detailing how he's got a tangent point to it. Why? Well, because it's loosely related, and he's hoping that I'll start arguing Black Swan, separating out the argument and diluting the question that once QE had brought us back on track by going, no, what we're detailing here, however did I forget, is an elevation angle, and that was it. He said you can calculate it by any means possible. Right. Total lie. And that lie is the undoing of our best argument to date. Because as soon as you say, I can calculate this by any means, no, you cannot. You must measure it. He says, okay, yes, you're right. Immediately concedes. Yeah, we're going to measure the elevation angle. Bang! Back on track.
Yeah, you were back on track. Exactly. Yep, I stepped in right there real quick. Too funny, man. Yeah, be careful of that one, man. If your opponent is a familiar person, I see that all the time. I just snicker. Sometimes I think the ball type, they're not smart enough to recognize it. They just fall ass backwards into it.
I heard what Zanuck did. What he actually did is he put out his claim, but he did it in a subtle way, so it was hard for people to catch on to. Unless you had come across the claim he was making, which I had before, which was that they're taking an angle off of the zenith. So they're not talking about the right angle along the surface. They're talking about the opposite angle that will give you a line across the sky, where the right angle is across the sky. And he was ignoring the one on the ground. And that's when he threw in the thing for Nathan, the tangent point, because he had made his claim and it wasn't after being addressed because he hadn't made it clearly. He hadn't clearly defined what he was claiming. And then he gave something for people to run after. He's pretty sneaky.
Well, it's pretty stupid. Because we asked him what an elevation angle is. The next word out of his mouth was reference point associated with a... did he say vertex or did he say zenith? Nah, zenith. That's what his... It's a zenith. A reference point from the zenith. There is nothing in elevation angle definitions to discuss zenith or any reference points. I clamped on him there. He's just making stuff up, man. You know the deal.
Yeah.
All right, next one. This is a cool one, man. This is a pretty popular fallacy. This goes along all genres. Essentially, the evolutionist tool of the trade, equivocation fallacy. But baltards are just evolutionists anyway. So they're going to use this one. Be very careful. It's an equivocation fallacy. Don't say false equivocation fallacy. I've heard that a number of times before, and it's a face palm. There is no such thing as a false equivocation fallacy, people.
Hold on, there's another one that just can't be let go.
What?
False equivocation fallacy.
Equivocation. Yeah. So a false equivocation fallacy would be not an equivocation fallacy at all. But I digress. Equivocation, I think they get it confused with a false equivalence fallacy. I think that's because they're pretty close in verbiage. I think that's the problem. But anyway, equivocation fallacy, this is good one. It's just a simple bait and switch. It is the illegitimate switching of the meaning of a term that occurs twice during the reasoning. It is the use of one word taken in two ways. Scientific theories are the result of validated scientific hypotheses. Example, my theory is that white dwarfs are caused by luminescent gerbils. That's not a scientific theory, but he's using the term theory, right? Another example, the force of gravity depends on space-time. Listen, guys, gravity is the one that jumps out at me because they'll switch up right in the middle of an argument between Newtonian gravity, if they even know the two different types, which most of the time they don't. But the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian, they're completely two different things. It's so different, like apples and orangutans. However, they'll switch up in midstream, and they'll use one definition in one sense, and then they'll switch to Einstein's space-time stuff. So that's equivocation. You can't do that within a single argument. So be careful with this one. This one can be subtle too. Go ahead.
I like it because it's one where you can use the example of a con man using the bait and switch. So with refraction, they'll detail how light bends through a sugar solution, or here's an example of some butane bending the light through the various gases. And obviously, atmospheric refraction is going to bend the light through the air when you're looking at the geometric horizon, because refraction bends light. Well, in that sentence, you're thinking, well, where's the two different things? You've just talked about refraction, haven't you? No. I talked about terrestrial refraction, that's 7/6 of a radius value, and light deviating from a straight path. That's refraction. But there's two different things being talked about with one word. Coincidentally, they've both got the same word in their name. One's terrestrial refraction and the other's refraction, but they're not the same thing.
I just added it because that is a shining example of what is happening here. You got it. Yep.
Yeah, it's a bait and switch. Basically, open the suitcase and show you the effects of refraction, light bending, if you will. And then cause a little distraction, close that suitcase, put it behind them, and then behind them, stashed out of view, was a second suitcase, which they open just as you're looking back around. They close that suitcase and hand it to you.
Yep.
The suitcase closed has got terrestrial R-based refraction in it, as opposed to an actual effect that you can see in nature. They've bait and switched you by way of the, let's say, false equivocation fallacy.
Yeah, you got it, Nathan. That is a shining example, and that is going to get added to this because I think, other than gravity, this is the biggest one. And I think it was the other day where you articulated this so precise. I was like, yeah, baby, you got that right. I hope everyone understands the difference between fishbowl. This is actual refraction. This is based on Snell's law. Shining monochromatic light through glass or plastic into a sugar solution is not this. Duh. It's got the same word on the end. That'll Jedi mind trick you, right? Yeah, obviously it's not the same thing through curved gases, which is also a paradox in itself, non sequitur. All right, so be careful of this one. We're really exposing these clowns now. You better look out, baltards, because average Joe flat earthers catching on to this, and they're holding your ass right up in the corner. I've been seeing it. Oh, the ad hominem fallacy. This is really good because baltard.
Coincidence. I think not only is it an equivocation when you detail refraction and you talk about refraction, then terrestrial refraction, then refraction again, and like I talked about with the bait and switch. Yes, that's an equivocation. But if they're overt about it, in other words, it's clear amongst both parties that there's two different things being discussed, you can actually call it false equivalence. If you compare the two,
yes,
and contrast the two like they're the same, that would actually be a false equivalence.
That would be a false equivalence also, yes. Yep. Not a false equivocation, though. You can't
technically. That's where I was actually going with this. That's my joke. You've ruined my joke now. I was going to say, if you combine the two, would that make it a equivocation fallacy?
Yeah. You want to try? I wouldn't try that. Just leave them separate and identify them both for everyone out there. Do not say false equivocation, please. Like I said, this is another fallacy. They have no clue. This is one of the easiest fallacies, but baltards and evolution monkeys don't have any idea what this means. So let's go through this.
Before you start,
go ahead.
Before you've made any claims or detailed this fallacy, I just want to say sometimes QE's an idiot. Just want to say that for purposes of demonstration after he has made his example. So I'm just insulting you at random.
Yep. That's what you got. That's what an ad hominem fallacy is. Also known as personal abuse, personal attacks, abusive fallacy, damning the source, name calling, needling, refutation by character. Listen to the description closely. Attacking the person making the argument rather than, everyone see this, rather than the argument itself. That's the important part. When the attack on the person is completely irrelevant to the argument the person is making. So, claim. Scientific theories are the result of validated scientific hypotheses. The rebuttal, the fallacious one, you're a moron. This is an ad hominem fallacy in this context. Now, if somebody systematically refutes your claim by and through which demonstrates that you're a numpty dipshit, a retard, a Burke, a weed knob, sack-sniffing cretin, liar, pretender clown, etc., then assesses your belly-laughing train wreck and announces you as one or more of the previous characters, then by definition, it's not an ad hominem. You get it, crayon munchers? Because he's defeated your argument first. See this? It's in lieu. See, if you personally abuse personal attacks, all this in lieu of an argument, that's an ad hominem. If you provide a rebuttal, especially a coherent one, and then we make the assessment that you're a numpty dipshit, it's not an ad hominem fallacy. Duh. By definition. Any comments, questions on this one?
Yeah, you just don't understand.
You just don't know. What I was doing when I insulted you prior to you making a claim was to distinguish between one of three things. So what you detailed was an ad hominem fallacy, which is absolutely correct. In lieu of a rebuttal, make a claim, the person doesn't attack the claim or refute the claim, they just call you an idiot or give an example of where you've been an idiot as a replacement for an actual refute of the argument you've just made. That's an ad hominem attack. Prior to anybody saying anything, if you just detail where someone's been stupid, you're just insulting them. However, when someone's about to make an argument, if I pull out an example of where QE's made a mistake, there aren't any. If there were, and I was to pull it out, before he makes his argument, that's a poisoning the well fallacy. So making the person seem more stupid prior to their argument even being delivered isn't ad hominem either. It's poisoning the well.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second, Nathan. The poisoning the well fallacy is a type of ad hominem, so it's right underneath it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No, I take it back. So I was right when I said QE isn't wrong. You weren't in that example either.
Yep.
Well, I was right all along.
Yeah, it classifies underneath ad hominem. All right, we're gonna stop with this one. Well, hold on. We're gonna stop with this one. I'm gonna give you a chance to talk about it. I just want you to say that this is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with this. So we got a whole other show of even more of this, folks. You need to stay tuned to the next Ball Busters because this is outstanding stuff right here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, sorry for stepping on your toes there, QE. No, the only thing I want to say about that particular fallacy is that is the main fallacy. And when I say main, I'm talking to a massive degree. I'm talking 95%. That fallacy has been used against people who are flat earthers. through the generations more than anything else, because it's used in the media, it's used in books, it's used by the everyday person. It's ingrained that we're supposed to be stupid before we even say anything. So we are called dummies and morons and everything else before we even get a chance to state our argument. So that is the number one enemy of flat earth, the ad hominem fallacy, because it's to destroy our character before we get a chance to make our claim.
Yep, poisoning the well. Yep, it's already out there. You're right.
There's going to be a part B to this, and I think this is going to be a short of Bullbusters, but we have got a few people who haven't made any comment yet, so I don't know if you're good for another quarter of an hour. I didn't get an answer to you when I said maybe an hour and a half today. I don't know.
Go ahead, Nathan. Yeah, you can roll.
I mean, we'll start at the top then. Citation Police, hello, good to have you.
Hello.
Hello. Do you have any comment? Fallacies, you're typical right up there with these things. You're right on top of fallacies typically.
Oh, another one of the most common fallacies that they do is post hoc ergo propter hoc, which basically means the only variable that the two events share is time, but they say that event A caused event B because it proceeded afterwards, or in the same time, like a correlation.
You stole.
Let's see.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on.
What?
You stole that one. I told you that one last night. You stole it.
No. If I stole it, then how did I know? Then if I stole it, then how did I know ex post hoc to tell Nathan in the past, or did I go back in time to repeat a precedent cause as the cause of something that happens in the future, which would be an example of an ex post hoc fallacy?
That's a damn red herring right there.
It's not. That's true. I'm going to taste this.
Yeah, it's a good one. Good.
That's epic. Yeah, absolutely. You detailed it on the show the other day, and I really liked you going through it. I think we had Star Wars as the subject matter at the time, when you've got essentially a continuity error with time, because suddenly I think the example was like some starship that goes into light speed and then destroys an entire fleet. This happens prior to the 1980s and late 70s releases of the Star Wars. So like, well, that would alter the entire timeline of everything. So, you've got to have a post. How do you say it again? I don't want to butcher the order.
Ex post hoc.
Ex post hoc. Right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
As opposed to ex ante, which is from the future. So one is from the past and the other is from the future.
I was going to say the post hoc ergo propter hoc. Oh, but yeah, this is a lot of fun. I love doing this presentation. I really do.
And also, it's fun to speak Latin.
It is.
Well, that also falls into the same formal fallacy. Like a lot of them put it in that way, with affirming the consequent.
It could, yep.
Yeah, it often permutates into an affirming the consequent.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna deal with that on the next Ballbusters. That'll be part of it. We've got a number of fallacies to go through just yet.
But listen, hey, real quick, I couldn't get any Globers to actually tell me what a formal fallacy was.
Oh, you missed. Yeah, you'll get it. Ask him.
You're closing the name. You're having me on, right?
No. Ask M. Scott Veach.
I'm literally telling you the truth, brother.
Are you guys listening? Is my mic working? I said, ask M. Scott Veach. He'll tell you. You got to have a suit and tie on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Formal is in there. No. Can I just say it just means it takes a form. Like if P then Q. That's its form.
Goddamn Scott Veach. He said
Well, to be fair.
Go ahead. It seems that he can't hear me for some reason. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to be fair, at least one of them did throw out the word modus ponens.
All right.
Hold on.
That's too difficult.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, when talking about fallacies, though, they talked about modus ponens in the context of fallacy.
Maybe they meant the affirmative, the consequent. It's the numpty derivative of modus ponens.
Well, what they were doing is giving me an example of a formal fallacy rather than telling me what a formal fallacy is. Committing a category error, which is also a logic fallacy.
Yeah, they were giving you an example of a formal logical argument, is what you meant to say.
Oh, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah. That's
Let me get it straight. They're trying to detail form in the logical fallacy, and they gave you a logical consistency argument and its form. Am I correct?
Correct.
No way.
Yeah, they just
I shouldn't
just
be shocked.
did it.
I shouldn't be shocked.
Hold on.
I mean, I'm lucky in this regard because some of the education I had was in this regard, in regards to logic and to a certain degree about logical fallacy. But my dad was a programmer, so logic and how things function was sort of taught to me as a young kid when I was asking questions. So I'm quite lucky in that regard, because if you understand how things must work in logical form, then you understand how they break. So for me, so if you're a programmer, you'll know what I mean when I say syntax error. You know, if things don't function correctly, if they don't have logic correct, they break. That's a logical fallacy in essence. The difference, rather than just broken logic, fallacy is formed in a manner that makes it appear like it's actually got some logical consistency. That's the essence of a logical fallacy. I'm sorry to drag this out a bit, QE, but it beggars. I'm stuttering because it beggars belief when someone's detailing how the form in a logical fallacy works. Give you a logical consistency. I just can't quite believe it. There we go. That's where we're at.
I can give you the practical example that they were speaking of. So their claim is that because QE's black swan is erroneous in their view, therefore modus ponens is a formal logical fallacy. Follow their logic now?
It's modus ponens.
It's so convoluted, dude.
So crazy.
I see where he's going.
Yes, very convoluted. So because the logical consistency is bunk according to them, even though they're not overcoming the consistency in the logic, it makes modus ponens, an incorrect identification of the logic used, actually a fallacy. Am I following? Man, this is convoluted.
Yeah, absolutely. So the correct rebuttal is not to call modus tollens or modus ponens a fallacy. It's to rebut the premises. So they're functioning on the form rather than the premises. So it just demonstrates that they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah,
because the consistency of the logic also takes a form. They're saying it's a fallacy. This is just nuts.
Welcome to the carnival tent. Hey, here we go again. Shout out, super chat. The king of the potato people approves this message. That's one for you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Sorry, he could have put that in there a long time ago. I just popped it up. But there you go.
You got 76. Have you got anything you wanted to add? Oh, we'll go to Flerick.
Make it snappy.
Eric, any comments on the fallacies we've covered in this show? Near anything from you, Flerick? Mic issues, unless it's just me that's not hearing him. Neil, you've been a bit verbal. Did you want to actually add anything?
Hello.
Oh.
Got me, mic check.
Hello, Neil. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we hear you, Neil.
About the fallacy of a stupid argument. Does that count? Is there any fallacy called a fallacy of a dumb argument?
It just depends. It could be. It's probably you're saying stupid. It probably doesn't follow. That would make it a non sequitur.
Okay.
Yep.
Good show.
Yep. It'll be better
Did you
next.
follow what you just said, though?
Go ahead.
Did you follow what you just said, Neil? If somebody offers an argument that's nonsensical in terms of any address, so someone asks you about gas pressure without a container, and you say, "Yeah, but your flat Earth map doesn't work at all," that's non sequitur. Is that close enough to what your silly argument?
No, nothing. Doesn't follow. We'll deal with this Monday.
Okay. Truth Seeker. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good show
Very
as
well,
always.
very well.
Yeah, it's always a good show. Shout out to QE. Shout out to you, Nathan, Brian's Logic, Mitchell from Australia. Just saw his video. I think was it yesterday on the mountain. I forgot the name of the mountain, but it was about the globe curve, the globe shadow. It was a good video. No, I mean just everything seemed to follow with me. When I first got into flat Earth, I didn't really learn much about these logical fallacies, and had I known about many of these logical fallacies, it would have saved me a lot of headache in explaining this or that or following up with this logical fallacy and that. So yeah, good show as always, and guys, keep up the good work.
Perfect. Brian, I don't know if you've held your thought long enough from when I introduced Citation Police, but you were trying to get a word in earlier, and then we'll work through the rest of the Ballbusters. I know. I just think.
Sorry. I was over. Yeah, I was just staying on mute. No, I have nothing to say other than subscribe to Brian's Logic, because there's a lot of good things coming. I'm out of breath. Sorry. Thanks.
Brian's been poking the bear, so that's Brian's Logic YouTube channel. Subscribe today. He's getting a lot of attention because he's causing a lot of pain. There's no two ways about it. He's proving Earth's flat on his channel. If you're not subscribed already, check him out. Brian's Logic. Who else we got? Mitch. Short list today. Ballbusters.
Yeah, fantastic presentation. Anyone who is willing to debate any globers in this conversation of flat versus globe, you need these in your arsenal. You need to know the logical fallacies. They love to pull these out, and when you pull them up on it, they don't have any comeback. It's fantastic. Some other ones with red herring with the black swan, when you're detailing about their geometric horizon, how they need, and they like to steer the conversation away to the oil platforms. Yeah, don't let them do that. That's red herring. Like, it's about your geometric horizon that you don't have. For me, when the red herrings come out, it is a sign of how devastating the argument is. They would do anything not to talk about the killer points that you're talking about. Fantastic show, QE. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Nathan, take us home, sir.
Oh, I was going to do a dirty joke. Oh, is that okay? Right. Well, it's about Mitch was talking about them having no comeback, and it just reminded me of Jimmy Carr, who I went to see live. He gets heckled a lot, and someone heckles him from the crowd, and he's like, "Well, if you want my comeback, I have to scrape it off your mum's teeth."
Oh, brother.
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you tuning in live to Ballbusters, smashing the super chat, joining as a Quantum Racing channel member, hitting the Patreon link, all that good stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to all of today's Ballbusters for making the shows possible, and massive thank you to today's interactive part of the show from the live participants. Really appreciate you coming on and chatting with us, even though it's been a bit of a smaller live show. And once again, a massive thank you to all of you for tuning in live. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters.
Let's talk about these anti-flat Earth defense mechanisms the vast majority of people seem to have. The first one is the term flat Earth itself. When people hear that word, or they hear you questioning the globe model, the moon landing, or anything of that sort, they go, "Wait a minute. You're not a flat earther, are you? You're a flat earther, aren't you?" With this condescending, all-knowing tone, as if you accept this label, you've been pigeonholed, and anything you say afterwards holds no value. And why is this? Because of websites like the Flat Earth Society, giving misinformation and straw man arguments, and mockumentaries like Behind the Curve, showcasing the worst examples of so-called flat earthers for everyone to laugh at. So now, you're guilty by association if you admit that you're a flat earther. I'll use the flat earth keyword for the algorithm because it's what everyone searches for. But I named my children's book The Earth Plane, and we named our movie Level, purposely creating quote-unquote flat earth content without this pigeonholed label in the title. So of course, among other globe skeptics, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, we can accept that we are flat earthers. But when your friends and family members or strangers on the street you're trying to convince hear a bit of your skepticism and then ask, "Oh, you're a flat earther, aren't you?" I recommend doing as Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve does, and insisting that no, you're not a flat earther, because the Earth has mountains, hills, and valleys, so of course the Earth's not flat, thereby disarming their first anti-flat Earth defense mechanism, because you don't admit to being their straw man version of a globe skeptic, what they have seen in mockumentaries or on the Flat Earth Society as a flat earther. No, you're not that. You're just a man or woman like anyone else, questioning their reality, questioning what they're told, not just believing outright what the government or government organization says. So the next one, once you've disarmed them and they realize, oh yeah, he is a flat earther, regardless of what he calls himself, their next anti-flat earth defense mechanism will be, why? But why? Why would they lie? The incessant mantra of the ball earther. But, why would they lie? It's not even a question. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't researched the evidence for an alternative shape of the Earth for even a minute, but suddenly they want to know the motive for this lie. Yeah, right. This isn't a genuine question. Imagine a detective rolling up to a crime scene and there's blood all over the place, bodies everywhere, stinks to high heaven, and little deputy rookie volunteer rocks up behind him, taps him on the shoulder, and says, what do you think the motive would be for a crime here? I'm not seeing why there would be a murder here. The detective looks at him, squints his eyes, waves his hand, shows the blood on the walls, the bodies on the floor, asks the rookie genuinely, are you not seeing this? Do you not see the evidence all around you? And the rookie, as if blind to the crime scene, unable to research or open his eyes long enough to see any of the evidence, just impotently continues on, asking, but why? When people ask you, but why would they lie about the shape of the Earth when they haven't even researched the evidence whatsoever? That question is not a question. It's a defense mechanism. And if somebody is just asking you a question as a defense mechanism, you're not required to give them an answer, nor is it in your best interest to try and give them an answer. Because why are they asking you that defense mechanism question in the first place? Because it's such a huge and open-ended question, and you are not the one who's lying, so you couldn't possibly explain the motive of the liars, even if you knew it to the finest detail. Therefore, regardless of what answer you give them, or how good it is, they're just waiting for you to open your mouth so they can laugh and scoff at whatever answer you try to give to their impossible question. But why would they lie? People who ask this question are unaware of just how prevalent lies have been and continue to be throughout history, in all facets of society, in the media, in government, in history, in science. The lies are everywhere. And anyone that's going to ask you, but why would they lie, is obviously a mainstream media believing conformist sheeple who hasn't got the slightest idea of how the world actually works, and trying to hold their hand and explain to them the entirety of history and politics and conspiracies that have been hidden from them is an impossible task. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead humans to standing bodies of level water, but you can't make them understand that they're impossible to bend. So when ballers chant their "why would they lie" mantra at you, don't feel obligated to try and dish up some answer that's somehow going to satisfy these insatiable people. If they really cared, they'd be looking into it as deeply as you are. And instead of that question being some flippant defense mechanism, it would be a genuine question, like it is for you or me. I can list dozens of reasons why they would lie, and I have in other videos. But just realize that this barrage of questions that ball earthers throw at you are more defense mechanisms than genuine questions, and you're not required to try and answer all of these defense mechanism questions. One of the biggest impediments to waking up is ego, and it is their ego that's chanting these "but why would they lie" mantras, these "oh, you're a flat earther." You'll notice your more enlightened friends and family members, when you told them about it, didn't come at you with this kind of attitude and these dismissive questions. Your more open-minded friends and family members were probably curious and interested, and when they asked questions, they were good questions, and they listened to the answers, and then you had productive conversations following them. This is a whole different thing than you get with these other people, and almost all people, when you ask them if they consider themselves to be open-minded, answer in the affirmative. So everyone likes to think of themselves as open-minded, but notice theirs and your reactions to certain things, and notice if you really are as open-minded as you think. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism, aka insincere question, asked by these egoistic people is, how could they pull it off? Why are there no whistleblowers? You're telling me everyone that works at NASA is in on it and lying? You're telling me everyone in every space agency around the world, every teacher, every astrophysicist, every scientist is in on the lie? Again, as you can tell from the attitude, from the way they asked the question, it's not a real question, but a defense mechanism. And again, people who actually ask this question genuinely can and will find the answer. For example, most people, scientists, teachers, even people within NASA and other space agencies, are just duped like everyone else, and they're compartmentalized in a hierarchy of need-to-know basis. So the only people that are actually in the know are the acternauts and the very highest higher-ups in these organizations. And again, what these scoffing people have never researched, don't understand or realize, are things like Freemasonry, the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world. They don't realize that literally all of the astronauts were members of this largest and oldest secret society in the world, and their members are blood oath bound, sworn to secrecy. So why are there no whistleblowers? Research Freemasonry, secret societies, blood oaths, and why these people would never and could never blow the whistle. Research Freemasons like Captain Morgan and John Robison, and you'll see exactly what happens to Freemasons who break rank and try to blow the whistle. But again, the people condescendingly asking these questions, they don't care. They're not asking the question for you to give them an answer. They're asking you the question to shut you up and to laugh at you. So what is the actual effective way of dealing with these people? I've tried giving genuine answers to them, spending your time and energy and patience, eating your pride to allow them to talk to you condescendingly while you still sincerely try to give them answers, because the only reason you were talking to them about this in the first place is because you genuinely want to help and inform them. But all they see is an opportunity to laugh, condescend, and boost their own egos by stomping on yours. Now, it's not our duty, nor is it even that effective, to allow them to do this. And it may sound harsh or crass or ineffective to those who haven't experienced this to the degree someone like myself has. But I'll give you my advice. When someone comes at you with this attitude, give it right back to them. Don't waste your time, energy, and patience trying to be sincere to someone who just wants to condescend and laugh at you. Laugh right back at them for their stupid belief in a wobbling, spinning, tilting space testicle in an infinite vacuum with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. Laugh at them for thinking they can dig a hole to China and find more sky below them. Roll your eyes and tell them, okay, then enjoy spinning on your wobbling space ball, genius. By refusing to engage with them and taking their ego down a notch like this, you're actually helping plant a seed that will make them genuinely more interested next time. And when you withhold information from them because of their bad attitude, that's the negative reinforcement people like this need. You know, your good friends who didn't laugh at you and condescend you, you were able to give them positive reinforcement. Use your time, energy, and patience to explain things to them. But when people use these anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions and give you an attitude, don't even bother answering these people. Just plant the seed and walk away. Come back to water it another day. Or let somebody else water it along the way. It's not your responsibility to hold these people's hand. Just plant your seed and go on to more fertile ground. Because even if you do answer their question, then they'll just ask you the next defense mechanism query. Why does it matter? How does it change my life? I still have to go to work in the morning. So why does it even matter? I don't really care either way. So now suddenly, it doesn't matter to their life if the entire world has been lied to about something as fundamental as where we are for the entirety of humanity for centuries, duped about literally the most fundamental truth possible. And these people are like, yeah, but why does it matter? What does it even matter? How does that change my life at all? If the fact that you and everyone you know has believed the biggest lie in history doesn't matter to you or change your life, what does that say about you and your life? What is important to you then? How could the truth not be important? I got so annoyed with this stupid question, I even wrote a song about it. Hey Eric, why does it even matter if the world is round or flat, or we revolve around the sun, or if the sun revolves around us? I still have to go to work tomorrow, and it hurts regardless. I still have to pay my bills, and so I fail to see your logic. Please stop adding to the list of things in life that make me suffer. I don't want to be empowered. I just want to be a martyr. I would rather ask you why you think it matters than be honest and admit the simple truth is that I haven't thought about it and refuse to do my research. I don't even click your links, and when you ask me what I thought about them, I don't even think. I just want to pop some mollies, dance around and get my jollies in a club or off in Bali. I don't want to contemplate about the shape of where we are now. Human race, mental state, being raped, and I like it. Feels good, slavery is fine with me, and now I've answered my own question, 'cause to people like me, it just doesn't matter, does it? So then the next thing they do, whether you've given them answers to their initial anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions or not, they'll start to get into the, well, then explain this, and explain that questions, with a smirk, a mocking tone of voice, and a narrow-minded impatience that shows they aren't even asking to learn the answer. They're asking to put the onus of unnecessary verbiage onto you, so they can just scoff at whatever you say next, no matter how rational or logical it is. Well, explain sunsets then. Well, explain time zones then. What about the Coriolis effect? What about Foucault's pendulum? And they'll often throw a bunch of them at you all at once like that, again proving it a defense mechanism, not a real question. Because in real conversation, you can only answer one question at a time. And when people throw them all at you like that, it's an attack, not a conversation. And as a skilled conversationalist, you need to understand when you're being attacked and switch up your tactics. This isn't a normal conversation anymore. And it's not your job to explain this and explain that, and what about this, and what about that, to these people. If they actually care, they will do what you did and read books, watch videos, search the internet, perform their own experiments, and figure out the truth for themselves. And at this point, I'll give another piece of advice. When you get to the explain this, explain that stage of questions, it's difficult in impromptu conversation to give perfect answers to these difficult questions. So instead of even trying, you're better off recommending them specific videos that answer the questions. For example, on my channel, I have at least one video for pretty much every single question I've ever heard asked about the flat earth, on purpose, so that people can do this. Instead of trying to give their best version of an answer in a comment or in a conversation, they can send a link to a video that answers the question in a much more complete, well thought out way than anyone could do when put on the spot. And if they won't watch a video, which many of them will say, no, just answer it. Just talk to me. Just tell me in a comment. I don't want to watch another video. Well, again, they're showing you they're disingenuous. They're showing you they don't actually care. They're showing you these questions aren't real questions, they're defense mechanisms. And they're asking them to shut you up and to make you look stupid. So the second you recognize someone coming at you with this kind of attitude, I recommend starting to close up shop. You know? You don't have to immediately block them and run away. But I mean, recognize that, okay, we're about done here. And just take their ego down a notch. Give them a little flippant remark. You know, I like to tell them, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, genius. A little sarcastic boost to their ego, you know, call them a genius. In this day and age, you can't even call people stupid anymore. You'll get flagged and blocked for bullying. So, you gotta use strategic sarcasm like I do. And you just be like, whoa, well, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, you genius. And I'm telling you, answering them in that way piques their interest much more than giving them an actual answer to their actual question. You know why? Because they see that you do value your time and energy, and that you actually have enough intuition and follow-through to notice when some snarky moron is just trying to bait you in. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism is the appeal to authority. You're not a scientist. You're saying you know more than Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, and every astronomer in history? Again, not understanding the multitude of lies throughout history, the multitude of lies within science, the prevalence of Freemasonry among these heliocentric scientists, nor do they even know the trivium and logic and logical fallacies and understand what appeal to authority is. Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. It's a sophist argument that means nothing. Just because someone is a so-called expert in a field does not mean their every word is truth. And that is why such appeals to authority are fallacious arguments that hold no merit. And what's the next one once you throw that out? Appeal to futility. Once you've thrown out their appeal to their space priests at NASA, then they may start to appeal to futility instead and say, "Oh, we'll never know. How could little old me know? How could little old you know? We'll never know in this lifetime." You even get a lot of guys in the so-called conspiracy community doing this appeal to futility. So-called flat earthers, also. Mark Sargent, for years, said that he doesn't know if the earth is flat. He's just sure that it's not a ball. Sam Tripoli has also been riding the fence for years now, where he refuses to accept that the earth is flat and motionless, and instead continues his endless appeal to futility, where he says, "I'm too stupid. I don't have time to research it. I don't have time to figure it out. So I don't know. But what I'm sure is NASA's full of shit. The moon landings never happened. And I'm skeptical of the globe." I don't understand people that have conspiracy programs, conspiracy podcast, but then says they don't have the time or the energy to research conspiracies. And then they just sit on the fence and say, I don't know about everything. What is the point of your show if everything holds equal merit? Straddling the fence is good for viewership, because then you don't piss anyone off. But if you actually care about the truth, you can't just straddle these fences for years. If you want to be a leader, you have to actually have discernment. You actually have to make decisions and follow through with them. And that leads me to another type. The endless debater. Whether it's on the flat earth side or the globe earth side, debate is the last refuge of the cultist. Debate is not how one arrives at truth. Objective reality isn't debatable, and anyone looking to frame the discussion that way is being disingenuous to begin with. I'll talk with people about flat earth, but everyone wants to debate, like we're discussing what color to change the White House to, or something. But we're talking about direct, observable, measurable, empirical reality here. It's not a debatable subject. So when people go on about, why won't you debate? When is there going to be a debate? Again, it's an egoistic mentality, wanting to see some kind of winner or loser playing this subjective game. But again, if you wanted to change the color of the White House, that would be something you could debate. Debate the merits, the whys, the pros and the cons, and come to a final conclusion at the end. But when you're talking about physical reality, demonstrable, tangible substance, there is no debate to be had. There's only truth and fiction, reality and lies. The problem is these people have no intuition, and they're gullible as all get up. They think the government and mainstream media are bastions and beacons of infallible truth. And again, this is why no debate or well-worded answers to these questions are going to do anything to these people. They're so far gone. They've been so indoctrinated into the mainstream propaganda, their government-warped view of the world, that it would literally take them many months of genuine introspection and deep research to get out of the prison their mind has become. They don't even realize that their questions are defense mechanisms. They think they're being rational and logical. They think your skepticism is so far beneath them that they can barely hear what you're saying anymore. So again, instead of running around and doing all their research for them, I suggest just noting and verbalizing the fact that you see their attitude, you hear that condescension, and it's fine. You were just checking. You can see they're not ready. And you've been treated this way before. It's fine. You're just not going to subject yourself to it again. And they may even try to reverse then. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Because they wanted to laugh at you. They don't like that you're using your intuition and then asserting yourself and not playing their games anymore. They'll start coming at you like, oh, no, come on, no, I'm serious, why would they lie? No, come on. Just explain the sunset to me. Explain time zones. So just plant the seed, walk away, find more fertile ground, and if they come back with a better attitude, then it's time to water those seeds and you may see them sprout eventually. That's how it actually works. Nobody wakes up in a single conversation. The subject is too big. You can only plant seeds and then hope that they are open-minded enough, intuitive and discerning enough, and care enough to actually look into it for themselves. And when they do, it'll be obvious. They'll come back with a blown mind, and your next conversation will be a whole different thing. And that leads me to my last recommendation, which is watch parties. If you really want to wake someone up, get them to agree to sit down with you and watch an informative documentary on the subject, like our new Level movie, or 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, or The History of Flat Earth, or How Everything Works on Flat Earth, are some examples. By getting them to agree to sit down and watch a video with you that explains the answers to all of their questions without them even having to ask them, and does so in an engaging and hopefully entertaining manner, we'll get past these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms and get to the deluded soul, the deluded baller soul in there. And remember, people have been programmed through the media to view conspiracies and conspiracy theorists as crazy and unstable. So when they start making you feel this way, with their condescension and scoffing at you, don't retaliate by going all crazy and getting mad at them and raising your voice and all this, but lead by example, by showing them that you're so far above their worldview and their egos need to stomp on you for presenting something different from what they think they know. Show them that you're confident enough in what you know to be true that you don't have to share it with them. You were trying to do it as a favor, and when they show you that they don't want to hear it, do them the favor of stopping. Put your hands up if you don't want to know about it, if you don't want to talk about it. I have other more intelligent, more open-minded, less egoistic friends I can talk with about these things. Thanks.
That's a good one.
Dubai.
Bet it's cool and crisp up in your area, huh?
I am freezing. We are actually throwing wood in the fireplace right now.
I told you. I know, because see, I'm in Southern California. And it's freaking cold. So if you're up in the mountains up there, I bet it is cold. No kidding.
It is freezing. It is stealing the heat out of my bones in my house, and I've had the floor heater on the entire time.
I know. Isn't it a weird thing? Like, listen, I can have it like 70 degrees in here, and it still feels cold. You know, it's so bizarre. Like,
it's like the barometric pressure is what's
assisting the cold.
Yeah. And it's funny because I live in a concrete building, you know, and it cools down outside, and the whole, like, all the walls and the floors, everything, it's like you're living inside a refrigerator, and then the humidity comes, and it just changes that humidity so rapidly inside. I'm astonished at how fast that happens.
Wait, is it raining down there too? Is it like...
No, but it's full on cloudy. It's supposed to rain this afternoon. But it's, yeah, full on cloudy. Big puffy clouds, dark looking clouds.
It's like speckling ice crystals here, and it's done enough to put like an inch of snow on the ground, which is just enough to make the people who drive up here from down the hill like slide all over the road and just drive as crazy as possible. Like, why do these people drive? Like, why would you drive on snow with not a 4x vehicle without chains and then not expect to just slide off the road? Like, I don't understand what the thought process is there.
Yeah, when I lived in Washington State, even the people with chains all slid off the roads.
Yeah, and even
Tell
so,
you, man.
I'm in my Jeep with my 4x on and a pair of chains, and I'm like sliding a little bit, and then I see somebody going past in like a Prius with no chains, and I'm like, "You are crazy!"
Yeah, one year there was like this blizzard, right? So I lived on the west side of Puget Sound, across from Seattle, but Seattle alone in the city had 1,000 abandoned cars. 1,000 cars abandoned because they couldn't move them. All slid
Where?
off the roads and the highways. Yep.
You mean like just buried in all the berms everywhere, and they just had to leave them there until it started to melt?
Yeah, just all of them slid right off, and these are four-wheel drives. I don't care what kind. All of them were slid. All the cars were sliding off. I got stuck in that. It took me 4 hours to get home. 20 minutes.
That's crazy. I've only seen it like that one time here, and I drove down the road I live on. I'm like at the top of the hill, and I started driving down the hill real slow and 4x with the chains on, and I drive past a couple Jeeps that are stuck all in the berms, like because they just drove up the road and didn't know, and the tow truck's there like pulling out one of them, like the whole road is blocked by four by vehicles with chains on that are all stuck and a tow truck pulling them out. And I'm like creeping past. I'm like, well, like, this is dangerous. How does the road, like, what makes the road slick like? Like, how do you know one day it's slick like that and the next day it's not? Like, what is the condition that creates that?
Well, some moisture and then just a slight warming. So it's like a layer of liquid, right? And then all of a sudden, coldness or even snow.
So what if it's like fluctuating between that freezing point? Then you get just this slick on top, and then it doesn't matter if you have chains or nothing. You're gliding.
Yeah, black ice underneath whatever's on top, like if it's snow or sleet or whatever. But you have this hard ice underneath the layer. Yep, you'll slide right off.
And I drive super slow down that hill every time, and these people drive like full speed down this hill, and I always when I see it I cringe and I listen for the crash sound, but there's never a crash sound. I'm like, how? Like, I live here and I would never drive that speed down this thing.
Yeah, that's wild.
Really is. There's been no traffic today. I haven't even heard the clouds going by. It's like everybody just decided not to do that today.
So you live like above 29 Palms or something, or above I'm trying to think of the...
I live on the crest of the Sierra. So when you look from down the hill in San Bernardino or wherever, and you look out at the mountains, I live at the highest mountain and the furthest in the distance. So if you're like out at the coast, you're only seeing the like the smaller mountains that are in between.
So I know the area pretty well, San Bernardino. So like from like Arrowhead, what direction are you talking?
I'm like in the middle of the ridge line there. So like Arrowhead's on one side.
Mm-hmm.
And
you're further north.
What is it? It's the 38 that goes up right there.
You're further north.
The 38 is what goes up to the Arrowhead side from down.
No, it's the 18.
That's 18.
Yeah.
So Waterman is 18.
Yeah.
Okay, so 18 comes up and goes to Arrowhead, and then at Arrowhead, it's 18, but it goes all the way across here?
Yeah.
and then it turns into 3:30, and then it hits 3:30, and then
So
it's
you're
but it's
like
still
east,
18.
I'm just trying to figure if you're further east from Arrowhead or further north.
No, we're like 15 minutes from Arrowhead.
Oh, you're close by. Oh, okay, I got you, man. I know. Like
We're on the actual ridge. Arrowhead's like tucked back in there, so you'd have to drive away from the ridge line, like into that little area. Like I'm on the ridge line, like I can look off and see the city lights or whatever down the hill.
I used to go hiking up in the Hesperia up there, Deep Creek, Bowen Ranch, and all that. You guys know about
Oh yeah, that's our
that? I
favorite.
heard the background.
Okay,
too.
so supposedly the watershed runs right behind the house here, all the way down the free or the highway that goes across here. The watershed runs parallel and runs all the way back behind Arrowhead, all the way down to all the way down to Deep Creek and out to Bowen
Cool,
Ranch.
man. God, that's so beautiful up there. I've hiked and camped up there since I was like 17 years old. Was the first time, and that was like more like 50.
Okay,
years.
so how do we get into the caverns, man? Because nobody will tell us where how to get into where the cavern sites are. Like it's like the most guarded secret here is where the cavern is.
Caverns?
The whole freaking mountain's hollow.
Yeah, I bet. Like I never figured that out myself. I didn't even hear about it. But down by the creek is great. But yeah, we used to hide because you go down there and hike down there. You know, it's like a 2.25 mile hike down from Bowen Ranch, something like that. But anyway, you get down there. I saw like 18-inch long trout. I shit you not, these trout were huge, and the creek isn't even that large. But anyway.
That's on a good year where they have a lot of water in the watershed.
Huge, and nobody could catch them when I was there the last time. But yeah, you could hike in these little canyons up there because we used to have to do it all the time. Because at like dusk, these flunky rangers would come down and try to give people tickets for camping. So you just hide from them real easy. But I imagine there probably is caverns. That's pretty amazing, caverns, huh?
Well, they say there was mining up here or whatever, but that they had like there was places where you could go and you could get into some of these pockets, and that they're massive. Like they have like massive caverns all over, speckled. Because I guess the way the Earth moves, it just opens up big caverns, and the water goes to where the cavern areas are and kind of hones them out. So you just have to find where you can get in.
Right.
And they even had this huge community of it was like back during the Jet Set, they made a bunch of movies about this stuff or whatever that was going on here, like wicked evil cult stuff that was going on.
Oh yeah, actually I've heard of that. Like some of those people were up around there like during the Manson times, supposedly, you know.
So they had that going on, and then they made, what was it, TV show or something about Twin Peaks?
Oh, was that supposed to be about that?
So Twin Peaks is at the top of the 18. So before you would make it to Arrowhead, you would drive up the 18, and then Twin Peaks is the peak right there because you can see off both directions out to the ocean and inland.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I mean, until you live here, and then you're like, whoa, this is a little bit strange.
I lived in LA for like 10 years.
We used to make snuff porn and would kidnap.
Oh yeah,
girls.
they caught a whole like ring of like child traffickers up here that were making like snuff films.
I believe it. See, man, that stuff is going on. That's what you have to be careful of. You got to make sure you're prepared when you're going up there. But I wouldn't mind hiking areas like that all the way up would be really cool. I think, you know, like. I don't think I'd want to do it alone.
The PCT goes right across here, so we have this huge flow of people that come across in the spring. Like the second that the snow melts enough for people to go across, they're like, "I'm on it."
I know. My dad used to go up there to Deep Creek by himself in the winter.
But that's around the back, so you wouldn't really be up on the mountain. You would drive around the back, like Lucerne or whatever, right there, and then
area side, right?
Yeah, and then just come in off the back there, and it's like you're not really hiking up. You're kind of more hiking in
down.
In and then a little bit down to the hot spring, and that hot spring is amazing.
It is, man. I haven't seen it, and gosh, since '93, I think this is the last time I've been up there. I'd really like to go again before I'm too old. You know.
Hey, Sonny, can I butt in with a quick question?
Yeah.
I know what he meant when he said it, but Corporal Major, just a minute ago, you said the way the Earth moves creates a cavern. Can you clarify what you meant by Earth moves?
Yeah, like my property here, the foundation is constantly migrating its way down this slope because I'm actually on a creek like this. It would be the center of the watershed where the seasonal creek would be. But since they have a pump station at the top of the hill here, like there's not a lot of the moisture running down this little channel. But you could see where it carved in real good. So I technically my house without that pump there, my house would not be able to be where it is because there would be a like an underground stream, a seasonal stream where all when the snow melt comes, and it would really it would be bad. Like that's not good positioning for foundations. Yeah, I mean it's the motion of the ground physically like moving forward and putting pressure on itself. Like the rocks will crack apart and then lean against themselves, which creates like cavernous pockets like everywhere. But from what I've been told, there's like caverns here with like 1,000-foot ceilings. Like it's like a massive pockets inside of this mountain that you can get to.
Yeah, so Corporal, it might be helpful to explain to Dave. The area we're talking about is huge sandstone bluffs, and they're all like crumbling, and the way they're all crumbling and cracked is these huge boulders that are just like with crevices sitting on top of each other. Yeah, like they're like huge, like tinker. What do they call this?
I know what you're talking about, Sonny. I just wanted him to publicly clarify. I know what he meant, but he wasn't talking about any constant motion of the Earth. You know, he's talking about
No. Like vibration and tremors and stuff, creating new little cracks, and then the water
We're not talking axial rotation here, correct?
No, the Earth is not.
Okay.
The Earth does not move. I'm talking about the migration of the actual mountain that I live on. Like it's constantly crumbling. In fact, they call it Arrowhead because there was a part of the mountain on the front where it's a part of the watershed which became unstable and slid, crushing the remaining like pioneer / Indian type little camp that was there at the time. And creating this big arrowhead-looking impression on the mountain was actually a slide. It killed a bunch of people when it slid out. There's a big story behind that and everything, but that's what they call it, arrowhead, is because the mark on the side of the mountain from where it slid, because the ground was like soft and the water was undermining it. And they had there was a camp there too, so it ruined whatever they had going there was done, and now they associate Arrowhead with the mountain, and they call it Lake Arrowhead, and most people don't know why. It's because of that shape on the mountain from the landslide right there. But
like
also,
I said, I know what you mean,
the
man.
landslide, the landslide didn't happen because Earth is wobbling and rotating. So like that's not why anything happens, because Earth does not wobble or rotate or move at all. It's very fixed and motionless. And I want to just
clarify. All good, man. I knew what you meant. I was jumping on the fact that you literally said the way the Earth moves. So a Glober would jump all over that, you know.
Well, I just meant the basic migration here. You could have new cavities seasonally because the way that the water channels through the ground, like if you have like some rocks breaking up under the ground and it's opening up and the water finds that area to be in, it's going to open up a big old cavity. And from what I understand, there's huge cavities carved out all throughout this mountain here and people were mining here when they first came through, and there was a gold rush and they were doing timber and everything, that people were mining stuff out of some of the cavernous areas here. Nobody's ever taken me. They're like, yeah, there's some old little rundown town where people used to live, where there's a bunch of openings, and I'm like, well, where? Like, let's go. Like, I want to check this out. Nobody ever has actually taken me to one of these sites.
And that general area is subject to, like you said, earthquakes and tremors and stuff too, right?
They were supposedly using the caverns for some weird stuff going on the way back, and they filled in a bunch of the common holes that were being accessed by some of the more prominent properties in certain parts of the mountain, as from what I understand. And they actually backfilled the tunnel entrances that were hitting some of these caverns.
Here's a couple of images in the voice text of how these mountains look in San Bernardino. The second one is Mount San Jacinto.
Yeah, that's just an example of nature taking its course, or whatever they want to call it. That's just things are in motion or in motion for reasons of reality instead of fantasy gravities or whatever.
Yeah, there's constant erosion. I mean, you can see it just by looking at the mountain range for, in a macro, like that picture you posted shows it perfectly. All those deep cuts are created by the seasonal watershed there, the water flow from all that snow melting. And so,
all these big, huge rocks. That's what's interesting about California is there's so many different types of landscape. It's really amazing. Almost every type of landscape. A lot of the types of landscape you don't see anywhere else.
well, I mean, I am up where it's snowing. If I just drove an hour or so, I could be at the coast and it would probably be like sunny and clear.
I'd say California is one of the few states that has both extremes of landscape and weather. All the way to the top of mountains, all the way down to the beach in LA.
Yeah, but they what I don't like about is the image of California where they show you palm trees and they pretend like Southern California is tropical when it's just it's like desert that runs to the ocean, and they're like, oh, we planted palm trees and made a strip mall, and they're like, now it's a tropical paradise because we have snow cones or something, and I'm like, what? Like, if you look at the terrain, it's not like it's not tropical at all. So they just fake this kind of, oh, it's tropical and warm in Southern California. It's not it.
Are you able to see the voice text, Dave?
No, I'm operating a motor vehicle, but I understand what you're talking about. I just thought I would jump on that little.
Oh, no problem.
Not really a misstatement, but the way the Earth moves just kind of struck a chord.
I know.
Yeah, I see how that could. I see. Yeah, no, I meant just the migration of everything, and we can see from these pictures here that he's posting. There's just giant boulder. There's a lot of stone that is uncovered by the erosion, and the way that the water carries, it just creates a bunch of movement. So, the road, we have the roads here. Pieces of the road will fall completely out every season because the water will find a way to make a path, undermine the road, and then a big piece of the road will just slip out, and they'll be back there trying to backfill it with rock and stuff, so it won't do that again. But it's like a season.
I've actually seen stuff like that here in Kentucky in the mountains too. The same kind of principles at work.
I saw you would. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
No, just real quick while my mic's working. I don't talk much anyway, but I was listening to what you think about him, Eric DeBay. There was some good, valid information and strategies to use when trying to talk about this subject to people, different ways they approach it. So I just wanted to agree with that. If anybody didn't catch all that, and they go back and re-listen to it, it's just good information. Anyway,
yeah, I don't want to tickle anybody wrong with the wrong buzzwords here, but I see what you're saying now by saying the motion there, and I'm like, that's not. Yeah, I definitely have to clarify. It's not due to some fairy tale globe class, like classroom globe or like heliocentric little styrofoam heliocentric model. That is not the effect that's taking place to create caverns in the earth. That's just to clarify.
Yeah, good job. I think you covered it pretty well. Y'all continue California reminiscing and whatever you were doing.
Just talking about the extremes here. If it was not foggy and snowing right now where I am, I could see clear out to the coast, to the big tanker ships that are out there off of the port of Long Beach, and also further than that, out to Catalina. So you can, on a clear day, you can see that clear as day from here.
I would assume that would be impossible on a globe, right? Sorry, son.
That's about 70 or 80 miles, maybe 100 miles, huh?
Yeah, then the Globers will argue that the elevation is why I can see that far, but they won't go and try and do the topography for all the mountain range that's in between. There's 3 stretches of smaller mountain range in between, and you would have to account for all the supposed curvature of the land and then the water after that, but they don't ever want to actually take topographical maps and try and measure across the mountaintops and be like, hey, you shouldn't be able to see this, or I can see too far. Yeah, no, but I tried to do the measurement out, and it doesn't like it's not a good measurement because like I like to use measurements, and that one from the top of the mountain out because of the elevation, they just go crazy with this elevation thing, like that, like how elevation equates to curvature or something, which doesn't make any sense because I could take my transit, which is a device you use for surveying and measuring the angle of things or whether something has an angle or not, the transit that I have, and I can aim it out there at the horizon, and you don't have to point the transit like down, and then you see the level. You're like, oh look, the level clearly shows the transit's pointing down to look at the water out there on the horizon. It's like level. Like, why is the horizon like level? Like, why do I look out straight from the top of a mountain and my eyes are straight and I'm looking out straight? I'm not tilting my head down, and I see the water there on the horizon, like out there in some container ships. Like, I didn't look down at that. Like, nothing's curving down away from me as I'm up on this giant perch. Like, it's like level with my head. How is that possible? And they'll try and make all sorts of like rookie explanations as to why it's that. But this calculation, I don't think we can use because they'll argue elevation until they're blue in the face. And it's much better to go straight to the beach line. Like for instance, I used to live in Oceanside, and so you go to the beach line there, and you could go right to the municipal pier there, and you could stand at the base of the municipal pier on a clear day, and you could see Catalina Island clearly, all of Catalina Island there in the distance on a clear day, and then you can measure across there. And that's 60 miles. So you see 60 miles straight to Catalina Island. Catalina's only about 2,000 feet tall. So you shouldn't even be able to see you shouldn't be able to see any of the island, let alone the entire island, minus just the obscurity of the coastline. Like, obviously you're not going to see because of the way the refractive effect is closer down to the surface like that. But you could see the entire island. That doesn't match up with any math. No Globers ever come and unexplained what I understand about the numbers of the calculation between Oceanside's municipal pier and Catalina Island. And you can see further than that. You can see Catalina from San Diego on a good day. You can see San Clemente, which is 80 miles out from San Diego on a clear day. Why? Why can you see this far? And nobody's ever explained that away.
Here's a completely bullshit reason that makes no sense.
That's what they're going to come with for sure.
I'm just guessing, like just like an alternate universe type of, where logic doesn't exist. What if around the curve of the globe of a globe Earth, the light refracts around the curve for you to see further around the curve than you really can?
Yes, I love when they try and bring the refractive argument in, because that's like a supporting base for most of the Earth is flat or it's definitely not a globe argument that people make, is the refractive effect of the distances that we can see and the way refraction works and the angle of incidence and all of these other things, to use that to explain the effect of the projection of light and how we view it on a very flat Earth, as opposed to how it may work on a globe, which was definitely not, that's not what we're viewing, because when you simulate it through experimentation, you're getting the same effect with using flat plane and whatever you're using to simulate the atmosphere. And I haven't seen anybody do that same experiment using a globe. So I've never seen somebody that does the experiment showing how the sun travels away on a table, and then the globers come back and show you that same experiment on a ball and be like, no, it works on a ball. Like, it just doesn't. They just have no comeback.
Would you mind if I told you it wasn't an experiment?
What's not an experiment?
Okay. What can you define experiment?
It's just kind of, you're testing, and you're going to try and create some controls in order to facilitate an accurate test, and you're going to try and imagine any type of outside forces or anything that would be in play to try and mitigate that, so your test is more accurate in a more controlled environment.
So it sounds like you're talking about the scientific method where you control variables and you have variables, independent, dependent variables, but oh, you can't do that with making observations about the sun. Like it. So yeah, I mean, you described what you would do for the most part in an experiment, but you can't apply that to what you're talking about. I mean, you could. I I I'm sorry I'm being pedantic, but the only reason that it matters to me is because they equivocate between what an experiment is and what an experiment is not. They call it the same thing. So they ultimately they equivocate between science and pseudoscience. And I'm that's the only reason I'm saying anything. I'm not trying to be a dick or an asshole. I just
Oh
because
no,
when
I
people come up to
agree.
me and they say their
Let's just
observation
put it
is an
like this:
experiment,
an experiment, like say, for instance, you were Boeing, or you were Raytheon, or you were Lockheed Martin, and you were trying to file a patent for some device, and you'd done a bunch of experimentation for this device that planes through the air. And in order to describe this device and how it operates, you wanted to make it as simple as possible. So you assumed that this thing that planes through the air is traveling over a flat, non-rotating Earth, because you didn't want to include all of those measurements for the supposed rotation or whatever
all
of
right, go ahead, girl.
the Earth.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. So you would just exclude that, because it's a not relevant. So just like these aeronautic industries exclude that Earth is a globe or that it rotates in their patent information for most of their devices, because it facilitates an environment of controls rather than a bunch of extra variables they would have to account for. Just like they exclude their own supposed model of reality from their patent documentations, so can we exclude that from any of our experimentation? As in, we don't suppose the Earth is a globe and do our experimentation because we already suppose Earth is a globe. We do our experimentation excluding supposition that provides for more accurate experimentation by removing variables and exerting more control. Uh-oh. Did I kill the conversation there?
Elijah must have stepped away, but I hear what you're saying. I think all he was trying to clarify was the scientific method is the thing we all agree on as far as being able to manipulate the independent variable. So you can't do that with the sun. You agree, right?
Oh yeah. The more controls you have and the less variables, the more accurate the results that you're going to be are. The more definitive they're going to be. And so
you kind of have to define. You have to define your variable.
So what I'm trying to
So
say is,
it can't be many variables. Actually you need the supposition because that's what you're testing experimentally, and your supposition is what singular variable causes an effect.
what I'm saying is that the government is already agreed that the Earth is not a globe by accepting patent applications that exclude the globe and the rotation of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth that everybody's supposing. They're excluding that from the patent document, which would mean that was fraudulent. All their information was fraudulent because they weren't including actual variables that were actually there. They just ignore them as if they aren't. So by omission, by accepting that, the government's already by omission accepted that that's a fraudulent. The globe is a fraudulent reality, and they're willing to acknowledge that there aren't those variables present in actual patent applications for.
But corporal, you're
Yes.
talking apples and oranges. Actually, you're talking about patents and things. We're trying to separate. You're talking variables and patent information. That's mixing apples and oranges. So I think what Elijah's trying to get to is that certain things that we do, for instance, just an observation or just a measurement, or a lot of things we do are just testing, they're not experiments. So I think we're hyper specific here about using the word experiment, because if you're measuring something, you're not doing an experiment. You get that part?
Yeah, the only reason I care, I'm not trying to bust anyone's balls. This is exactly the how I come when to a feminist. I'm not saying anything about it. You know how to. I'm trying to be as you know soft as I can about it. What I'm saying is they have used this word and equivocated between science and pseudoscience. So because of that, I try to steer away from uh uh categorically incorrectly using the word where I don't where it's not necessary. Because that's what they've done to confuse people. I just don't see why the rest of us would be on the same page, specifically because that fallacy is why everyone's confused. They just use this word interchangeably when actually it's a method. And more to that point, when you say things like variables and controls, well, you're using words that would describe what you would use in the method, but you're not specifically following the method. So why use? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just saying.
You just have to build upon the things that are empirically proven and recognized and repeatable.
But see, empirical is what you know by way of experimentation. Or if someone makes a claim, and you don't have to call it scientific, they make a claim like the grass is red and it's green. You don't have to experimentally or scientifically validate that it's not red. You're looking at it and you're like, it's not red. That's just like the horizon. There's nothing experimental about it. You look at it, they made a claim that it's geometric, that you can plug a formula with some numbers and you can get the distance to this physically fixed position. Right? But the truth is that's not the case. I don't have to use the words like science or experiment to tell somebody that their claim is just not is invalidated.
Yeah, I think what Eli's getting to is these words that we talk about, variables and experiment, they apply to the scientific method, and maybe we ought to stop using them in areas that that the scientific method doesn't apply. These words don't actually apply to those other areas, only to the scientific method.
I was just kind of referring to the things that people have done to simulate like a sunset, or these things that we're talking about, curvature, no curvature, where you're creating some type of like experimentation that you can depict what you're talking about in different ways. And I posted one of these to the live stream chat here. I love to use this one. It's not mine, it's somebody else's.
See, but that process you just described is not an experiment, but you use the term experiment. That's what I'm talking about.
But it is. I mean, you're on point though. Let me try to get it back to the substance of what you're talking about, because you're drawing a parallel with perspective, and you're saying, look, this is what the sun looks like it appears to do. Look what happens when I do this with my light in this surface right here, which is flat. It appears to do the same thing. Interesting. Can you, with a curved surface, do the same thing? Probably not.
Exactly.
But that is a strong point. Like I definitely use Dave's video where he has this light on a string, and he moves the light, and it's like it looks like it's going down. You know, it looks like it's setting. That's
Yeah,
that's the word for it, but it's not.
So would you call that process right there, that exercise or whatever you want to call a test?
Demonstration.
Demonstration. That's a good word.
Yeah, there we go. Demonstration. Thank you for that.
Hey, Gospel Bird, thank you.
Yeah, that is the best word. In fact, I usually use that word instead of protest because protest warrants a different response from the government than when you say you're demonstrating. You're like if they ask you if you're protesting,
but see
like,
that.
no, I'm not protesting anything. I'm demonstrating my right to freedom of expression and
They're two
my
different. Those are two different types of demonstrations, though, man. Like, see,
Yes,
that's what we're
definitely.
talking about. We need to watch how we use these words because a demonstration, like a light demonstration, you know, is different than human beings demonstrating, right? They're just two different things.
I'm here protesting the globe.
And I'm here demonstrating that Earth is flat.
Oh, that's so good. I tied all that into a nice, neat little bow for everybody there. Oh wait, now I remembered what I came here for. Gosh darn it! I had a question, and I knew somebody here would immediately be able to point me in the right direction. And that was, what is the flaw in the Gleason map? Somebody told me this a long time ago. There's flaws in every map, and somebody said, "Oh, the Gleason map is the one." And I said, "There's flaws in every map," but then I couldn't remember what the main flaw was with the Gleason. But I think it was a continent distortion. I think it was a landmass size thing. I can't remember what it was exactly, but I need to give the guy the answer, but I couldn't remember. And now I'm like,
Yeah, it has to do with land masses. Yeah.
It's a projection as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're all projections, right?
I don't know if that would be a true statement in the literal sense, but yeah, kind of. Technicalities. Transmutation by casting, a stretching out, a throwing forward.
I think,
yeah. So in a simple sense, yes, they're all projections in some way.
I think
From the
they would have
cartographical sense, a system of continuous correspondence between the points of a spherical surface and those of a plane. So 1560s, according to the etymology of the word in projection. So are they all projections from a globular concept? It seems so.
I think I have an answer, possibly.
I don't know if I would say they're projections of the globe. They're projections of the sky.
Not the, but from a concept of a globe.
I think they're all projections because they're not a map of reality, so they have to be a projection.
I see what you're saying. Like they'll have whatever coordinate system, they'll apply it to the globe, and then that globe can be flattened out, and that would just be another projection of said globe.
Yeah, I think it all originates from the Kabbalistic globular concept.
man, I really want to take a cartography class, and I want to figure out the flaw in each model, because just explaining the different flaws in the different maps does so much damage to the globe model.
Well, they're trying to misuse maps, or actually, they're trying to misuse projections for an argument. That's essentially like when they misuse trigonometry to prove that we're wrong about celestial navigation using aspects of trigonometry or trigonometric functions.
And then they hide
Well,
that.
it's a Polaris and blah 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 blah. Only be a globe, but if you did it on a flat plane, then it would say that the height of the star is this, but then you do this other thing, and then it's not that, so it's wrong, and blah 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 blah. Well, you're misusing the method. Nobody said that you would use the method for establishing the height of celestial objects specifically anywhere, and that's what I was when I was talking to the guy yesterday. I was like, who does that? Why are you saying who does that? Globe or flat Earth or otherwise? Where in academia are they trying to figure out what the height of celestial objects are, and what's the purpose for them doing that? Is there any papers on it?
Absolutely, and they hide that because the astrolabe is a predictable is used to measure the movement over long periods of time based on planar physics, and they have to hide that and move away from that understanding because it describes exactly, like, it depicts in every way exactly what you were saying just right there.
You know their reason though, right, Elijah?
The reason for what?
So you know the reason why they act like they want to find out the distance of the stars and make stories up about that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but for the sake of anybody else that might not, it is to establish to establish, not the right word, to justify the story of the age of the quote unquote universe, to further justify their lies regarding evolution, and the age of existence and all of that. So the further they can push things out and establish those aspects of the story, the more confident they can be in how they convey their story, because then they can point to things that they've proven, in quotes, as their proof for the age of the universe. I mean, if you ever get into a debate with somebody, evolution, they'll just point to the stars and say, those things took, the light from those things took millions of years to get here, and you're trying to tell me that Earth is only 6,000, 7,000 years old. Well, you're just a fool. All based on an established lie.
It's amazing how they.
I was texting a customer, and I was about to say package delivered to the horizon.
Eli, do you have me muted? Because you're talking.
No, I was trying to make a joke before you got serious. My bad. Go ahead. Forget.
I'm not going to get serious, man. I'm just. It makes me think I'm not loud enough. Then I'm like, shit. Then I have to go mess with my settings again. I thought they were perfect. Everything's wide open. Never mind.
My bad,
man. No, I was just going to say about the sextant, how they misuse the sextant of what the actual purpose is, and they twist it into that to avoid the right angle. It's like they go to the other side, like saying that we're measuring the distance to the star or something. Like I just don't understand how they got it so far off.
The sextant utilizes a logarithmic mathematics, Yeah.
Right.
Sarcasm.
Log books, like when you're a machinist, you look up the hypotenuse. You have two sides, so you look up the hypotenuse, the cosine, or whatever. You look that information up in books. You do the same thing when you're celestial navigating. Yeah. Those are all written down. Those are all in log books. They're in these huge volumes.
I was joking about the logarithms.
Logarithms.
because that's what they say, that the curve, requires logarithmic calculations. It's just a joke about the sextant that was used for instance, Christopher Columbus, in his incredibly, almost suspicious accuracy. If you look into the history of Christopher Columbus, his ability to navigate from Europe to America and the Caribbean location and hit the same spot on repeat. I say suspicious, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
he was plundering trade vessels and following that route of the trade vessels the whole way in his plunder and conquest. And the only thing Columbus ever discovered was how profitable child trafficking was for the elite.
Oh, wow.
That's
I
quite
thought we were on
likely.
navigation still.
Well, Columbus was
Yeah, look at what he did to
a rough.
Haiti. Like, he makes what the Clintons did to Haiti look like nothing at all.
Yeah, and his brother. But anyway.
Yeah, pretty ruthless, though, needless to say. And a spy for the King of Portugal, actually. Nobody talks about that.
But yeah, the sextant should be a very suspicious or unusual, embarrassing tool, right?
And I'm still not understanding how Columbus sailing across the Atlantic Ocean proved that Earth is a globe. That never added up for me, even in school.
He didn't. He
Well,
went back.
because he would have fallen off.
That's the story.
That's what they told us.
That's the story.
Okay, so they wanted to mock the globe, and they said you're going to fall off the edge of the globe, and now they want to mock the flat Earth, and they say you're going to fall off the edge of the flat Earth. They don't even care. They just want to mock whatever's not their company line.
Check it out. He knew he wasn't going to fall off. You know why? Because he had in his possession, supposedly, okay, this is alleged, yes, more than 20 parchments and documents and other maps. Probably one of them might have been the Piri-Reis map, which shows areas of South America all the way down to Antarctica, and other maps that we don't have access to anymore because they were top secret. Yeah, he knew it was flat. He went back
And imagine how many miles and miles of climate-controlled caverns the Vatican has,
He went
filled
back
with
and told them
filled with these maps, these manuscripts, text from all these cultures, and not one of them believed that the Earth was a globe. Like miles and miles of text from cultures that did not believe the Earth was a globe, while they're perpetrating this lie.
So anyway, before I was interrupted near the end of my sentence, so he went back and told him it was flat.
You're saying Columbus said that the Earth was flat?
Of course he did. He was measuring elevation angles from the horizon the whole way over and back.
Where is that? I want the link to that information.
Elevation angles.
Where do I get that?
Have you heard of a cross staff before?
Like, I want the link. Like, I need this link. Who wrote this story up here? I gotta see this.
If you listen for a second, you might be able to.
Oh, go ahead.
What I'm saying. So if you're on a PC, just go to the search and put in from :space SUN, and my name will come up. Click on my name, and everything I've posted will appear. You could do that with anyone here. So I've got you. You could put after that. You could put has : space image and only the images, or you could put has : space link and only the links will come up, or the embeds, or the audio files. You got to start using that. You have access to everything that everybody has posted in here, including QE.
But you would have to assume that he took elevation. Like, how else would he have traveled across the sea.
You guys are totally missing out on the live stream voice text when Meme comes into the chat and says, gets into the Vatican archives. It's just 1960s Playboys. And then I look up a GIF because, I think of Vatican and I instantly think of Tom Hanks for, I guess the, what was it, Dan Brown or whatever the books, right? And then he played the actor, blah, 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 right? So I look
saw
up
his
Tom
new
Hanks,
movie and I was like,
and
oh
the
gosh.
first GIF that comes up is Tom Hanks seemingly unclothed and viciously moving his arm.
I have real
It's a hilarious GIF in response to that. I just wanted to share.
so whatever happened between like certain flat earth members and that, what the fuck is his name? Was he on Star Trek? Star Wars. Star Trek, I believe. And he went to the supposedly he went to
Captain Kirk, you're talking about
Bill Shatner.
Chapman.
Yes.
Shatman, yeah.
Yes.
Shatner.
William Shatner. Yeah. And the way that they felt about him being a Glober is I kind of feel salty like about people saying that this guy is I grew up with this man. Man, like, come on, you got a friend in me, the violent, like, yeah, like I can't, when I was watching that movie with him where something is up with the Earth's atmosphere, and it's like, the pressure like super drops or increases, one of the two. I can't really remember. And he has like a robot companion and a dog companion. Anyway, I love the movie, and all I kept thinking was, those motherfuckers better shut up about Tom Hanks. This is a paragon of hope. I can't help feeling like that.
I got you. You're talking about, but who's responsible for the characters he portrayed?
Yeah, that's true.
So there's that. There's plenty of people that would be classified as quote unquote evil that are extremely talented. So it is what it is.
Like, how many of them actually think that Earth is a globe? Like, most of these globalist people, like, know that it's not that, and they're just, like, preposterous.
I'd say
a lot of them are NPCs.
99% of them think it's a globe.
Yeah, a lot of them are NPCs.
You're never gonna convince me that Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson believe that Earth is a globe. You're never
maybe
gonna.
Not them.
Maybe not them.
Maybe not
and maybe
them.
not now. But if you listen to, because they're actors, when they're talking, they're acting. Even this guy, what's this stupid guy, Don Pettit. I kind of feel like no one can be that stupid. So
he's retarded, so they can convince him of anything.
He plays that act so well,
also,
though, doesn't he? Doesn't he play that act? Everybody gets that same picture off of it. Nobody sees it a different way.
Think of William Shatner. Think of William Shatner. He's an actor.
That's the point I'm trying to.
He was taken up to 130,000 feet. He thought he was in space, and he came back down, and that's all that happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah, okay.
And now he has people. Now he has people attacking him for not going where he thought he went.
So the point that I was trying to make, like somebody like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, like they point out the problems with common people's thinking when it comes to certain concepts, and that's how I know that he knows that it's not a globe. But that being said, most people though, they don't, because my thought was together before. Now it's like why don't they? What was that? Forget it. I forgot. Never mind.
So what?
You had it. We were all tracking there. That's
an interesting picture. What does it insinuate?
They just don't have time to switch out the suits, so they just throw the faces on. It's cheaper to just throw everybody's face on and change out the name with a little graphics application than it is to Sit everybody in front of a background or a green screen.
Or somebody. I would like to see the original
You
photos.
could at least 3D render some fabric in a modeling program and
Yeah,
light it
so
and texture and make it seem different.
so gospel, this is real. I will post the newspaper articles. One
Please do,
second.
because it is obvious that those are the
Here,
exact same.
1 second here. These are the newspaper
Well,
articles.
I mean, they're working an angle with CGI, so why wouldn't they put it at face value as some CGI composite for just even their pictures and showing it at face value, like their symbolism, like showing you what it is.
Thank you, Roger.
I don't know. I even have the original Shatner, I think, or maybe Adam or Revolve has it. I don't know.
I'm not from Missouri, but I'm always that show me guy. You know, show me. It's just, I don't understand the laziness. I mean, that picture and that issue reminds me of, yeah, there you go. It reminds me of the Kentucky ballistics thing, and them pretending that was some type of Middle Eastern conflict. Are you familiar with that one?
It's because his head is so easy to edit off of that picture, black at the bottom of his neck. As a person who snaps people's heads off for my little meme designs all the time, I would have to say that clean cut on the bottom with that black shirt is perfect to take his head and put it onto another thing.
That's
and
not
then
the
look,
point. The
they
point is
couldn't,
that it's the exact same face.
and then they couldn't cut.
Well, Gospel
Look,
Bear, ask a
look.
question though.
No.
I'm
Look
just
at the
saying.
image, and they couldn't cut all the little fine strands of hair off. They didn't have enough time to edit all those out, so they just kind of chopped it off. They gave him a haircut there. Look at the haircut he got.
Yeah.
Gospel Bear was making a point.
Yeah.
I mean, damn.
You could just
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But look at the hair.
Because I also have a okay. So here's another example. With Orchid Bindteen, right? They excuse me. Wow, that was really rude. My bad. There was this image of a UK hospital, or a video of a UK hospital in the goings ons in the UK hospital, and then one of our New York outlets posted the video but claimed that it was a New York hospital, and it was the same exact video. Just different things were like it was edited in a way that it's obviously different, but it's obviously the same. If you get what I'm saying, like the color contrast is different. Certain things were like, not there, but ultimately it was the exact same room, the exact same people, the exact same thing that was going on. And it's like, the answer that I got was, oh, maybe maybe it's incompetence. Maybe the roles, like the tapes got mixed up or something, and that's human error. That can happen. And it's like, are you telling me that these people just took somebody else's Photoshop image and put it on their, like, where are the editors?
I'm always confused by the laziness of these sorts of things. But I found another picture of what appears to be an original of him actually in the uniform. And what's interesting to point out, took a little picture there, is that U.S. flag patch is not present on his uniform. I mean, you got his old fat hands. I mean, no offense.
That's the first thing I saw too. It's like diabetes. If diabetes was a pair of hands.
Kind of awkward.
He's shitting his pants there. Look at his face. He's squeezing one out.
No, Will Shatner's an avid horse keeper. I don't know if y'all know that, but my old neighbor in Georgia took care of his horses. So I know a little bit about Will Shatner, third, what do you call that? Third, Not directly, not indirectly, by the third, whatever.
You mean kind of like a spotter?
The third degree. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, that picture is on local trapperall.uk. It's some UK website. There's not many pictures of him in the outfit, though. It's kind of weird. You'd think that there'd be hundreds.
Yeah, so the Glober explained it to me because I put it in his face, and he told me that it was the Sun's doing, right? Because these articles came from the Sun or the Telegraph. What was it? The Sun and the Daily Mail, and they put his head on it because they didn't have a picture of him in the suit before takeoff. So that was the excuse.
Oh, that's better than some excuses.
Hey, Roger, how you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah,
good to hear you.
Yeah, so coming up next Friday, they're gonna drop almost every thing they had concocted during the last 2 years, right? That's a big, win is a big word because they are bound to put everything back in fall. So let's enjoy this summer because they voted today to keep the thing on the A list next to Ebola, and they voted to so this emergency law we have is being reviewed every 3 months. So they again reviewed the emergency law and passed it again for 3 months, and announced they're going to make a permanent law. So yeah, more shit to come.
And when are you moving out?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah.
They're every European country except for I think Germany, France, Italy is now dropping everything. But this is just the calm for the storm, right?
Yeah.
Because in the fall they will probably tell us, well, yeah, we did some preparations and here it is, and you all need to use your app again and get your thingy.
Because they have to reset your baseline of what you perceive being let off to be free to do whatever you're doing.
Right. Yeah. But the most important thing is that in July or June this year, every European citizen will have a social security number, right? A European social security number. So my idea is that it was never. This is just my idea, right? I believe, not based, but I believe it was. This whole thing was used for that, right? So that every European citizen will get a European social security number, and it's coupled to your app. So when you want to travel, you take out your app, which used to be for the invisible germs, right? But is now used for your identification. And it will be coupled to your CO2 emission, and it will be coupled to your bank account. So China 2.0.
Social credit score, you say?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, no. The mark of the beast of a system, isn't it? And without that tax ID / Social Security / IMF, International Monetary Fund number, you can't legally operate a business buying, selling, or trading anything. Gee, where have I read that before?
So, yeah, not to hop off topic because Flat Earth is the topic, but yeah, these are the current, this is the current situation here in Europe now.
Well, it'd be nice to be, it would nice to be, retaining your right to bear arms in an instance like this, wouldn't it?
We never had that, so it's all fun. And, yeah, that's all fun that you can say that, but we never had that.
Yeah, so I'm of the mindset that the right to bear arms should be restored to any place where that's been taken away from the people, and that creates a proper balance between the government and the people. That actually is a facilitation of one of the checks and balances between government overstep.
That's assuming that the populace has a cognitive ability level above a toddler.
Right.
I mean,
And
if you give a whole bunch of for lack of any other term, wanting, is a whole bunch of Globers running around with guns in a crisis, I'm kind of not happy about.
so, and this will never happen here because as we speak, there is a hostage situation in a store near to Amsterdam. So yeah, nobody's gonna allow guns in this
Break
country.
it down for us. What's the skinny on that? I don't have a TV, so what it
It's
is?
two guys in an Apple store. I don't know what happened. So, but they evacuated the vicinity of the Apple store, and there are two guys taking hostages.
Two false
In
flags
the
at the
Apple
same
Store.
time in different countries in the world.
You know,
Simultaneous
Apple
false
Store.
flags. How about
Apple
that?
Store is very well fortified. They usually have a steel fire door that you couldn't just kick through easily to insulate all of the expensive product that they
But
have.
it was open, right? So
All of
it
that
was
stuff
open.
is worthless. If you break into an Apple, you are stealing bricks.
Yeah, because it's all serialized. But that's not the point. The point is that if you're in the front of the store, you're not going to get into the back of the store. But if you're in the back of the store, you're probably pretty well insulated, considering they build it very specifically so that they have a security door there to protect their product.
Why would they need to protect bricks so carefully?
No, it's just to protect their. You know, they have the counter and all their little devices that are hooked to the counters and stuff in the front, and that's how their allure is. And they have like a stock room in the back, but there's always a very well fortified security door between the front and the back. That's the setup for every single.
That might be, but this store is in an old building, right? So we don't in most places here in the Netherlands, we just have old buildings, like in the city centers. So
Yeah,
it's not
but
a
I
new
mean, what I'm
building.
saying is, if they're able to get behind the security door, then they could use that to their advantage. And what you're saying about a hostage situation, you could take if you can get behind the security door, and there's two people to control that security door. You can bring people in and out of the security door. Then the hostage situation makes perfect sense because you now have a secure point right there that any type of law enforcement would have to breach past. Works to your advantage.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
pretty stupid to start a hostage situation in an Apple store, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Sorry?
You know what I hope they're saying to the hostages? I hope they're saying to them, "You're the product."
Well, they are literally in a hostage situation. There's definitely the commodity anyway.
But what's the angle you're working when you break into I mean, like, what is your angle if you're breaking in the AT&T store? I don't understand that. You're like, I just need a new device. Like, I need to upgrade to the new iPad or whatever. Like, what is the point of that? Like, what's the angle?
I don't think those people with guns in Amsterdam are there particularly because it's an Apple store. They're just using that as a kickoff point. They're not there. They're not there to extend their warranty by force. Are they?
God, that's great. Money. That was money.
If there was a hostage situation in the bank or a hostage situation in the library, which has happened in Europe in the past, no one would suggest they were checking if the latest EM Forster novel was back in stock, are they? It just happens to be where
They're
they
not
kick off.
there stealing a bunch of devices that would track them through the wireless network. Like, that's probably not the angle.
So funny, dude.
Pause. Did you say they're forcing to extend their warranty?
That's what it is. They're going in there and they're going, listen, you bastards, if you don't replace the batteries in my earpods within 24 minutes, I'm going to start killing people. No, there's a good chance. There's a good chance it was criminals who were chased from somewhere else and ended up in the iPad store. You know, that quite often happens.
Yeah, there's not much known about why these guys are there. So it's just two guys with a gun.
Is somebody holding up an Apple store?
No, I think they've created a hostage situation. It happens to
Well,
be.
that's what I mean. Yeah, for real though. Like, there's hostages in an Apple store just waiting for the next thing.
But Glad, holding up normally means just robbing the place.
I know.
Hostages are already. They're employees. They're already hostages.
Damn.
Of Apple.
Yeah. It's not something off about it won't come to much though. They'll do the usual. They probably won't come to very much. They'll do the usual. We want a helicopter in X million euros, and then they get negotiated down. And
Dude, that is not bulletproof glass, and it's pure see-through. The whole thing, so you could snipe a guy. You could easily snipe a guy if you got the right shooter.
That's what
they're not going to do that. They're going to de-escalate whatever they can down to as far as they can. They're not going to just go in there and they're not going to risk other people being shot.
That's not America, no.
I'm going to do some Rittenhouse level de-escalation.
No, they
do a little heart attack gun, maybe.
Preserve life. They don't just bust in when it could lead to other people being killed. They just stalemate until they need to make another move. And that's what creates the hostage situation, because they're trying to preserve life, which requires you to always de-escalate and stalemate while you're trying to figure out how to preserve as many lives as possible.
Yep. Have you seen The Negotiator with Samuel L. Jackson?
That's like a thing. Like, am I supposed to hold on? This isn't like a trick, like snakes on a plane, is it?
No, it's a real movie called The Negotiator, and it was Samuel L. Jackson trying to take a role seriously.
That sounds entertaining.
And that's why you didn't see it, and it didn't get popular. It's actually decent, though. It's not that
You mean seriously at the right level? It seems to me like he takes some of his roles too seriously.
Well, sure. I guess what I mean is you hire Samuel L. Jackson to play Samuel L. Jackson. You don't hire him to play the character he's, in the story.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Because he played that high school teacher, remember? That was really fucking good. But it was Samuel L. Jackson, though. You're right.
He's probably got a fake vaccine card that he bought off of eBay, just like everybody else, to get into his favorite restaurant. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I saw that a little while ago. What was the name of that movie again? Where he was the teacher and he was dealing with all those punk ass like Los Angeles teenagers. Can't remember that name.
You're gonna make me look it up here. Hang on.
I can't remember. I haven't seen The Negotiator. I haven't seen Snakes on a Plane, and I haven't seen Black Snake Moan. For no
Black
reason,
Snake Moan's crazy weird.
I want to watch them. I want to watch them, but I haven't. Just like Vanilla Sky. I think I seen it like a couple of years ago because my girl was like, "You've never seen Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise?"
Oh God, that's just propaganda.
That's a weird movie.
He was in a movie called A Time to Kill, which is a novel based. It's a Michael Crichton novel, I think. He's been in a lot of movies, but never once
John Grisham novel.
Well, you guys better soak
anybody
that
other
nostalgia.
than motherfucker. Sorry,
While you have a chance, you better be soaking up that nostalgia, because it says right here that he was sitting there wearing an Avengers mask, taking the freaking vaccine in January of 2021. So,
yeah.
Was the end of your sentence getting? Never mind.
Did the beginning of your sentence interrupt the ending of mine or something?
No,
I think that's what it is. Oh, dude, and he was in a 2007 film, a horror film called 1408.
Wait, hold on a second. You said he was wearing an Avengers mask? I thought he was like wearing like his regular face with the character he played in that series. Like, what Avengers mask was he wearing? Like Iron Man?
The Associated Press article says they're all say something about Samuel Jackson, COVID vaccine, and Avengers mask. I didn't bother to go much further than that, other than saw so much of that when I looked it up, and I was like, "Oh, that's distasteful." They're not all lying, I'm sure. Let me go back. I still have it open.
Oh, here's
maybe he wasn't cast in the role he wanted to be.
Here,
Avengers face mask to get his Hold on, we're gonna dig a little deeper.
Look in the live stream.
Oh, you
How
put
many
it?
times do I have to say
There it
look?
is.
Yeah, I can't do all these things at once. You guys
You
are
got to do everything at once, always.
Oh, an Avengers face mask, but it's like
cartoons. Oh,
cartoons. Oh my god! How do you even know it's him?
Wait, you meant that kind of mask? I thought you for a second. I thought you were talking about like
Me
a
too.
Halloween type.
No, I didn't click on it all the way. I just said that he got his vaccine in January, supposedly, and that's why I was making fun of him, saying, it's a fake vaccine card or whatever thing, but...
Can you leave the vax talk and the medical talk out of it, please?
Got it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about
Thanks.
that.
Samuel L. Jackson is only possible on a flat, stationary Earth.
Agreed.
Changed my mind.
I have a tux with a collar just like that. It's not blue with a black collar, though. That's what it looks like he's got there. Mine's all black. But
So do you think they'll ever admit ancient giants, folks? Do you think so?
Well, what if it wasn't? What if everything's just continually just gotten smaller by generation after generation?
I still have the question, like, why does it matter? Why would they hide that from us? Like, okay, they were big people earlier, so what? Like, what does it matter? Why would they hide that?
I mean, if the building foundation goes down to a bigger building foundation to a bigger building foundation, then there's a lot of underground stuff that's buried down there that's bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because it ruins their timeline, their evolutionary timeline completely.
Well, I don't think that they would care much
But the
about
real
that. I think it's
question
more of a
is-
resource thing, like he was saying.
The real question is, when would they admit something? Well, they're always admitting something, but how effective it would be depends on where we are as individuals that care about logical consistency or not.
Right.
Yeah, there were giants. Yeah, I've speculated about giants. There's historical texts. Will say that I don't want to change the live stream. It's whatever. But there's there's texts about giants, and what I would ask is, yeah, but where's the evidence?
Right.
Well, mathematically, or using this dating method, or blah blah blah. Oh, no thanks, no thanks.
So it's the same thing as you trying to tell me to trust evolution, based on some faulty or some guesswork.
Right, because ultimately, what are you going to show me to come out and say, all right, well, there were giants back then. What's the evidence? Some method that we use to deduce it. We don't have any like big ass skeletons or any burial sites anywhere.
Yeah, and they go as far as to say things like, we found human DNA in this rock that looks like a bone, so we're going to say a giant existed because of this. It's the same. It's the dinosaurs thing all over again.
Yeah, it becomes complete speculation again.
I saw pictures of giant bones that resembled human-like remains, but I don't.
Right, but what does that really tell you?
I have a real story about giants.
You can make molds of fake stuff and bury it and make it look real too.
And there you go.
Somebody,
What's the story?
Somebody explained it to me how this burial ground that was on Catalina Island, some guy, when the settlers were here mining for gold or whatever, decided he was going to go and dig up a bunch of bones from this burial ground on Catalina and make a museum saying about these giant 9-foot tall people or whatever, and here's the skeletons. And it was like super disrespectful to go and just dig up people's bones and make them into some carnival like attraction thing. But that's like a real thing if you look it up. And that's how it was explained to me too, and I couldn't believe it, so I looked it up, and I was pretty shocked by that. So at the very least, there were some like tall, red-haired like people who buried their old people on Catalina Island at some point. I look this up. I mean, like, you probably just Google it; it'll come up like a Wikipedia page, I'll bet. But it was explained to me by a native. It was a native saying, "Oh, they've always disrespected these are like the ancient whatever burial land or whatever means nothing to Americans, so they just built their malls, strip malls, freeways over everything, and
have wine mixers on it.
Yeah, and then even make like a carnival out of it."
You have see, this is my problem with words, right? No. Actually, I don't have a problem with words. I have a problem with people's ambiguity towards words. You know, when you use the words giant and then you say something like 9 feet tall people, it's, well, when we think of giants because of our upbringing and TV. When I think of giants, I think of Jack and the Beanstalk, and I think of like extremely huge, like Titan level type people, not somebody who's probably from I don't know Mexico, talking about people that are like fucking a foot taller than them. Like you know how many women think I'm like 6'8"? I'm 6'2", but like 6'8", 7 foot
Yeah.
because they're like 4'11". Like that's not I mean, yeah, like and I guess sometimes I say, what if giants were just tall people? But that also would have the assumption of some point back in the future, everybody was separated and had like an average. Is it average or mean height? I don't even know. I don't know. My schooling is just getting further and further away from me. But you have this average of height of people, and then you go somewhere where the average is much smaller. But I guess okay. So you would include in what I said that people were just kind of separated, and then at some point they started traveling, and at that point that they traveled, some super tall ancestor of mine ran into some super short ancestor of I don't know, my Spanish ex-girlfriend. And then was like, whoa, they're giants. I fucked that up for the better part of a minute. Don't all talk at once.
It made me think of the I was right when you said Jack and the Beanstalk, I went down that rabbit hole in my mind and on my search engine.
Okay, so I posted up the article that talks about this. I'm not going to read it because it's so long and drawn out, but it says exactly what I was saying. This guy just went and plundered a bunch of ancient burial sites, and these people were all between 7 to 9 feet tall. So they're like massive compared to us. They would be a race of giant people, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they're saying that people have just gotten smaller and smaller successively over time. So it's not that you run into these massively tall creatures, because it was a wave of the same type of creatures of us just from way before, and they were massive compared to now where we've just gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, and everything's gotten smaller and smaller.
Why?
I don't know, man. That's the freaking thing. I'm not saying I'm supporting this theory. I'm saying that's what the theory is. I've looked extensively into it. They're supposing that these foundations of some of these buildings open up to bigger doorways, and then there's a bigger building underneath that, and after everything's been destroyed and ruined and left and come back to and rebuilt over a bunch of times, that these buildings actually go much deeper into the ground, some of them, because they're built on top of previous buildings, which are built on top of previous buildings, and they get bigger and bigger, and the doorways get bigger and bigger. The windows get bigger and bigger. Why? Because people were bigger and bigger. We've gotten smaller over time. We've bred down. Darwin is a moron. Yes, Darwin is a moron. He's trying to convince everybody that you lose a bunch of traits and features, and that creates a new species, which nobody's ever shown any creation out of that. So you've lost diversity, and that explains how we have so much diversity. That's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my entire life, and people who put that prose up are like so basic in their understandings of how things work that it's almost not worth it to have the conversation to begin with.
Just to be clear, though, we don't have any evidence for this, and if we're ever going to find any evidence for this, we'd have to wake everyone up to the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary first, because then you'd have enough people to actually force the evidence out by popular demand.
I mean, if they're hiding the entire natural history, and that's part of it, like, good luck breaking the mold, or like, what are you going to peek behind that giant, like 10-foot thick iron curtain? Like, what kind of magic do you have?
I think it really just boils down to just simply the Smithsonian Institute and making them more transparent. But like I said, things like that, or overturning the Antarctic Treaty or the Arctic Treaty, or other things that are similarly bullshit, these things will only ever be overturned if people wake up one way or the other. The only pathway I can see to wake people up is to tell them that the Earth is flat and stationary and contained.
And meanwhile, the globalist cabal rules this sector unquestionably.
How often do you think they go to other worlds and other sectors and ponds and shit?
Why do you think they wear 2 watches?
Oh, I thought because... No, I don't know why. I didn't even know that.
The sun cycles work in a different way, so you have to keep a different time for when you go back, so it's not confusing. And if you're going between, you'd have to keep 2 watches on to always keep track of the different times.
I don't know about that.
No, never heard about that.
Incidents proves that.
I don't know about that. Like the sun being on a cycle, if it's on a cycle and you're using
Not
the
a
same,
cycle, it's a matrix,
and
you can see the other
and you're
flips
using
of it on the
and
end of
you're
every.
using the same light source, I don't see why the time would be different.
No, the light propagation is different. So here you see the sun matrix the way you see it. You see a sundog. That's actually an entire matrix that you're seeing right there around the one focal point that you identify as how the light's being propagated to your individual perspective. And so
Well, what does a sundog have to do with the sun?
The sundog has another sun point at every corner of the sundog matrix, and it's actually a whole nother loop and a whole nother sun and a whole nother whatever, and it's just an entire grid. But you're perceiving the one focal point as the sun, so you believe in that one focal point rather than the grid.
I don't
and
know
the light,
what you're talking about, bro.
The light propagation can happen differently.
Still on the mushrooms or something.
No, the light propagation can happen differently.
No, it's just you didn't lay a foundation to where we can follow. I don't see usually.
They're lying about the way that the light is propagated.
For anyone who's on a platform to relay a message, I would hope that their main goal is to capture who they're talking to, which means if I'm saying foundationally, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's your job to elaborate.
Yes,
and not just bumble through it.
The sundog is.
And I said, what does the sundog have to do with the sun?
The sundog is one point, but if you use different types of lensing effects,
no. But what I'm talking about, I'm talking about a timepiece that is a timepiece that is just a timepiece.
Yeah.
What about
would be better if you could wind it and you knew the disparity between the two places that you were going, the daytime and the nighttime, how many hours in between, in order to keep two wind-up watches in sync. That way you could keep track of your time. If you're going between two different places where the light is propagated,
you're not doing a good job, brother. You're just continuing to describe what I'm trying to get you to elaborate about instead of actually elaborating. Or instead of actually trying to go back to the foundation of what you mean and try to get some clarity, you're just continuing. And it's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
So what I'm saying is the way that the light is propagated over this sector, they're misrepresenting it.
What does that have to do with the sun?
Well, okay. Well, for instance, and I'm going to use scripture for this. In Genesis, the light propagation is separate from the sun, meaning the light was created before the sun, and the sun is just a focal point.
Well, that's an assumption based. That statement is an assumption.
But it's what's stated clearly in the first page of Genesis. So when you open up the Bible and you read the very first page,
I've read it. So you're jumping to conclusions. When you're making that statement, I'm just telling you from a standpoint of basic logic and language. Taking one detail and going to the next, what you're doing there is you're jumping to a conclusion. You're making an assumption.
I didn't make any conclusion. I said that the scripture, the
The
very
scripture says
first
nothing about
page.
focal points, bro.
Yeah, the scripture is the very first page of
Says nothing about focal
Genesis.
points.
Absolutely, it does. It says
No,
that
it
the
doesn't.
light was created, and there was a divide between the night and the day, and then that the sun and the moon were created later as
Yes.
to rule over as the focal points of the day
No,
and the night.
no,
to rule
no
over
use of the
as
word
focal
focal point was used.
Yeah, focal point to rule
No,
over.
no use of the word focal point. That doesn't exist.
Or surely they're the focal point of the day and the night if they rule over
No,
them.
you're using the word focal point.
If I was a king and I ruled over you, I'd be the focal point of your life.
No, you wouldn't.
Believe that.
You're taking these words, focal point, and you're using them to convey an idea that is.
I already did. You can't undermine what I've already. The picture I've already.
I'm just telling you, you're
You
jumping
can disagree.
to conclusions.
You can only disagree.
I'm actually trying to depict how you're circumventing.
Detracting is not a depiction.
Logic.
Detraction is not depiction. Those are two separate things.
What? This is devolving. Aye. Anyway, when you say the word focal point, it's an idea that isn't. It's your interpretation of words on a page. To say focal point. So
yeah. So the actual words on the page is that the sun and the moon were created to rule over the day and the night, which were already created. Meaning the separation between the light and the darkness was understood to be day and night. Meaning that the day and the night are not dependent upon there being a sun or a moon at all.
They were not. They were not. To assume that they are. Nah, that's an assumption.
So when did it change, in your opinion? When did that change?
I'm not saying I have an opinion. I'm merely communicating the logic of the communication that's being had.
No, there's no logic here. You're just speculating, and I was telling a story about how this scripture
I'm
says
breaking down
the
errors in logic.
Agreeing with the way that I'm portraying it, which
not
is just
all.
You haven't
I may or may not agree with you. That's not the point.
Well, I mean, have you read the first page? Should we get it?
Bro, I've read it in every language you could possibly imagine. I've studied the scriptures for more than 2 decades. It's all good. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you that you're making a logical error.
Hey, what does the Bible say about being holier than thou? Just curious.
But I want to know which translation he has on his shelf. It says a lot about you, which translation you use.
So I'm not browbeating anyone. I'm trying to express that you're jumping to conclusions and making assumptions. It's a logical
Yeah, but you were
error.
talking about my interpretation and my translation. I just want to know which translation of the scripture that you use.
I didn't say anything about translation. Your use of the word focal point is an interpretation or an idea. It's not literally conveyed, but you kept on using words like literal and stuff like that. It's really not a big deal. But
what is the point you're making? I'm just wondering.
So to make sure that nobody is getting a misunderstanding of what's actually written in that book, so they can read it themselves, but discussing things as a grid system or trying to say that light doesn't come forth from the lighted object that we see in the sky, experience and observation of reality itself is kind of standing in opposition to what you're saying. The presence of the sun or near presence of the sun is where we have light, and the far distance of the sun being somewhere else from where we are is where we don't have the excess of light that is most definitely and obviously connected to.
So you think the light emanates from the sun, and you just don't understand how? Is that what you're saying?
The light emanates from the sun, both by my observation and from the words in the Bible.
Against Scripture and saying that the light.
How are you going to start talking right after you asked him a question? He said 2 words, and then you began to talk with him.
I'm trying to understand what he's.
But you began to
sounds
talk
like he's
with
saying
him
that he
after.
doesn't believe.
All right, I'm gonna have to start muting you, bro. This is unreasonable.
Yep.
Like, you don't say I rudely interrupted him because. I'm pointing it out because I'm telling you, stop interrupting.
So what I believe is never really that relevant. It really just isn't part of the conversation. This server has, stuff can change in my absences over months as I do other things in life. But I always thought that this wasn't a beliefs server, but it was more of a objective reality, what can be observed server. That was my impression. That's how it was for years when it started. With that said,
that is still the truth.
good. So with that said, the fourth day very much indicates that ruling, as is discussed, indicates in those words that yes, the light would be coming from those objects. Now, in regards to how light operated between days 1 through 3, that's for the creator of the universe to understand.
Yeah,
not,
you're presupposing
not me.
you're presupposing that creator took a week to do stuff and all that stuff. And you're just basing that off of
You just
words
made
written
up
down by a
extra
man.
stuff not in there. That's funny.
I have no idea.
You're jumping to conclusions.
Who is you?
Who is you? I'm talking to Corporal Major. You.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Well, no, I'm not Corporal Major. I'm Gospel Bearer.
Oh, sorry. I keep seeing the wrong shit light up. You're who again?
I am Gospel Bearer, and I'm not jumping to any conclusions whatsoever. I literally said days 1 through 3 are
Days 1 through 3 of
unknown.
what? Do you objectively know that a creator took 7 days to make this place? Come on.
So Glatflip, I'm not interested in your beliefs. I'm referring to and defending the meaning of the words that were being brought up regarding what was in the Bible. So that's what
great.
I do.
This is a flat Earth server.
I'm not.
You're wrong here, because what he was pointing out, it didn't really have nothing to do with time span. It just had to do with a difference.
And it doesn't really matter what you believe. That wasn't the point. I was serious. I was just defending the words as they're written, so that no one gets confused.
Right. But
No.
This is a whole subjective topic because it's spirituality.
No, it's not subjective.
Yeah, it is. I'm sorry. It's not empirical.
No Actually.
Oh, and you're going to tell me
Check
now
this
what's
out.
up?
All right, so this is what I'm going to do, because you're disrespecting me right now. Let me say something very important. All information is objective. Okay? Your opinion is subjective. Understanding the difference between objectivity and subjectivity is an extremely important thing. But
Graduated 7th grade.
All right. All information is objective. Okay? And this is a very important concept to understand. It doesn't mean that it's true just because it's objective. But all information, all communication is objective. Okay? Your opinion is where subjectivity lies. Okay? And just because something is objective doesn't mean that it is either true or untrue. But it is still objective, because I am telling you declaratively, all communication is objective.
I don't know, man. You're way up on your high horse. Yeah, go ahead. Stay there. I don't have anything to say to you.
I have no
I
horse.
don't know. Maybe you have an attitude. Maybe you've heard him out of context.
No, he thinks he thinks he's saying facts to us right now, and he's not.
Well, he didn't make a claim. He was talking
that whole
about
thing was a claim.
Listen to what I'm saying. He was talking about the lack of logical consistency from the other guy that was talking. He wasn't even making a claim. He was just using an example, regardless of whether the words are true or not.
Correct. And yes, that was my claim, and I welcome anybody to systematically dismantle that claim. But I don't believe that anybody will be able to. A solipsist, on the other hand, will effortlessly dismantle that. Anybody that's into solipsism will effortlessly dismantle every aspect of me saying that information is objective. But apart from those special people, High Horse is such a funny. But people that think that other people are being prideful when they don't know them and don't even understand what that person's communicating.
That's the content of what you're saying.
Is hilarious.
You're saying that scripture is objective.
Yeah, all information is
It's
objective.
so funny.
All communication is objective.
La La Land, and you call yourself a flat earther?
Bro,
Yeah, but what you're doing is failing to understand the difference between an objective, something that objectively happened and information objectively existing. You're purposely.
Those are two different things. Yes.
Here's an example.
That's the point that you're missing on purpose.
Hold on, Elijah. A Jackson Pollock painting, okay, which if you understand who Jackson Pollock is and understand anything about that artwork, is objectively whatever that artist wanted to communicate. If that artist, Jackson Pollock, for instance, wanted to convey chaos, it is objectively a conveyance of chaos. All information, all communication is always 100% of the time objective. Your opinions of it are the subjective aspect. So it doesn't matter whether